It doesn't matter to me what you are, Necro.
Damascus, Syria, or Tehran, or any place in Iran. Where would you go?
Yeah.
A week vacation. Where would you go?
Yeah, where would I go? I mean, it's easy to ask me as a white guy, whether
Where are you gonna go? Answer the fucking
question.
question.
As a white guy, I'm gonna go to Tel Aviv.
Okay. You're gonna take your girlfriend to Tel Aviv for vacation for 2 weeks to the impressive Jewish nation. Okay. And you know why you picked Tel Aviv, right?
Because I, as a white guy, have nothing to be concerned about.
He answers the questions, Mojo, you listening to this?
He's on the phone.
Yeah.
This is something that me and Mojo disagree on. Overall, like I said, I understand.
I don't know how your mind got twisted. I really don't know how your mind got twisted.
Well,
you sound like a nice guy.
Do you think the majority of Americans, think that, they agree that, Israel's actions against Palestine, that they're on board with it? Because
I think almost all of the Americans think that Hamas started the war. That's what I think.
Hi, Necro. Great. Hold on, Necro. Great news. My YouTube chat audience is saying that they're going to fully fund your trip to the West Bank if you want to go.
I mean,
we could call it a clubhouse field trip for you.
I mean, really, so, you're willing to put a fundraiser together to let me go to the West?
Yeah, they're going to buy your plane ticket, your bus ticket, your hotel accommodations, and all your meals. Plus, you can get a $100 petty cash to buy whatever you want at the West Bank gift shop.
Will Israel allow me there if I offer food to people?
I don't think Israel has anything to do with your Clown House YouTube funded trip.
They arrested people for offering food to people in Gaza.
Well, I don't know, but I'm very excited that my YouTube chat audience has super chatted me $5,000 to send you on an all-expense paid trip to the West Bank. Okay, are you available in September?
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
let's hold on for a second.
I would like to know what they would be willing
Hold
to do
on for a second.
knowing that I'm going to give them food.
I invited Elizabeth up. You wanted to speak, Elizabeth.
That grows so ridiculous. Isn't it funny?
Thank you, cousin. I'm really perplexed. I haven't heard everything, so I'm not going to speak upon anything like I've heard everything that's going on right now. But I have a lot of questions. Like, I'm really confounded by what I hear. So, what is actually that? And I hope that's actually the right person to
Marshall's back.
What is your solution for Israel and Palestine? You do know, like so many things. There's no P in the lexicon of Arabic. It's an imaginary people group that was described by CCP and Arafat. He was fucking cool. Sorry, I'm really not gonna keep it together.
He modded Marshall.
Where do you get
Fuck.
your breathing?
Jules modded Marshall, that traitor.
Where do you get your information? I think, yeah, that's my best question. Where do you get your information?
Marshall's gonna kick me from the room. I promise you. He never fails.
As like UNRWA?
Sorry, what?
It'll be the exit we need. It always is.
Human Rights Watch. Relief agency or some shit like that. Human Rights Watch.
100%. Like, where are you getting your information? Because it's so painful, and I want to be, excuse me, I do apologize. I want to be very patient. I want to be very calculated, and I want to make sure that I give you the floor to really express your thoughts and opinions of where you're coming from. It's really difficult, and I'm saying that because I have like a hair trigger reaction to certain words. It's not your fault. I just want to know, like,
Chipotle monster.
I just answered your question.
Elizabeth, how long have you heard of the conversation?
maybe 10, 15, 12 minutes.
No, we've been going longer than that. Marshall, by the way, make you moderator, because I don't want to be there.
Oh, thanks, Jules.
Okay.
Like, this is something I understand. It's, you know, it's with Mojo and I think Marshall maybe. But yeah, puts me at odds.
It's because you support terrorists.
Yeah, that's
Bingo.
what I support. Yeah. Marshall,
Bingo.
do I support terrorists?
No, I don't think I agree with you on the topic, but no, I would not classify you as a terrorist supporter.
Yeah.
He
So,
blames Israel for the Israel and Hamas conflict. So how do you not support terrorists?
yeah, so they've created the crisis, and so essentially, like, it's why Palestinians.
You mean the terrorists in Gaza have no responsibility for creating the crisis?
No.
Why are you
Yeah,
still
so-
calling them Palestinians? I don't understand that. Like, why are you still calling them
So
so
when you
called
call the
Palestinians?
area,
Just for conversational.
when you call the people of Israel prisons, that they cut off agriculture,
Criminals.
people, because they're not Israeli, you said. They're not Israeli, right? Because Israelis, have rights to not be, to not have their homeland.
Do you call?
You're have rights too. Sorry.
Alright.
Things that Israel doesn't regard, any human rights for Palestinians.
Well, Necro, sorry, I called you Nero. Necro, don't forget, we're sending you on an all-expense paid trip to the West Bank, September 15th. Pack your bags, you lucky guy.
Like I said, if they want to run my trip knowing that I'm gonna get food to people, then have at it.
When I asked you where do we go with the girl?
The West Bank is starting.
Or boyfriend, whichever, I don't care.
Yeah,
It's true. You picked Israel, right? You picked Israel.
Wait, people are starving in the West Bank, Necro?
Are you saying the Muslim countries discriminate against white guys? Is that what you're saying to me?
I'm saying that Israel is more welcoming to white than they are to Palestinians.
You're white, Necro?
What are you talking about?
You're white, Necro?
Do I sound white?
I thought you were transparent. And I thought you were just a patriotic American.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Can you please repeat that information that you just shared with us, please? Thank you.
Yeah.
He's exhausted.
White supremacists and tell them, or to people who say that I'm not white, is to compare their skin to mine, tell me that they're whiter.
Necro, I'm being facetious, and I'm just trying to point out that I think you will go all night long, and you don't find that your position is tentative, that you might not be absolutely right in your diagnosis or your analysis.
So, I don't claim to be the arbiter of anything. I can be wrong. But just because I can doesn't mean that I am wrong, right?
No, you might be wrong. I mean, I went to
I
Israel
can't.
I went to Israel over 20 years ago, and guess what I discovered when I was there, Necro?
Okay. So, were you in Iran?
No, guess what I discovered? Guess what the Palestinians have been doing for over 25 years? They've been putting out murder death tapes. horrible programming, a terrorism to kill Jews all the time. They're obsessed with it. They put it out in their movies, their media, their radio. All they do is talk about war, death, destruction of Israel. It's nonstop propaganda against their own people. And look what they did on October 7th. They actually carried out what they said they were going to do.
Let Elizabeth speak. Elizabeth, I made you a moderator, by the way.
And maybe they wouldn't
I saw that, sweetheart. Thank you.
if Israel was
Like,
not committing war crimes against them.
Let Elizabeth speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, quick question.
You're in crazy land now, Elizabeth. Go ahead.
I know. Like, simple question. Again, not wearing my glasses. Have you been to Israel? Quick question.
No, he's only studied the genocide from the internet.
Let him talk. Let him talk. It's much more fun when he speaks.
Anytime I answer your questions, like, you asked if I didn't answer it, that I didn't answer it, so I don't see why I should.
Sorry, I can't. Well, if you don't want to answer me, just say that. Don't, whatever. I've got a lot of bullshit going on in the background. Because all of us, sorry, we all, I'm still talking, you know? Hello.
I was talking.
No, actually, I was speaking. I was asked a question also, and I was responding. And I do have like a very clear question. Whoa. Do you want to hear my question, or do you want to?
Are you going to listen to my answer and not repeat it as if, like, repeat the question?
Very good question.
Poor Necro.
Very good question.
Poor
And I could ask you also, because I'm still speaking, hello, and you don't let me finish. So, you know what? Forget my question. I'm a woman. I'm also brown. Ooh, wow, saucy. Okay, what the fuck is your question?
Yeah.
Yep, okay, thanks.
Good reasons. So anyways, I actually gotta go, but it was fun talking to you. Actually good
Necro.
believe it or not. And Kitover, I just like, it's interesting. I don't know if that Kitover. No, I don't think so. So I would do that. Anyways.
Yeah, Necro, your valuable input will be utilized in my political campaign, but for what, I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though. It's like, we're talking about like clubhouse movies, the people who play each other on Happy said the person might look like is on River Phoenix. So, and I guess that's, pretty fair to say.
Necro, what are you majoring in college?
Sequential art.
What?
Sequential art, I'm an art major.
Okay, that's gonna get you far.
So let me ask you, Necro, what do you consider the word art means? What do you think the word art means?
Expression. The art is expression.
So everything is art because everything expresses itself.
Yeah, in a way, it's like, everything's considered, art.
Are you just LARPing? Like, is Necro an expression of your art?
Yeah, I don't know how to answer the question, but yeah, it's interesting that I just went to the Clubhouse movie. Like one person I suggested should play voiceover guy. I think that Tom DeLonge from Blink-182 that he should play. He would play voiceover guy. Because that's who he looks like, without a doubt. And the guy who would play Steve Appel would be ventriloquist Terry Fader.
Necro, I'm not taping you, but I really need a copy of your voice when you're speaking if I have trouble going to sleep. You would put me out 2 seconds, Necro.
He's trying to say that he finds you very entertaining and so uplifting that, you know.
It's something like that, yeah, something like that.
So,
Are you just an ASMR chatbot Necro? Are you technically ChatGPT?
Are you real? Are you real, Nick?
my voice has been commented to be so more broken than Stephen Hawking's speech function. So, I guess, in a way.
You know, I got a call the other day,
Yeah,
and I said, listen to this one. This is 2 seconds. I got a call the other day, and it was obviously a robocall. So I said, is this a robocall? So the answer was, I am not a robocall. So I Necro, are you a robo?
I guess in a way, I am.
All right, there we go. There we go. He's a Freudian.
Robots have feelings too.
Right. They do.
Okay, so my question is,
Anyways,
you said he doesn't,
Go there, bro. Let Elizabeth do it.
no,
I'm not interested.
I don't know how to answer.
I don't have to deal with that, so it's nothing that really, under COVID, yeah, I didn't get to get TP all the time, and I'd have to find creative ways to wear my phone home.
That's what you need them to be. Creative ways. Great.
But, well, no, I mean, it'd be like I take a shower afterwards.
Oh, no.
Do you believe in Good Samaritan laws? Like, do you think because you have a medical license, you should be obligated to help someone when in a public place when they have an incident? Because you have that license, do you believe in that obligation?
That's where it kind of morally becomes iffy. I would say in an ideal society, yes. And so I do think that.
You need the homogeneous.
As long as there's no lawsuit, as long as you're shielded, if you give your best efforts,
But
you
isn't
can be
Yeah,
shielded.
so you're on an airplane, you mind your own business, someone has an episode on an airplane, but you have a medical license. What do you think you're supposed to do?
well, well, for a fact, I know that in America legally, if you are, if that is the case, you do have to render aid. I think it's probably a good thing. I don't know that I don't know if that it's legally a crime. I do know that you can't lose your license.
That is incorrect, by the way.
Is it in all states?
Based on an oath, because it's
First of all, it's governed by the FAA. It's federal.
No. I'm talking about, like, for example,
Well,
you're
Abby
out-
mentioned a plane on a plane.
Okay, sure, on the plane, but if you're if you're a nurse or an EMT or a doctor and you fail to render aid, let's just say like in a traffic accident, I don't believe it's necessarily a crime here in Arizona, but
it's a crime in the United States, but
in parts of the United States.
no, not parts, because the AMA governs how you act as a person.
I don't, the AMA is not, they don't make the laws regarding.
Yeah, any
Whether or not it, they're an accrediting body that basically can decide whether or not you have a license, that they don't charge you
like
with
the Bar
crimes.
Association, so if you do something wrong.
Yeah, but you can run afoul of the Bar Association and not get criminally prosecuted.
Everybody's talking about criminal prosecution. Talking about taking away your rights.
Yeah, but a lawyer's license, we have it state by state, so it happens.
Right, and so would be the first responders, it'd be state by state.
Yeah, but you said that it was illegal because the AMA or whatever said that you had to do it. Now,
Yeah, I'm saying in the case of doctors, they take an oath, right? That tells them.
Yeah, but that oath is not, that's not under.
An oath or that.
Yeah, but that's not under, that does not mean for violating your oath, does not mean that you'll be criminally prosecuted. If you were a doctor.
No, except that you're saying something about criminally I'm just saying that if
No,
you
you
violate
did say
that oath,
something about, you did say something.
no, I'm saying that if you violate that oath by not helping somebody, then you are in violation of the oath, hence you lose your reputation.
No, you were rebutting me, trying to imply that it was criminal. Now you're just backing up like a
I'm not saying anything about criminal. You're stop. You're ridiculous.
That reinsertion into the thing had me fucked up. I absolutely think it's.
Well, Abby, can I ask you?
It's higher than out-of-state tuition in a lot of places in the country.
Because when you're asking about the $1,000 for a water bottle and whether people have moral obligations, and just generally people in society having a moral obligation to take care of someone in need, and whether, every law's about property, disasters, things like that, but it made me think about the Good Samaritan laws, whether there's a moral obligation or an ethical obligation when someone has an emergency, and whether you have to render aid, and there's all kinds of Good Samaritan laws in different states. So it made me think about the doctor. That's why I asked you. My mind was roaming, and I apologize.
Well, I will say this, Simon. In Arizona, if you have water available and you refuse to offer water to somebody seeking water, that is a crime.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
How is it ridiculous? You're such a
Because that's forfeiting. Again, I'm simply stating the principle. I mean, morally, I'd probably just give the guy water. I don't care. But I'm simply saying, you don't, basically, that just completely negates your private property rights. That's basically saying someone has a need. To hell with you. To hell with your
This is
property.
like two guys who repeat themselves over and over again, just saying the same things for years.
I get the libertarian, there's part.
This isn't libertarian. This is just property rights.
Bullshit.
This is
Okay, no, yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
You're not like a professional altogether, right? You're not a professional doctor and you do have an application. I think there's a big difference there. Well,
Absolutely not. You might have. No, you don't.
From a moral standpoint,
No.
I'll tell you.
A moral standpoint, I have no obligations to literally anyone other than maybe my children, depending on if they're.
Yeah, but then should you have your license revoked? Then that's the question.
Well, I don't even believe you should have a license.
But you're somebody who
I'm
doesn't even.
not sure
Hold on a
about
second.
that. I mean, I think doctors obviously hold quite a unique position in society, right? I mean,
Well, Simon.
What is
Well,
I can get
Simon,
into
the
that if you
difference
want.
between a plumber and
Because doctors have a certain privilege that comes from something that's more professional and more obligated.
Being a doctor is not a privilege.
Because it's more serious, dude. If you refuse
No,
to
being
provide,
a doctor. How is being a doctor a privilege?
I'm trying to explain. If you're refusing to provide care when someone is qualified and able to do so, I think it should be treated as criminal negligence, just as it would be if any person with an ability to prevent serious harm chooses to walk away. If a firefighter refuses to put out a fire, for example, or a police officer cannot help you in a violent crime while off duty, the consequences, I think, should be legal. The same standard should apply to doctors. That's what I believe. I think there are a few. Oh.
No, go on.
No, I just wanted to.
Hospitals, by the way, to be advised.
Yeah.
Hospitals have that obligation in the U.S. Like a hospital
John Kitover.
can't deny, if someone comes in with a medical emergency. There's a federal law, it's the Emergency Medical Something Act, that requires hospitals to treat an emergency room, anyone to stabilize them and treat them.
I think that's
But I put in
How
the
is
chat.
that stupid, Simon? How is that stupid?
because you're literally the government is mandating, forcing a person to act. That is ridiculous.
How do you think this country runs? Literally, we demand safe roads to transfer, to drive to and from work, to wherever. It doesn't matter where we drive. It's not a non-argument, okay? But even when it comes to our healthcare system,
Me to work.
we have fucking. No, you're a goddamn idiot. We literally We have a bunch of fucking rules and expectations in place for our country to run. Like, I just, no, and you love, as much as you love to not call yourself a libertarian, like, you have the same gay fucking anarcho, capitalist libertarian arguments. I said,
I will say that I know somebody who works in the OR as a sociologist, speaks Spanish, and was essentially talking to a lot of the individuals that will come travel purely to get a double bypass surgery, or very big, like $100,000 cases in the United States. And they'll go into the operating room, get all the services rendered, and then fly back on a plane and leave.
Sure. So okay, it was like, I mean, well over 20 years ago when I worked in hospital registration, especially in the emergency department. And basically, the guy who had you sign in when you saw a triage nurse. Yes, like there was a huge chunk of the people that were coming to the ER that we have access, Arizona healthcare cost containment system, which the acronym is ACCESS. They didn't get that, but what they got was like a yellow access card. These people didn't have social security numbers. That give away their illegals, but it was federally funded, especially if we saw the yellow access cards. And they would come to the ER for anything. It could be sinus infection, it doesn't matter, which obviously that needs to be treated. But in terms of like getting the whole bypass surgery, I'm not familiar with that. Like, at least things could have changed quite a bit. You know, this is well before Obama when I worked there. You know, in that area, they would treat immediate symptoms. But if you had one of the things that like kind of made me somewhat sympathetic for like expanding healthcare to vulnerable people is that there was like this 20-year-old guy. He worked for a security company. He had cancer. He was having a lot of symptoms. He made too much to get Medicaid. Yet he would come into the ER all the time to basically cope with the symptoms, but he never got treated for his cancer. And to me, I was just like, dude, this is beyond fucked up. And I remember asking him, like, have you ever thought of just like, maybe if you like quit your job, like, at the end of the day, I understand that you know you're kind of able to maybe sustain your current lifestyle, which the security company he works for, he made next to nothing.
Pepe, what is your point?
My point is this. Shut the fuck up, Congressman. My point is that like here we had this American, this young man who was like unfortunate enough to have to deal with cancer, and he was not getting. They were not treating his fucking cancer. They're dealing with
What kind of cancer did he have?
I do not know.
Wait, so wow, it's just a
I'm not a medical professional, but what I do know is that this was something the nurses were talking about. A lot of people were talking about in the ER. They're like, it's a shame this boy is coming in, and it's just like, oh, you hurt? Oh, this. Okay, we'll give you some pain meds. We'll do this. There was no. He didn't have health insurance, and he was not able to get Medicaid. This is, of course, pre-Obamacare, all of that shit. And
Obamacare made it even worse.
Well, Obamacare made everything a lot less affordable for everyday Americans. Like, obviously.
Yeah.
But there's obviously a huge part of me that does want to see, like, why does this American boy have to deal with this? Like, this is bullshit.
I want to
Okay, that law, but that law came into place in the 80s because these hospitals, people like that were coming in and the hospitals were dumping them. and the actual law is like an anti-dumping law of patients, where, you know, they would, a private hospital would they come in and they would dump them over to another facility or try to get rid of them, so they didn't have to treat them.
Well, in Arizona, it came in the 90s because, you know, the straw that broke the camel's back here was that there was a young girl, she was under 10, forget her age, but she was an illegal immigrant. When she had appendicitis, she kept on going. The parents went from emergency room to emergency room. They said, well, you guys don't have an ability to pay. Well, okay, like, no, we can't do anything about it. She ended up dying. And, you know,
Did you just make a racist Freudian slip by saying break the black's back?
I was just about to say.
But no, no.
Yes, it was a fully made slip.
What did I say that was a Freudian slip?
You said break the black's back, and then you fixed it and said break the camel's back. Was that a racist Freudian slip?
Yeah.
That was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Black.
Look, I didn't mean to take you away from what you were talking about, to make you talk about doctors, but I was trying to make the analogy of the moral.
Look, the principle is that there is no moral obligation, that the government should not be mandating you, just because you have a particular
How can you say it's not morally?
I wanna ask Simon something about that. Just
because I have rights, that's why it's
No, but as I've been saying this whole time, your morality is so different.
Chill, dude. Shut up. I had a question that if I'm missing something, I'd love to hear it, okay? Because I'm quite a knowledgeable atheist. You've been in rooms with me, Simon. You know how much I know about the subject, but I feel like I'm missing something here, right? So I just want to sink my feet in. You tell me if I'm missing something. So I'd love to know more about it. So from a secular perspective, I believe doctors should be legally required to help in emergencies, even off duty, right? Because they chose a profession that exists to save lives. So in the same way that a police officer or a firefighter, doctors aren't, in my opinion, just private citizens when it comes to life or death situations, because they're trained for years. Yes, in some cases they swear an oath and take on a role that literally gives them special privileges and trust in society, and with that comes responsibility. So if a doctor walks away from someone dying just because they're off the clock, that goes against the very purpose of their job. So like I said before, it's like a firefighter refusing to save someone from a burning building because their shift ended. People would be outraged, and I think rightly so. The same should apply to doctors in the medical emergency. So last thing I'm going to say, and like I said, there's something I'm missing, I'd love to hear it, because I'm all ears, right? We rely on people like doctors and police and emergency workers to hold society together, right? If we start saying it's okay for them to turn their backs when we need them, especially in those sort of situations, everything's going to break down. In a world without that duty, people will suffer and die needlessly. So yeah, I think we should definitely expect more from those people to choose those roles, because without that mindset, we're absolutely doomed as a society that's built on trust and mutual care. That's how I feel about it. If I'm missing something, I'd love to hear what I'm missing. So you're missing lawyers.
So basically,
Lawyers, we have to, just so you know how it fits for us, this is a different emergency situation. But we can't keep our license in, I mean, I'm in 3 states, I have this obligation in all 3.
Yeah, it's still adversarial, there's nothing.
Pardon?
It's adversarial. You're in an adversarial position, so you can point at the other person. You're not looking for truth.
No, whatever. I don't know. In order to keep our license yearly, we have to do a certain amount of pro bono work. You have to do a certain amount of free. We have to.
serious.
Well, yeah, but like if you work in a firm, so we used to pass the pro bono work on to our associates and make them do it. The partners didn't have the time to do it, but as long as the firm provided the legal assistance. But yes, you have an obligation if you're active practicing, you have to do a certain amount of pro bono. There are ways out of it that you can. There are exceptions to it that you can request. It's like
teaching class and like a
But
main learning
see,
class.
this is the
have to
type
do
of
that too.
organization that I'm talking about.
But, so hold on. The classes are entirely different. Like, I can't keep my license without, I have to take 14 credits a year. I absolutely continuing legal education. That's different. But there's a lot of states have this pro bono requirement, that, you know, again, there are ways around it, whether you do something to help legal aid to take cases, there's different ways around it, but it still puts that obligation, so it's different. No, we don't have an obligation to give legal help if someone's, you know, that just got arrested. We have no obligation whatsoever, unless we have an attorney-client relationship with them, which is different. But I hear what you're saying about someone in a medical profession, and they take an oath, and it you know, becomes requirements of their licensure. And that's why Samaritan law because of that obligation that they have, they basically shield them from liability. You know, basically malpractice and liability for acting under the
That's one of the things I think they don't get is that if you're an EMT, a nurse, a doctor that tries to, with the Good Samaritan laws, if you're somebody trying to revive somebody or render aid, and they so happen to succumb to their injuries or whatever happened to them, they're not going to be held liable at all legally. Which I think is a good thing. I do think that you're incentivizing, you know, medical professionals to render aid, and they're not going to be, if it fails, they're not going to, you know, be held liable.
But we're not talking about that. I'm simply saying, do you have a moral obligation? Like Tobias, he's basically putting like in my opinion, this is my opinion, he's putting way too much emphasis on the importance. I'm not trying to diminish how important doctors are, but like to say that they have special privileges and like stuff like listen, like the reality is
They don't have special privileges. They lose privileges by becoming a doctor.
He made the point that they have special privileges in society. I'm just quoting back what he said.
Okay, but I would say that when you take your oath,
Just make the fucking point.
but you paused for a long time. Okay, go ahead.
No, I did pause. You interrupted me. Let me just make the point. So, I think you're putting way too much importance on this. I'm simply saying, a screwdriver provides you with a service, a plumber provides you with a service, a doctor provides you with a service. I'm not putting any more importance on any of those. Now, granted, yes, in a health emergency, I'd want to call a doctor. But if I live in $1 million home and my house is flooding, I'm not gonna call a doctor, but I am gonna call someone in an emergency to save my $1 million home, because $1 million is, you know, $1 million fucking dollars. Now, I'm just saying, all of these are just services. So, the reality is, like, I would want to just pay for that service, and if the person refuses to not accept, you know, refuses to, what's the word, to help me, then I go somewhere else, and then if he keeps doing that, well, nobody's gonna do it.
You want a free market?
I want a free market.
Okay, yeah, but at the end of the day, what you're asking for is, if you're somebody who swears an oath, okay, for example, the military. Hold on,
arbitrary, and oath is arbitrary.
Simon.
Providing with a service. That's all a doctor does.
Simon.
He provides you with a service. The rest is all bullshit.
Okay.
Oh, I swear I
that's
know I'm not
bullshit.
gonna do harm, and I'm not gonna do this. Bro, that's all bullshit.
Okay, Simon, this is retarded.
No, it's not.
It is absolutely retarded. No, let me. So, at the end of the day, when you join the military in the United States, you know, you have to swear an oath. Whether you're a judge or if you're somebody who's being sworn in, because you're
I don't know, a witness, it
Does that
doesn't
vote
matter.
automatically
Hold
make
on.
For a moral soldier, no, it doesn't.
Amazing.
Doesn't do
Amazing.
For the fucking doctor. Like,
Amazing. And as well as a doctor, and you don't have to necessarily be doctors. Just anybody can render aid. And so, like, once again, you're trying to make this moral argument where somehow you feel like just because,
they shouldn't force me to do something. Yes, exactly. That's the moral argument.
okay, but when you're given, like, law enforcement powers, the state is giving you powers that they will not give other people. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, the state is the monopoly use of force.
Okay, so when you get your peace officer certification in whatever state, you're given powers that are not given to other people. You can, for example, if you're a peace officer, you can carry a gun throughout the United States. You should legally be able to. Amazing. That's not my point, though. There are things where we entrust people in certain positions that they will, as part of it, what I call it is a responsibility. For whatever
I'm talking
reason.
about the principle. Like, I'm simply
What
saying
principle?
the government should not be telling you what you can or cannot do, morally speaking.
What the fuck is the purpose of the government then?
To protect your rights. I mean, it's like, I
To protect your fucking rights!
Science.
To protect your fucking rights! Okay.
Why are you yelling?
Okay, but when it comes to being a doctor, for example, okay, what? Yeah, okay, but when it comes to being a doctor,
I hate to interrupt and change topics, but could we maybe get to AIPAC and Israel and whether or not Pepe agrees that it's okay for AIPAC to lobby Congress and pass out hundreds of millions of dollars? What do you think about AIPAC and Israel, Dr. Pepe?
Shut the fuck up, you goddamn freak show.
Wonderful.
Go ahead. I think I know where Pepe's heading, but if Pepe really wants to answer this, then I'll wait
I'm
till he's
gonna
finished.
jump out. I'm sorry that I took you guys down this road. I didn't mean to, but
No, it's interesting. I just think it can be answered.
I'm just looking for a principle.
I'm more on your side on this and hypocrite.
Yeah, I heard what you said before you go. I just wanted to say that I do think the logic breaks down when it comes to free market, when it comes to emergency situations, because, you know, if you fuck up a plumbing incident, there's a flood. If you fuck up a doctor incident, someone dies. It's a big difference.
Well, but the difference is in order to have the
In the
doc-
Muff is still going. Apparently, In the Muff is still going, so we're going to jump back into In the Muff.
Okay.
I would say 7 minutes after the first time you had sex.
Deep in the Muff?
Yeah, because men have to get that first one out of the way. You know, either that or you have to jerk off on the way to her house. You just, in order to get the staying power, you need around.
You stop telling all the women our secrets. Come on.
I agree with 7 minutes. She's what are you, a machine?
Yeah. I was gonna say, I need 7 days to think it's ridiculous.
Well, we call that the refractory period.
Yeah.
No, you're never supposed to get off first before the. That's just not.
Oh shit! I can't wait to see Tommy's answer. This will reveal so much. Tommy, look at the poll. Please answer. And for the record, future Congressman John Kitover, I should screenshot this in case he becomes Congressman. He is.
There he is.
His favorite is now. Hey, Tommy, missionary, huh? All right, you're romantic. Oh my God! Look at that. My boo came in here. I hope she answers the question. Although maybe I can answer it for her. Hi, Monica.
You're not answering that question.
I've never heard your voice do that before, Mojo, when Monica came in the room.
Monica, I'm telling you, she has won me over so hard.
No. Necro's down there. Be careful, guys. I'm getting out of here.
No, let's bring Necro up here. He can't hurt you. He can't hurt you.
Oh, yeah, he drove me crazy. Oh, please, please.
Beamer did not get clipped. We understand that she's self-regulated. I think that the other day when I told her that the FBI should look into her, I think that scared her. She crashed out pretty hard when I told her that. Necro said
Congressman.
Necro said her on top. Honestly, I think this is bullshit. I think he only wanted. I think what he did was he picked the one that had her in it, so then we couldn't make jokes like, "Oh, you like it from behind, do you?" That's what I think he was doing.
That was well played by him.
Yeah, well played. Monica, look, you can put other could mean that you don't like any of it.
Yeah, but it comes with a follow-up question. If you look other.
Yeah, it's true. Monica, if you answered this question, I think this would redeem the Mayo Monkey title. I feel like this is the participation that you need to kind of just cancel that out in Clubhouse. So, I can't wait. I'm just staring at her PTR, waiting for the purple to emerge on her PTR.
Do you know her at all?
We will soon.
I have a feeling she is not going to answer this.
Gonna do it.
But I guarantee she's smiling on the other end.
Yeah.
She's laughing. I can't go to sleep until she answers this question. So come on, I'm tired.
Hurry up,
Monica.
Wow, now you're going to break Monica. Monica, you're not going to let the man sleep.
Come on, for Roger. Do it for Roger. He would do it for you. I like that expression. Do it for Roger. He'll do it for you.
All right, let's. Tony. Tony likes her on top. Her on top is making a comeback.
Yeah,
Look at
it's
this.
roaring. It is.
George, you got to respond here. Deb, I'm gonna stop putting pressure on Monica. The one thing I've learned in this short-lived relationship that her and I have formed, that's loosely defined as a relationship, mostly by me, you can't put too much pressure on her. That's what I've learned. So, Deb, George, and Jeff is definitely gonna answer this question for sure. Jeff is gonna answer. I can predict what he's gonna answer. He is gonna answer. He's gonna put it in the purple. That's what I'm guessing. Jeff is purple.
It's an unfortunate name with the picture he has.
Oh, Jeff is coming up. He's gonna make a selection and give a speech. This will be great. Jeff, what's up?
Jeffrey.
Picture just one.
Well, then other is your option because the others are restrictive.
Okay. I don't know that because
Okay, well then if you pick,
I like them all.
perfect, because when you select other, it comes with a follow-up question. What do you mean by other?
I mean, all of them.
Gotta have a favorite.
You know, Trish comes to these rooms. Trish doesn't come onto stage. Trish doesn't participate in chat. But if Trish was to just simply choose to participate in this particular poll, that would redeem all of her lack of participation in all the other rooms. Trish, go ahead. Select.
Thank you, too.
How come George hasn't responded? Trish, she typed in chat. This is a starting point. So there's 4 options here, all completely viable options. XG, I think, is going to probably pick purple. That would be my guess. I think XG. The poll.
I don't know who P.D. Herman is.
Yeah. Jesus.
I mean, are we talking sexually?
This is crazy.
Because I can put my hand on a woman's throat either with my left hand or my right hand, and it's equally effective.
Which hasn't?
How come George hasn't selected? Trish is still.
Trish is still thinking.
Get scared by this one.
Trish is definitely still thinking. Let's see. Encourage Trish. Everyone say Trish's name. Offer her some encouragement.
The suspense is killing us, Trish.
Trish, pick up the three others. I'm encouraged. There's no wrong answer. Okay?
He's shaving
There's
all
no
year.
wrong answer.
We have not moved her. Who's wrong?
Oh, I'm back at high school. My God.
Trish, are you not going to answer? That's fine. Trish, you know what? Trish is just shy. You know, we'll have to ease her into this.
There's some pretty basic options that you got, Roger.
No, others were all the, adventure stuff like.
Yeah, I don't think that's what the actual definition was.
And then you have to call it out. If you select others, then you have to talk about it.
I gotta agree. I mean, there's a variant of missionary that's pretty good, but the missionary itself not so good.
No, number one's reverse cowgirl. I don't give a fuck.
Reverse cowgirl could be technically from behind, maybe.
I'm not
talking from
No, let's not change words to feelings.
On top, too.
Let's not change words to feelings.
Denny has not answered the question of the room.
And do you find it tough to be a lefty in life?
You know, Roger, it depends on who the woman is. You know, different women, different positions.
You know, I get it. If you personally are having sex with a woman that has too big of an ass, you're just not going to have enough cock to give it to her from behind. I get it.
Yeah, I think missionary gets a bad rap. We got another other in the audience here, Stinny. So I believe a follow-up question is needed.
Yeah, others. So what do you mean by other? You can type it in the chat if you'd like. You can even put it in a foreign language. We'll decipher it.
Actually, I'm a big fan of the helicopter.
Don't be racist.
Not racist.
Oh, yeah.
She was Dutch other kind of guy.
Helicopter is actually not racist, it's anti-Catholic.
Amen.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Jules. This was fun.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Jules the Ripper.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, man.
You know, the funniest thing is, go to the chat, just read the comment Chloe just put, and, Roger, do me a favor, read her comment completely out loud, and then click on her profile and read her bio out loud.
The missionary position is notably splendid, particularly with sustained eye contact, slow, powerful thrust, while teasing, and the controlled application of light choking. That's definitely ChatGPT. Jesus Christ, the Messiah is risen. Jesus Christ is King.
But the question is, for how long did he rise, and how many times?
One could argue that Jesus Christ walking around spreading his ministry is a missionary. So I think you would approve.
Amber Nicole, I'm not even going to ask you to do this, but if you look above, there is a poll. You can decide if you want to participate.
Why is she not being pressured like Trish was?
I'll tell you, because Amber is different. I treat everybody differently. I treat everyone differently.
Great answer there.
I will say, Mojo, living where I do in South Florida, I got a great balcony right on the Intercoastal. There's something about bending over the balcony. Like, it's, I think it has changed just due to the scenery involved.
Jeff, are you a virgin?
Yes, I'm a virgin right now.
So, Jeff, why didn't you pick purple?
because I'm also a tremendous fan of her on top. So, I'm also a tremendous fan of a modified missionary position that works really well. Can we not ask Jeff any more questions?
Alright, you getting horny, Mike?
No, Mike doesn't know me, so he's going to try to, he wants to assert himself in a way that's going to ultimately not work out.
George has finally answered. George picked her on top. Way to go, George. Stinny is got the other, and Nassim is not answered. Trish is not answered, and Amber left as I knew she would. There's some people that just won't participate in this conversation, like Monica, for example.
Yeah, Monica wanted no part of this.
Actually, I think she liked the attention of being asked to participate in it, but there was no chance she was going to participate in it.
I think Serendipity said that. She's like, there's no way she's answered that. Oh, no, she told it. I mean, Monica's definitely a missionary girl.
Shane K is going to say purple. I can predict.
The bigger women always like missionary. Too much effort otherwise.
I don't know what that means, Shane. Oh, I think that's doggy style. I think that image might be a bubble.
I mean, that tracks, if you know Shane.
Shane's kind of one of those partial goo members.
He's a partial goo member.
Partial goo. He's a part-time gooer. Spends his time in the goo. He doesn't like coming up on the stage.
He doesn't often come up, it's true.
Who would you hope would come into this room right now to answer this question? If you had one person that you wish would come in, who would it be? For me, it's Shirley.
That would be a long answer, though.
Trish still not answered, but that's totally okay. Casey is still in the room. Casey, I'm gonna guess Casey's not gonna answer this question. Although, that would be delightful if Casey would. But typically people that see our pictures of their family are above the kind of nonsense that we have in this poll. So I'm gonna doubt that he's responding.
I don't know, he wrote the word sup, so he might be down.
Dr. Adams is back.
Ooh, Casey, dude, you're not gonna like this.
Oh, what? Casey? You like it from behind, dude? Come on, man.
Bites the dust.
How do y'all gonna know Roger that man? How y'all gonna know? I answer the question.
Shine. That's a weird PTR, buddy.
That is oddly disturbing.
No, I just kind of found this out not recently, maybe like a year ago, that the Dalai Lama, did y'all know that like after a Dalai Lama dies, they go find a kid who's supposedly the reincarnation of the previous Dalai Lama? So like every Dalai Lama is, they say is the same person. Like, I'm not joking on this. This is great. Last Dalai Lama, they went got like a 9-year-old kid.
Did you see the shit a couple years ago where he grabs the child and he's stuck and he's telling like
Suck his tongue like a fucking Muslim? Yeah.
It was fucking weird. It was very weird. Suck my tongue.
That was a harmless, playful gesture by the great Buddha, and the Buddha is not gay or a pedophile. Don't slander the Buddha.
Hey, were you in the room that we did with Kyle and a bunch of the Buddhist people, and they were defending it fucking like crazy? There was hundreds of people in here, and that fucking room was nuts. And then they made me agree that, hey, they said, this story will disappear in 30 days. Let's do a follow-up room in 30 days. And when we did, nobody showed up. It was like, it was true, but nobody cared. But it was happening. Everybody was like, yeah, fucking Dalai Lama's fucking great.
So how do they determine who the reincarnation is, or is it like a group of young boys that they cultivate and then say this one is the best? Like, how does the transfer
No,
the power work?
The last one they went and found like some other country. They're like, oh, that's him. I'm like, what the? Like, how the? Yeah, I agree.
But isn't that just that movie? You know, that movie that popularized that? Like, is that movie actually accurate? Let me ask Grok.
There's a movie about it. I heard it from this lady I was talking to.
Yeah, there's a movie.
Done.
There's a big Hollywood film. I think Richard Gere is in it.
Mojo, I personally think you should have been 16 minutes an option.
The only people that chose that is you and Joe B. I think that means that you two should perform it on each other.
I mean, I definitely am into food crystals.
Joe B, you hear that? You and that girl. Bam. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, the
Future
only
third if you have it.
on record, the only illness woman that I watched, she was 58. So,
Necro, how old are you?
I'm 26.
And how old were you when you effed this 58-year-old woman?
I was 22.
So as a 22-year-old, you were actually attracted to a 60-year-old woman?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is she a Muslim?
No, she wasn't.
What was it about a 60-year-old woman as a 20-year-old that was so attractive to you?
I mean, just in general, like, you know, there's just something satisfying about the fact that you have, like, a person who can portray kind of like the older dominant woman, you know, who wants that specific boy, pretty much. So.
That's what was attractive to you? That was her preference? You were her preference? I see, okay. You were desired. Are you generally not desired by women?
Oh no, I'm irresistible to people out there, but it's like there's something about, you know, this older woman who wants me to, like, you know, be her male servant. Like,
Well, I know you formally disclosed your sexual relationships with multiple trans. I'm just wondering, when you have intercourse with a trans, what are your favorite positions?
it's interesting though, they usually don't reveal to they never revealed to me that they were trans, and so yeah, it was
Is that part of the foreplay before the big surprise?
no, they just said that, you know, they said that, you know, it was really cute, and you know, I mean, I wondered why they said I didn't have to worry about anybody waking up, and they told us we had to have the lights off necessarily.
What advice to your counsel, Necro, after before we let's just start talking about it.
Yeah. Well,
Marshall,
John Kitover asked.
But you just ignore the fact that Marshall has not only answered the question, but he hasn't answered his follow-up.
Yeah, Marshall, are you a 69 guy? Will you join your camp? Will you Joe's camp?
No. I don't talk about what I do sexually, so you're never going to get an answer.
Marshall never kisses and tells. What a gentleman you are, Marshall.
You had to pick the other, did it? You got to answer. What's the other?
No, I don't kiss and tell, ever. It's not my thing.
We have to wait until Marshall's had 17 beers, and then we ask him this question.
By 17 beers, you mean 4 wait.
Wow.
Marshall, do you think you're a romantic kind of guy?
Okay,
I think I'm not talking about that shit. That's what I think.
Marshall's romantic.
fuck, bro? Marshall, this is your first date.
Hold on. Here's some things we can't talk about. Do you like holding hands in public?
Certainly, but that's as far as I'm gonna get.
Marshall, would you rather cook dinner for a young lady or would you rather pick her up?
Yeah, no. Holding hands in public is the call I'm gonna get. As far as I'm gonna get,
Yeah, well, how do you make the leaders? Would you rather cook or take her?
gotta cook. That's it.
As long as you just put her okay, sweetheart.
Hell yeah, you do not want your girlfriend looking at fucking Marshall Rankin's Twitter profile, his Tinder profile. You know that shit's decked out with, like, you know, some really poetic shit. Anyways, really Marshall alone. We know no more questions for Marshall along this line.
Well, I have a different type of question I'd like to ask Marshall, if he's willing to answer, but I have suspicions that he won't. Marshall, if you got your girlfriend pregnant, would you rather that the government give your girlfriend a check for $10,000 to have the baby, or if your girlfriend wanted to go get the abortion, would you support her decision to have, you know, feminine health care and abort the child?
We're not talking about that either. Can you just recognize that Trish is still not answered, and Monica has also opted not to answer, but that's okay. No pressure. There's no pressure. No pressure whatsoever.
You know, ladies, don't be afraid to disclose your favorite sexual position. This is just geometry, and consider it geography if you're obese. Where is Dr. Adams up here? We need some analysis on obese sexual positions. Thank you, Dr. Adams, for your consideration.
I mean, I do appreciate you as openness. I will just say that.
Marshall, have you ever been on a blind date?
No more questions for Marshall about his romantics. Look, he said no. It becomes harassment after that. We can have these conversations, but we have to respect boundaries. That's why we're respecting the boundaries of Trish, Monica, and Marshall.
You know, Mojo, your PTR to me looks like a pimp. I'm just wondering, in your life, have you ever had some emotional and romantic setbacks that you just can't let go?
Yes.
Did any of those relationships involve sexual positions that you think of from time to time?
Not anymore.
So you've let it go.
Yes.
So I guess my final question is, Dr. Mojo, what is the source of love, and how do we all find more love in our life right now?
When did he become a doctor? Your doctor did. That's awesome.
The source of love is
A P.
No, I would say the source of love is whatever your conception of the creator of the universe must be the source of this thing that we can't really wrap our minds around fully. We know it exists, but we can't catch it. So it must have been created by the creator. So for some people that might be God. For other people that might be something else. So for those of you that believe in God, I would answer God.
So Necro, if you're a humanitarian or a humanist, where do you believe the source of love comes from? Is it just chemical, or is it psychological?
endorphins.
Lender outfits.
Yeah, that's a real chemical release.
I do find that shit crazy too. I think about that kind of shit all the time. Like my wife.
I've always wondered if girls like bad guys.
Well, anyone have any leather ass books, chaps? Come on.
I have a leather jacket, so.
Joby, can you look at your profile and see how this poll shows up there, and we'll stay there for the rest of your time on Clubhouse?
I don't care.
I think it goes to your permanent record.
Oh, I'm so scared.
You know, Joe, I just want to say I appreciate this about what your favorite position certainly crush. So.
Well, God said to be pleasurable.
Necro's trying to break his record.
Necro, have you ever been with a GILF? See, a 60-year-old is a puma, but a GILF is an 80-year-old granny.
Oh. No, I don't know if I'd go that far.
I sure tell me, John.
I mean, I probably would name a place for that, I think.
Well, you don't want to make any cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, so I say fuck it. Just go GILF and don't look back on the repercussions.
Yeah, fuck it. It's like, anal sex is like that red button thing. You don't want to push, like he says you want to push, you should, but fuck it.
Hakima has had more children than I think everybody in this room combined. So Hakima, in terms of your favorite positions, have you found one or the other makes for making more babies?
That's too hard to do.
Well, the girls on top, they can't get pregnant. That's science.
Oh, you got the Grammy, right?
Right,
Akina, when you're performing anal, do you prefer it to be a man or a woman? Wrong person for that question, bro.
Hakima, I got one more follow-up question I want to ask you. Have you ever thought about doing a paternity test on any of your children, and do you have any suspicions that any of your children might not be yours?
how's it a photo?
Well, I asked.
I think the likelihood of him having children that he's unaware of is higher than not knowing that he's the father of the kids that he's claiming.
Yeah, it's like, before they had paternity tests, they had to be dealing with bitter water in the Bible.
I got a great joke I want to share with you all. Why is sex like a box of Kentucky Fried Chicken?
This part we go live.
Because after you're done with the breast and the thigh, the only thing left to do is stick your bone back in that greasy box.
I thought you were going to say me.
I thought he was going to say fingerling is good.
Oh shit, Dawn's here. We've been waiting for Dawn's response. Dawn, we have a poll up above. Please help us out here.
Don, please say it. Don, please say, Don, please try and joke.
Don, listen, our evening will not be complete without you responding to this question.
Oh my God, let me see. Oh my, are you serious?
Come on, nobody's judging you, Don. That's a heart attack.
Come on, Don, I did it.
If it helps for inspiration, I want you to think about Necro as you go through these choices.
She answered.
Oh, didn't I? Not at all, thank you.
Okay, well, if you say the one follow-up we have is, what does other mean?
Like, what position not on the list is you prefer to be on the list? Please say tonight.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
Don, I'm sorry, the app was glitching. Did you say anal?
Yeah, I'm just going to repeat what I said earlier. Anal sex is like that red button that says do not push, you should, but fuck it.
It's the second time you tried it now.
Necro, have you ever had any disasters in a sexual, experience? Like, in terms of making a mess or staining?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. This is going to get really interesting. Double agent, get up here. Double agent.
I'll answer yes.
No, hey, no, hold on.
I go on your disasters in experiences, and then you want to call out my name.
No, I want you to look at the poll up above. And then choose wisely.
Alright, I chose.
Alright, her on top. Interesting. By her on top, like, were you picturing somebody on Clubhouse as you were answering them?
I wasn't, but I mean, there's only anyone's probably long gone who ever would have been. I did have one.
Who would it have been?
Liaison. I did have one Clubhouse liaison.
Joy Lawyer?
Wasn't Joy Lawyer, that would never actually. Please cease to work.
Dude, I would rather fucking, like, jam my fucking cock in a door frame than fuck her. She was awful.
They're really big psychopathics.
Okay, alright, cool. Well, Wayfan hasn't answered, and, Mosafir has. Mosafir said other. Mosafir, you can type in the chat, or you can come up on the stage and you can tell us what you mean by other. And Wayfan, I don't remember now, was Wayfan the person that hates Jews?
He was the one, I believe, that justified, the prophet.
Oh yeah, he would probably have to read the Quran, or some Qur'an hadith, to get his answer for this. But
Wayfan was the one that hit us with the magical quote of, "There's no such thing as too young."
Oh, that's right. Wayfan, on your tombstone, it's going to read old enough.
Yeah, it was probably he quoted Muhammad over
Mike, you hear whatever you like. When did I say there is nothing such a thing as too young?
Yeah, brought off.
There's no extent we don't have, there's this thing pedophilia in Islam.
When did I say that? When did I say that, man? I was saying that 1400 years ago there was no such a thing. I can say right now.
Wait, Ben, can you answer the poll above?
Pretty sure 100 years ago.
I don't see the poll. What's the question? I can't answer it.
No, you'll have to update the app in order to.
I'm on the club deck and I did no such a.
You're a club dick?
Yeah,
Interesting. Alright, well that gives us your preference.
Who here has read the Kama Sutra, and who here thinks that chakras are real?
I think I have not read it completely, but I have, and I think the chakras are interesting.
Chakras are definitely.
Well, do you know what chakras actually are?
We're gonna find
I
out.
would love for you to tell me.
They're definitions, duh. They're words.
Please don't say hypnosis.
All communication is hypnosis.
Is sex a form of communication and hypnosis?
No.
You've never seen a peacock flap its feathers in the front of a little Miss Peacock?
I'm not talking about birds.
Are you guys ever explain being deep down or secret?
Are you guys aware that almost all duck sex is rape?
Yes.
Yes. Are you also aware that the penis of a duck is in the shape of a corkscrew, and the vagina of a female duck is the opposite corkscrew? It's a very painful experience.
I think you just reminded. I think you just reminded Necro what it was like to have sex with multiple trans.
Necro, are you joking about having sex with trans?
It was one person, and yeah, they didn't tell me they were trans.
Was it a born girl or born boy? Like what was it?
It was a trans woman, so.
So it was a dick.
So it had a dick.
Yeah.
Dude, there's a two chicks that yes.
Wait, hold on.
You already have the peg and you got a fucking dick. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's such a thing as chicks with dicks, there's dudes with tits.
Hey, Necro, seriously, like, I don't wanna get this too personal, you just tell me and I'll back right off. When y'all got naked, you didn't think to look?
Well, that's the thing. We didn't take those off, you know.
I guess you didn't put it in either. You didn't put it in.
Sorry, what? I came up.
I said, you didn't put it in. You didn't put it in your stomach.
No, they put like
Who's they?
That's the shit up there.
Who's they? Who else is it?
Yeah, there's two of them.
They as in the singular they.
Shit, this is getting weird.
I never was called you a dick for a reason. You put it in, okay? Dick's right.
Yeah, I did.
Necro, did you get his number?
Yeah, I threw it away.
Necro, did you enjoy yourself?
What?
Did you enjoy yourself?
Well, we weren't able to get rid of condoms, so.
They.
Would you have given this person a second date?
No, absolutely not.
Were you trans though?
Do you regret it? I think that's really the big question here.
Yes, I do.
Necro, how about this? Would you fuck Brad Pitt? What if he dressed like a girl?
No.
What if there was a check tied to that sexual intercourse in Brad Pitt's anus for $500,000?
No pain, no pain.
How if it's Stephen Colbert?
How about $5 million?
No, the only, I could see myself having sex with these
Stephen Hawkins.
No, Brandon Flowers.
Brandon.
The Killers.
Yeah,
The guy's a Mormon. There's no way he's fucking.
and he's so cancer.
Wait a minute. If you think that a guy from a band is cute to you and you think that you'd fuck him, we used to have a word for that.
Yes.
The word. I think it's still the word.
I don't want.
It's not gonna happen.
I mean, the reason why I say I can see myself that I can possibly see so is because of the fact that, you know, if there's any guy I would have sex with, because I can see myself dating, you know, some guys that just never see myself sleeping with other guys.
Like you can see yourself sleeping with the Mormon lead singer of the band.
I said I can possibly, like the only guy I can possibly see myself.
Pre-show or post-show?
I guess.
Which killer song would you want in the background when you two were naked?
Shot.
So you've thought about this?
Yeah, he's got this. Yeah, he's got some planned out.
That's just that's the song that came by. Give me a shot.
You want a shot at something?
You can give me a shot in your fucking eye.
Necro, do you like being the center of attention?
It depends.
How long have you been gay? Did you find out?
Doesn't like to be
I'm not gay, but I'm straight.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you what my grandfather told me. My grandfather, he had a 5th grade education, but he was very wise.
I'm straight, but I
what
fuck
he
a
said
band
was,
member.
You could be a bricklayer, and you could lay 1,000,000 bricks in your life. But if you suck just one cock, nobody will ever think of you as a bricklayer again. And they'll always think of you as a cocksucker.
Yeah, I'll never suck a cock. I'm sorry, but it's
I think this ancient Chinese proverb.
Did you guys see how fast Steve Appel popped in here and popped out?
That was crazy. Kim Frankel did the same thing. I didn't even bother inviting Kim out.
You know, I've heard so many interesting things in, you know, Uncle Steve's room over the years, and I gotta tell you, I can't remember one of them.
I will say, Necro, I appreciate your kids.
Be careful, Necro. You're gonna be up in your DMs.
Yeah, like, just, I'm gonna block you if you do that, so.
Necro, how far are you willing to go to free Palestine?
I mean, am I the person who's like going out to Palestine?
I'm just saying, would you be willing to, like, do the reenactment of Jesus, get crucified, if you could just save Palestine?
I was basically for, you know, both Palestinians and Israelis and Arabs to get along. Isn't that what everybody wants?
Maybe not the Muslim terrorists.
Or at another stage, don't anybody ask Abby the question. Like, not harass her. Don't anybody do that.
What question?
I'm just looking at what it is, and it's pretty funny. I think it's taking out my credit card. Probably my favorite position.
Damn! Oh shit. There's no way Kelly would ever answer this question. That's crazy. There's no way. There's no way Kelly would ever answer.
Are there any positions that, you know, are revolutionary or groundbreaking in terms of positioning?
Like, buy the Karma Sutra book. Get your answer.
You know what's lame? It always sounds like a good idea that things are bad. Water sex. I don't care. Shower. I don't care. Hot tub. Water sex is terrible.
Or the showers. That's when your kids used to be so cool. Like, oh, the showers are fucking worse.
Even on a fucking water thing.
Yeah, water is not your friend. And the even worse thing is if you're at the beach, dude, you do not want sand going through sand. It's not good.
Sex on the beach.
Hakima, did you conceive any of your kids on a waterbed?
No.
Okay.
I might be a father and not be aware of it at this point.
No shit.
No, listen, there's no way that you and the guy with the kid can be fucking had a kid.
Yeah, the trans women can't get pregnant.
Yeah, not that person, but
Neither can 58-year-old women.
but the other 87 plus women who I just had sex with one random night. You know, they just never told me.
That actually happened to a friend of mine, Necro. It's a true story. It's a very prominent, well-known business guy in my city, and did the 23andMe. Very long story short, found himself connected, like, 25% to someone, and it turned out that it was, he had had sex with a woman, or I guess it was 50%, I'm trying to remember the connection. He had sex with a woman when he was at UCLA in the 60s. She had a baby, never told him she got pregnant. She raised the child, and the child then had children. And it was the grandchildren that did 23andMe, found out that he had a child and a whole other family he didn't know about.
See, that's fucked up.
But yeah. He took them in, like he has a pretty big business. They ended up coming into town and working this business with him. But the woman he had sex with
passed away, so he never got to like ask her why she never told him about it. But he met the daughter and the grandchildren.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how likely that is ultimately because, I mean, I feel like a lot of them would take the option to get child support from there.
Yeah.
Oh man, then they'd really make a killing with that.
Yeah, but that's why I always destroy the condo.
Necra, I was asked via text message via Rich to ask you if it was Piper or Sasha.
Yeah, I don't know. That's not.
Wait, Necro, what do you do? Wait, I heard Drake does this. Like, Drake eats hot sauce in the condoms, which is so weird. Like, I don't get why you just touch it anymore. But what? So, you destroy your condoms after you use them because you're worried about someone taking it and making a baby?
Yeah, exactly. It's like if you're rich doing a lot, always destroy the condom.
So you're saying you're rich?
I don't feel comfortable sharing the income right now.
Well, you are in the muff.
Don't know if you're gay.
Yeah.
Can people get pregnant if they spend too much time on Clown House?
Seems like it's happened. There's plenty of stories.
It's like, can using condom cause you get pregnant.
Hey, and if you guys remember the work we did where somebody was claiming that they used got pregnant from seeing on the toilet seat? You guys remember that?
Was it after the COVID, after the health benefits of getting a COVID-19 vaccine?
It was my semen.
Dr. Jordan, when you think about your long history of sexual activities, what positions did you find to be the most pleasurable?
So, I talked with I talked a bit gay.
If you don't say doggy style, it's not.
No, I actually talk a bit game, but then I really always default into the missionary and you know, I tried things, but I realized like when you're with someone kind of new, you don't want to. The more positions you try, the more opportunity there is to fail. So
Do you think that the Prophet Muhammad felt that pressure?
possible.
It's a fair point he brings up there, Doctor. But you gotta take shots, you know, you gotta take risks.
Look, I noticed that I'm not going to pressure you, especially when you guys want to participate. That's completely on you. I'm not asking you to do this. Completely optional. But Kevin and Dr. Ford noticed that you have not participated in the poll. So if you would like to participate, that would be we appreciate it. We also have a John Doe. That's an interesting controversial poll. We'll bring John Doe up to the stage. So good thoughts there. Still waiting on Kevin and Dr. Drew to respond.
Wait, what was your question? What's the poll?
Respond to the fucking poll.
I'm driving. Where? Hold on.
It's just what is your favorite position?
No, don't read it to him. God damn it, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Bro, this question is more important than driving, Doctor.
I don't see the poll.
Dude, I've seen your fucking driving. Don't put blame it on that shit.
How does he drive, Mojo?
Happily.
Let me just say, we were at a stop sign. Stop sign. And we were at a stoplight, and there was a car behind us. We're at the light. Fairly busy intersection in Los Angeles County. And the light turns green. I'm in the passenger seat. All of a sudden, I experienced whiplash as he put the car in reverse, punched onto the gas. And the mechanism in his car caused the car to stop before he slammed the car behind us. And then he looked at me and said, did I hit that car clean? Which I said, I don't think so. stuff. I couldn't drive. We had some. We didn't really talk about it until the end. Which I told him, you know, we're going to talk about it. So he almost came.
Roger, I would take only 40% if you want to pursue it, just saying.
Yeah, look, I don't think I would sue in this situation, but I will say that, like, if given the opportunity to hang out with you, which I hope I do, I would probably prefer to drive and get Uber. I would welcome his company, but I don't think I want to passenger seats.
Don't tell me you don't have anything.
You know, I've never done one of those. My company.
I know.
No, but I actually know where Dr. Jordan's assets are, so I come with that expertise on this one.
Where are my assets?
They're mostly sitting with a really nice guy that's in Las Vegas.
I see. Okay.
I got another question for the room. Why do some people lower their standards instead of just masturbating?
We know.
Yeah, this is a question for Adams. Adams, if you had the choice between a Portland or masturbation, what would you do?
Why does he use these questions?
Easy question. Listen, you were the one that volunteered the fact that you were with him. Nobody forced that on you.
Yeah, but I mean, it would be nice to know me whether I would enjoy Portland or, masturbation.
Necro, do you think there's like an ecstasy or some type of spiritual transcendence that a trans man who dresses up as a woman is trying to perform?
They might be trying to, have the go-go boots, pretty much.
Do you know what they call the Star of David position?
6 points. Is that what your position is called?
I don't know. I saw a picture once of like two people engaged in intercourse, and it resembled the Star of David perfectly.
Monica, my favorite Canadian who wants to make America great again.
She left.
Okay.
Yeah.
She was here earlier. She declined to speak, which was fine. Just leave us with her.
You know, there is this YouTube or this Instagram channel that Dr. Adams would absolutely go crazy over. It's called something like "We Only Film Fat People Stories" or something, and it's about just people that are obese and, you know, documenting their lives and can't get out of the toilet. But it's just so crazy because It's not like fat shit. I don't even know how Instagram allows it, but it is the craziest. You know, these are like made for TV stories, but it is so sad and so tragic. But also, like, when you're that obese, to lose that, to start losing weight is so difficult and so challenging. I mean, it makes me think that maybe Ozempic is like a miracle drug and that we should borrow and spend hundreds of billions of dollars giving obese Americans free Ozempic injections.
Is that Kyle?
No.
Dr. Jordan, have you noticed any positioning in the animal kingdom, you know, that you found interesting? Is it, you know, how do animals position? Is it the same as humans, or?
Before he says this, we already talked about the dogs in the working group. I used to see beaver dogs with Doberman and this little white dog, they call it Snowball. They would get stuck together like butt to butt and like back to back, and like the dick of the balls were literally stuck in the other dog. And then the other dog was just howling. It sounded like they were in pain and dying. It was crazy.
How do they get stuck?
That happens every time.
How do they get stuck? I don't understand.
It swells up. It takes about 5-10 minutes before that goes down and it crosses.
I've always been dogs these days.
Well, I used to bring
You used to breed dogs. Pit bulls. You were never involved in any pit bull fighting, were you, Hekima?
I'd like to put the lie detector on.
Just like that.
You ever watch one time?
I've seen the dog fight. Sounds good.
Did you run on?
No bets, definitely no bets. I didn't enjoy it. When you grow up, I did. You're going to see that. Except you said, indulgent, and I chose not to.
So, Hakeem, I just want to ask you if you possibly attended one of like the next dog fights.
Watched it on the Michael there. He redeemed himself when he became evil.
Never redeemed.
No, I gotta tell you, I think Michael Pitt should be buried in everything. I think harming dogs is worse than harming humans.
I agree with you. I think we had a whole city that had to like figure out what to do with him when he came on the team. It was a struggle for everyone.
I remember he was running up down that field. I forgot all about the dog.
Everything. And it was bring your dog to the stadium day. I mean, it's amazing.
No way.
No, I mean, I'm just saying it was really kind of funny to see how the city, which is a very dog-oriented city, like, especially where my place is packed with dogs, because I'm by the square and down in the town, and everyone has dogs. So it's a city very, very dog-friendly. And then all of a sudden, we get this guy on the team that it's like, I mean, just the worst thing with respect to dogs. And exactly what Hakima said, once he started playing well.
Isn't it geographic proximity, though? Because if you live in China and you go to the dog festival and they kill 10,000 dogs, you know, for the big festival, for the dinner, I mean, you know, isn't it all just conditioned on your geographic location?
Hey, Rob, I got an unpopular take right here. If I had to win one football game, and I need a quarterback, it's not the greatest ever, but I'm taking Mike Vick if I want to win one football game.
I will say this. Depending on the offensive line and the talent around them, it's probably the most difficult to game plan around. That being said, I would force him if he like throw the ball. Because I think if you just drop back and zone it out.
You know, I gotta say that Rich has called me 5 times and sent me 100 text messages with regards to this conversation.
Why is Rich not in this?
I have no idea, but he wants to make sure that Necro knows it's him with all the comments.
Why did you and Rich not get along?
I have no idea. Occasionally I look at jokingly now, I think no matter what I say, I've never had an argument with the neighbor. I mean, I'm a liar. I'm all kind of weird shit made up in the land. That's why I'm moving.
John, can you text Rich and tell him, send him a message from the room that when he does arrive and shows up, just ask him to limit his shares to 1 point. Just maybe like 90 seconds tops. If we can get that to him, that'd be great.
So I invited Rich to an X Space that I was on today as a guest speaker, as a candidate congressman, and it was with a couple large X accounts that do, you know, political communication in the Chicagoland area, and Rich asked me some great questions, and I complimented him on his Islamic analysis because prior to coming on this app, I had never heard anyone bring up these hadiths and ever criticize Islam lest you be called an Islamophobe. But when you hear people on this app who have the receipts with regards to some of the naughty practices in Islam, it's rather shocking.
Do you mean the stain on Aisha's dress?
I mean, even the story about how Muhammad had sex with a young boy underneath the blankets in the tent.
I want to understand a little bit more about the break between the Quran and the Quran, like the one with the Q and the one with the K. Can you walk us through the differences?
One was written in the 7th century, one was written in the 20th century. One was given to you by the Prophet Muhammad, one was given to you by the Prophet Muhammad.
So, for your people, do they practice pedophilia like the old school Muslims do? That's good.
No, it's been in tradition. I'm pretty sure they have pedophiles in every religion, and even they.
I wonder what Muhammad's favorite position was.
Tell me how deep in the buffalo meats. I think Dr. Jordan and Rowe have not answered the question. I don't pressure the women to answer, but I would love to see the men participate, full participation in this. So I can't even see the bowl. It's above the room. It's not showing up. I guess I have to update, or you're not very good at this.
Yeah, I can't do it. Poll out on clock tick, so it doesn't show up here. What's the question?
No, not clock tick.
every time somebody says dick.
I heard death.
Yeah.
I heard dick. I heard
Yeah.
death.
I heard that.
You came into my debate the newsroom on Chatter the other day, and you were just briefly in there before, they terminated my account. But I'm just wondering, how's your experience been on Chatter?
Well, Congressman, or should I say Congressman? It's been an interesting one. We can talk another time.
Ron, I'm sending you a message. I feel like I got on Chatter as one of the early people.
Hey, Noel.
Early. Hi. And I think I just lost where it was going, and now I feel like I'm not interested because it just last time it was Nelson and Grant early this week, and Nelson was kicking people off, and it was just all this weird drama of him kicking people off. I don't want to hear about the drama, but has anyone had any more active experience with Chatter? Because it was weird to hear them here complaining about Chatter.
I'm on it a lot.
What would you say?
Because it's more topical. I'm going to really talking to educate you. The only reason I'm in there.
They talk about education?
You gotta, there's multiple groups you can think from. A lot of the times they talk about
Now that I finally got on the poll, that sounds wrong. Now that I've answered the poll, what are the other things people are interested in? I mean, what else is possible here?
Well, Sarah, want a hammer? Sarah did add a long list of interests.
What is your favorite position, Serendipity?
right at the moment. No, I'm in the problem.
Oh,
I've never heard of, like, what's the Marlon Brando movie, Dr. Drew, with the pictures are against the wall. Remember Last Tango in Paris? Did you see that?
I did, but I didn't remember it.
That was in the kid.
In the kitchen with the butter, right?
The melted butter, right?
Thank God Steve McKean just...
Timing is everything.
Audio collector.
It was in the kitchen, right? Was it against the wall? I thought it was against the refrigerator.
I don't remember if it was against appliance or not. By the way, favorite fact, Last Tango in Paris, which got nominated for Best Movie Academy Awards, was rated X. Anybody remember the other movie that was rated X that was nominated for Academy Award Best Movie?
Midnight Cowboy.
Midnight Cowboy, that's right.
Everyone's talking.
I'm walking here! I'm walking here!
By the way, that is arguably the greatest improvisation of any scene in any movie. That was improv, because that taxi cab came and Dustin Hoffman just stayed right in character.
But you haven't answered the poll question up top.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll take care of that right now.
Doesn't that movie actually suck, though? Midnight Cowboy. Yeah.
Amazing movie. Amazing movie.
So,
What makes that movie so amazing?
Hold on. If we're going to talk about Dustin Hoffman, in my opinion, there's four actors from the 70s that get thrown about as being the great actor of their generation. He's
the most underrated of the four? You got Jack Nicholson, you got De Niro, you got Pacino, and then you got Dustin Hoffman. I would argue that scene for scene, movie for movie, I think Dustin Hoffman's probably the best of them.
You carried yourself up.
I'm so gonna agree with you on that.
His portrayal of Ratso Russo was fucking amazing.
Dude, so many underrated Straw Dogs, for example. If you guys have seen Straw Dogs, did Sam Peckinpah? That's fucking like, here's a guy who's just a normal fucking dude. Picture like, Dr. Jordan. And then you've got this beautiful wife, and then you get this home invasion, and it really just taps into like your home is your castle, and like it was his home, and it was his family, and he's got to fight, and this isn't fucking Rambo fighting. They did a remake of it, and it was completely missed the entire point of that movie. The entire point of that movie is that if you push somebody so far that even the guy that doesn't look like much, you put him into a corner, he will fucking snap. And so, if you guys haven't seen Straw Dogs, I think it's one of the best movies ever made.
You're saying that I don't look like much? Is that what this is about?
No, I'm saying that you don't seem like the kind of guy that's like gonna, you look like you're just gonna have a normal suburban life, like you're not like some killer.
I'm gonna say Marathon Man, he was amazing. Incredible in that.
I was just going to say him with Laurence Olivier and Is It Safe is
How about
Tootsie? I mean, you gotta give him that one too.
Tootsie also.
How about Straight Time? One of the best heist films of all time, where he plays a believable, convincing bad guy. It's amazing. The guy's got range. People don't give him the full respect.
I just wanted to ask about your all's poll. It didn't seem very inclusive because it didn't have him on top for Necro. So I was just wondering.
Hey, this is not going to be a thing about Necro room. That's not going to happen.
I was thinking on slide the whole time just listening. I'm not getting what you're saying.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is not the pick on Necro room. Matter of fact,
Can I just say a topic for a second? Because I'm going to talk about a movie that, like, do you remember that one that just made an impact? Do you remember him in Little Big Man? Did you ever see that?
Very good. Very good. What about Billy Bathley?
Oh, yeah, that's another one. But Jack, remember he played this character, Jack Crab, in Little Big Man? And he was like a 100-year-old man. They did his makeup, and then he remembered, like, his life, like, from the beginning.
Yeah, that was a great film. That was a great movie.
Great film.
The cast of Billy Bathley, you got Nicole Kidman, a young Nicole Kidman. You got a prime Bruce Willis. You've got Dustin Hoffman, and then Steve Buscemi was in it when he was young. It's a really, really fucking good movie. It's a gangster film. He plays Dutch Schultz, if you guys are familiar with that character.
You mean the gangster Dutch Schultz?
Yeah.
He was great in All the President's Men also.
Oh, yeah, and Stan Tucci's in it. He plays Lucky Luciano in Conan.
I know I saw it.
It's very good. It's very, very good.
I totally agree with you. I think he's the best of those four.
Yeah, you know what's unfortunate? He had that TV show, Horse Racing, and it was right around the time where, like, everybody was making that transition to, like, the best stories get told are on the small screen, not on the big screen. And that was going to be the next big show, and they had some problem on the set. I don't know exactly what it was. I didn't follow up on, but that show got canceled, and it was no fault of his own. And that's pretty much been it. I haven't seen anything from him since then.
Let's not forget Papillon.
Oh, God, yeah. I read the book also.
Or Rain Man.
Yeah, Rain Man.
Or Lenny.
Or The Graduate.
Well, let's talk about classics. I mean, The Graduate was his breakout role, right?
Right.
Like, it's interesting. Fernando Mendoza was doing a room that's now aged in the film rooms, and they were talking about breakout roles. Like, just the best, who had the best breakout role, and I think that was his. But, like, for instance, for Stallone, Rocky was not his breakout role.
Moments of Flatbush.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw De Niro. He said out of all his films, Raging Bull, he thinks it's like his masterpiece.
Yeah, that's probably right. I mean, if you look at what he did, there was nobody like the transformation, the body transformation that he had to do for that role is just incredible. Now, since then, guys like Christian Bale have done even further crazy shit in that regard, but Raging Bull was definitely ahead of its time. It feels like a 70s movie, but it was made in the 80s. 80s films, in my opinion, suck, but that's probably the high water mark, and it started the decade.
Who was the one with Jake LaMotta's wife? Like one of the better boxing movies.
But, you know, I kind of hate De Niro, though, after, you know, he says, I wish I could punch Trump in the nose. Like, I don't know. To me, I've had a falling out with all of these, any actor who has come out politically. Like, it's ruined, you know, to me, the allure of them as, you know, all these characters. They personalize themselves, and in the process, they've ruined their career, in my opinion.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm going to tell you, I learned a long time ago to compartmentalize the art from the artist. I can still watch The Cosby Show and just laugh my ass off. Like, I love Bill Cosby's comedy. I love him. I love his TV show. Look, who knew that he was doing all the crazy shit? You know what I mean? Like, you just gotta let some of that stuff go. But when people are volunteering their opinions on shit like this, I don't know why they would do it. If they're alienating their audience, and people on the left and the right do it. It's just it makes no fucking sense. And then to do it at the end when you're almost done, like just shut the fuck up already. It's not like he even has any influence anymore. Alright, so let's rank them. Hoffman, I have number 1. I have Nicholson number 2. I have De Niro number 3 and Pacino number 4. Do you guys have them in a different order?
Who's your number 4?
Pacino. Those legendary 70s actors. It's like the Mount Rushmore of 70s guys. I put Hoffman at the top. I put Nicholson second. De Niro third. Pacino fourth.
Well, the thing with Nicholson is, except for the movie with Helen Hunt, he's kind of always playing Nicholson. I love Jack Nicholson, don't get me wrong, except when he played that character, he's always playing Nicholson.
I would actually say that the character he played in As Good as It Gets, that's the Helen Hunt one.
As Good as It Gets, right? Yeah.
I would say that is just picking up the character that he played in terms of endearment. Like, it's very similar.
It is, but not The Shining. I mean, that's different.
The Departed.
But what's the one, the 5 Easy Pieces?
5 Easy Pieces is fucking amazing. Easy Rider. Fucking Last Detail was really good.
That was really good.
Isn't the blonde?
I'm not putting him second.
Isn't the blonde from Chinatown and Raging Bull the same blonde?
That is on our way.
Yeah, Faye Dunaway. Yeah, isn't she from Raging Bull?
Was she in Raging Bull? She was definitely.
No, but she was in Chinatown.
I'll do like a Bernie Nicholson second. And then I'm thinking of Pacino's roles. Sensible woman.
Kathy Moriarty was the one from Raging Bull.
So go through Pacino's like great roles.
You gotta go Godfather, Dog Day Afternoon, and Justice for All, Serpico, shit, what am I missing?
And the movies have to be extreme.
Scarface was his fucking worst movie. It was good Scarface in the chat. Scarface, Motor's favorite. I fucking hate Scarface. That movie, that's why I rank him number 4. Because, like, if it wasn't for Scarface, I would have ranked him higher. And then Scent of a Woman was good. But then after he wins his Oscar for Scent of a Woman, which is kind of like a makeup Oscar for him, you know, not winning for other shit, then all of a sudden he stops knowing how to act. He just shows up and he yells. Like Pacino yelling is like, and that's what the movie turned into as he got older. It's ridiculous. Carlito's Way is actually much better than Scarface.
Later in his career, Devil's Advocate, Any Given Sunday, Heat. I liked him in Heat a lot.
And what actors have you chosen together?
Only 4.
Oh, okay.
So you have De Niro, Pacino, Hoffman, and Nicholson.
I would have been so. I mean, I can't resist the actor who people in the past who somebody looks like because of my old hairline.
To me, Marty Scorsese is like the biggest, legend of all time. His movies compared to other directors' films, I just don't think. I don't know. Who else do you think is comparable to Scorsese?
Is it director? I think Spielberg.
Stanley Kubrick, and I think Spielberg is actually the most overrated, to be honest. I think he's, like, his hits are amazing, but Spielberg's had so many duds, like, things that, like, he just mails in. Kubrick, in my opinion, is far better. I would actually say Brian De Palma's better than Spielberg.
Oh, God, I love Brian De Palma.
I think Sidney Lumet is as good as Spielberg, if not better. I mean, there's a lot of these fucking guys. Terrence Malick is fucking better than Spielberg, in my opinion. Shit, who else?
Okay, wait a minute. I'm ignorant. I've never even heard of Terrence Malick. What films?
This is fucking Steve.
I know.
You are a cultured guy. How is this happening?
I don't know. What films?
You know Mike Nichols?
Of course.
Okay, so how do you? Where do I start? Like, and that's as I read down his filmography, I want you to tell me if you've ever heard of any of these films. Okay.
Okay.
How about Badlands?
Yes.
Gates of Heaven.
Barely rings a bell.
Thin Red Line.
It rings a bell. This is probably why I've never heard of it. And what else?
Jesus Christ. You've never
I
seen
know.
Thin Red Line? Thin Red Line came out the same year that Spielberg's Saving Private Ryan came out, and it was a superior war movie. I don't
Gotcha.
know.
Is that the one filmed in Australia? Was Adrian Brody in that one?
They were all in it. It's like, it's just an all-star cast, and like the whole thing is like, it's probably the most beautifully shot film in terms of like the scenery, but then you've got like the blood, like in this crazy, just beautiful jungle. It's just fucking amazing, absolutely amazing. Anyways,
I can see that you guys want to stick to the standards. What do you want to go with John Ford? Would that be a better one? Steve, you would be familiar with John Ford?
I live a sheltered life. I'm not. You're disappointed in me, Roger. I can tell.
What about Michael Cimino? You familiar with Michael?
Sure. Yes, of course. Yes. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. I've saved some a little bit of grace.
Do you like do you like Catherine Bigelow?
I don't know that one either.
I like Houston.
Yeah. There's a lot. I mean, shit, dude. There's a lot of Catherine Bigelow's husband, when they did the Titanic. What's his fucking name? Terminator, Titanic.
Right. Yeah.
What's that fellow's name?
Was married to Linda, what's her face, who starred in Terminator. Shit, I don't remember his name. Also did the Alien movie. This
Cigarette Beer.
Who's the famous one that did the slow motion? Peckinpah? Did you ever see Film Force?
Which movie are you talking about? Are you talking about Wild Bunch?
Yes. Sam Peter.
Yeah, that's Peckinpah. Yeah. He's got some good ones. He also did Straw Dogs.
Correct.
Here's an actor. You guys tell me if you guys are fans of John Cazale. Only 5 feature films, and all 5 of the films that he was in, he was best supporting. He was a supporting actor. All 5 of those films nominated for Best Picture. You have Godfather, The Conversation, Godfather 2, Dog Day Afternoon, and Deer Hunter. From 72 to 78, they're probably not a better, supporting actor. 5 fucking films, and they're all like AFI top 50.
The conversation, having spent so much time recording Clubhouse, there's something really interesting about making secret recordings at scale, and I assume the government, through all their signals and channels intelligence, the global scouring of intelligence on foreign officials. I mean, isn't that what the State Department cables were when Snowden and the trans soldier, what was that whole release that caused that big storm where the Europeans finally knew that we were spying on them extensively? Do you remember all that data that came out and that information, the PDF or the PowerPoint presentation about all the spying we were doing and how it all got revealed?
Yeah, we got Snowden to speak at the Libertarian Convention in Reno. He didn't speak live. He was piped in, and it wasn't Zoom. I forget how we got him on there, but he basically just spoke to everybody. I've never been a fan. I would have been a much bigger fan if he would have just took his lumps. The fact that you fucking are sitting in Russia, you're so self-righteous that you want to expose this tyrannical government, but now you're sitting in Russia of all fucking places. There's something about Snowden that doesn't set well with me. I think that he's a traitor. Now, WikiLeaks, Julian Assange, I have a much different thought on that. Now, I do think that there's some secrets that probably should be kept, but I think his heart was in the right place. I think Snowden it's just a traitor. That's my take on this.
Well, the State Department.
We both work. I work for NSA. Now you guys don't believe that, but I did for 7 years. We both are being protected. So they're lucky to be alive.
Well, when Julian Assange says that the war machine is a way to do money laundering, where he believes that the wealth are essentially taking the taxpayer base and putting it in offshore bank accounts, I mean, isn't there a little truth in that?
Well, I don't mind Julian Assange. Like, if you think about the WikiLeaks cables, that is something where it's like, okay, here's information that that he felt that the public ought to know. What Snowden did was Snowden had a job. Like one guy is a journalist looking for the story. The other guy has a job where he's got national security clearance and he's taking an oath to protect this information. I think there's a big difference between the two.
Both for entities of our country.
I disagree about Assange. I agree with you on Snowden, and like, there's some people that love both of them. There's some people that feel the way you do and hate both of them. I'm split on it. I think Snowden's a piece of shit, and I think Assange has been mistreated. I do think you can maybe make the argument that some of the release of information in those cables was irresponsible. Okay, but I also think that he was doing it as a journalist and not as a provocateur. That's my honest take on it.
My dad was a Navy cryptologist with high security at that time. Those guys had to almost go underground because of what both of the prisoners guys did. I don't know the details. I just know what I saw.
But Julian Assange isn't even an American citizen, correct? He's an Australian?
Correct. And by the way, he was just taking information that people was giving to him the way any other credible reporter would, right? And he would get the source and then he would validate it, talking to other sources. Like, if you go talk to Gary Bumgarner about like what it takes for a reporter, to release a story. I think Julian Assange was actually probably one of the best journalists of our lifetime, and if some of that information, releasing it, was irresponsible and got somebody hurt, okay, I'll accept that. But I think his intentions were really, really good, and like you're not gonna convince me otherwise.
Can you distinguish him from?
Let me say something real quick, and I'll be quiet. He put a lot of people at risk, their lives, a lot. My dad was one of them.
Really, the video of the helicopter shooting those innocent people in the streets who were just journalists?
When you get into knowing intelligence that's been classified multiple ways, and you reveal it out of because you're a reporter, I say bullshit.
Didn't he also?
To distinguish it from the Pentagon Papers and how we looked at the release with Daniel Ellsberg leaked the documents, and some people saw that as the ultimate treason.
Didn't he release Podesta's emails and, it caused a lot of problems for Hillary Clinton?
WikiLeaks you're talking about?
Yeah, WikiLeaks.
No, what I'm talking about a pretty famous Supreme Court case, but it's okay. Go back to WikiLeaks.
Todd, I think I love your sources about talking about innocent women meditating sidewalk. Like you say, well, at least officially.
So I'm looking at this again, and so the critique of it is that some of the stuff was unredacted, and that you could have put the story out with redacted information that would have provided more protection. That being said, it didn't lead to anybody dying. So the claim that it was, I think it potentially could have been dangerous. And I think the critique is that if you're going to release that kind of information, you should redact the names. And I think that's a fair critique. But again, that's just a mistake that's made. I don't think that's. I think good reporters still report those stories. That just release the same information, redact the names.
Alright, the 1971 Straw Dogs looks okay. But I don't know, the 2011 trailer looked a lot better, honestly.
No, the new one is horseshit. It misses
the 2011 one, or is there a newer one?
No, the 2011 one is horseshit. It misses the entire point of the fucking film.
I just like the 70s. I mean, I guess because it's newer, but
you don't like watching 70s film because you're young.
Well, yeah, but it seemed a little slow, and I'm guessing it's probably not. Based on the trailer was.
When you say slow, you don't like deliberate pacing. Like again, it's fine. You like what you like, but just know that there hasn't been a good decade of film since the 1990s. The 30s, the 70s, and the 90s, the best decades of film. Any other decade, like you're hard pressed to put together 10 films that really fucking are great movies.
I'm a big 40s, 50s guy. I was watching a trailer.
Clammate?
No, I watched a lot of old westerns and a lot of old Turner classic movies and stuff like that. Always making me watch it, and I kind of grew to like it.
The first movie I ever shed a tear in was Ben-Hur. I don't know why, but that scene where Jesus heals Ben-Hur's family from leprosy, I don't know, that made me cry.
What do you think of Ben-Hur when they're filming the chariot race and just got Ben-Hur dying and they're just like, leave it in, leave it in.
Oh, Roger, have you ever watched or listened to Betty White on AM radio? Back in the day, like the old shows they used to do on AM radio. Really fucking good.
So, my favorite was the 60s movies. Did you ever see It's a Madman, Madman Ball? They tried to remake it. Actually tried to remake it in Vegas. And it just wasn't as funny.
You want to talk about people dying? What was it, 1980, the first Twilight Zone movie? Who was the star who literally got decapitated by the helicopter? What was his name?
Yeah, that's the old dude that was, he was like the racist guy, the skin, right? Is this fucking...
He was a relatively famous actor. But speaking of Betty White, if you really want to hear something great, I saw an interview, and maybe it was a while ago, Betty White talking about working with a black actor. I want to say like the 50s or whatever, when everybody was against it, she supported it, and she clearly said, it's a job and they're entitled to do it. I don't remember what she said. She really stood up for black actors working with white women in like the 40s and 50s.
Yeah, so when I was, I had Sirius Satellite Radio or XM, whatever it was, when it first came out, and I was just scrolling through the channels, and I landed on like AM radio, and I was like, dude, it was fucking amazing. It was like all the old AM radio shows and stuff like that, where they would like live action, like Abbott and Costello type. I guess Abbott and Costello started out like on AM radio, and then eventually ended up on television. Same thing with Betty White.
How much were you guys into the Twilight Zone?
Think more.
Like, Think more the episode when they went to the other planet and they were going to get eaten. The guy didn't realize that the aliens were taking them, but they were going to eat them. They were fattening them up. Do you know that episode?
Yep.
Just trying to remember the name of it. I love watching those over and over. The pig faces, the people with the pig faces.
Yeah, my dad was into westerns, and then my mom was into like the Little House on the Prairie and stuff like that. And, those more type of themed, like still western, like themed, but more like the love stories and stuff like that, and romantic stuff. I kind of grew up on that.
My favorite movie of all time is Night of the Hunter. Charles Lawton has directed only one movie of all time. One movie. He just mic drops, directs Night of the Hunter, and that's his style of directing. It's amazing. Robert Mitchum, most underrated actor of all time.
See, I was a big John Wayne fan until I learned more about John Wayne, and I was like, fuck.
Oh,
Yeah.
Don't be a fag.
He was a total piece of shit, man.
Who cares? Who cares? So is Bill Cosby, and the shit's funny as fuck.
No, I agree. My dad's always a big Eastwood fan, and I was always a big John Wayne fan. And my dad's like, oh yeah, did I ever tell you how John Wayne molested me when I was 11 years old? And I was like, shut the fuck up, dude. And he's like, no, he's like, I'm serious. He's like, I met him when I was 11, and he like touched my pecker and stuff. And I was like, you're a fucking asshole, man.
So are you more of a Rio Bravo fan or a Man That Shot Liberty Valance fan?
I mean, I'd have to, I'm bad with names of movies and shows and shit like that. If I watch a trailer, I'd be like, oh yeah, I've fucking seen this.
Quiet man. I stayed at that castle. In Ireland.
I have the worst memory for movies and songs and all that kind of shit.
What about the shootist with the bullet on Ron Howard? I think that might be his last one. I'll have to double check.
Little Ron Howard, like from the time of.
Yeah, Little Ron Howard.
Like when he was.
Yeah, let me find out here.
What was the one where John Wayne picks up a little kid and he throws him in the water? And then he finds out that the mom doesn't know how to swim either, and he throws her in the water. And they were like fishing by a pond, and he found out the little kid's like 8 years old and he doesn't know how to swim.
You know what blows my mind is when you total the total number of movies and all the hours recorded, all the labor that went into those movies, and all the people who went to the theaters for the past 100 years. If you look at all that data and information, or really how people have stored their greatest thoughts and intelligence through films, or podcasts. Like, I'm a big fan of Alan Watts. And when I think about what all the spoken word, lectures that Alan Watts gave, in a way, they used film in the same way that we do computer science database storage.
John, listening to that guy that you listen to all the time, the mind is a powerful thing, blah, 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 that guy.
Yeah, that's Alan Watts, yeah.
That guy's bad.
Abby, The Shootist was John Wayne's final movie.
Oh,
came out in 76.
Hondo was
It was at the end, but it was at. The Shootist was his last one? 76.
Yeah, Hondo's the one where he throws the woman in the lake.
Rio Bravo's cool, but they ended up remaking it. I don't know why, but I forget. I think it's like El Dorado or something like that, or I think that's the name of it. But the first one that they did, Rio Bravo, was with Dean Martin and Ricky Nelson. That's a very easy film to watch. It's not going to win any fucking awards. This certainly didn't. But as far as just seeing the star power of John Wayne and Dean Martin and Ricky Nelson, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm looking up the scenes on Google Images. I haven't seen that one, Rio Bravo one.
The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance is probably the deepest film that he's ever done.
I had his entire collection on DVD at one point, and had every fucking John Wayne movie ever.
I think they gave him the Oscar for True Grit. Time to give him the Oscar, but I don't know. I thought it was Oscar level. Maybe did that.
Correct.
I think they deserved it.
to say that Eastwood is a better actor or director? Or both?
I don't think Eastwood is a great actor at all. I think that he's had some great films. The Sergio Leone films were very well directed.
Well, when I say actor, I mean like good films. I suppose that's right. Better actor in the sense of like, you know, really good movies that he's been in and stuff. I'm not saying he's like fucking what's his name in Batman, you know.
He's certainly fucking iconic, but like even if you go and you watch Good, Bad, and the Ugly, which is that's the finest film that he's ever done.
Oh yeah.
He's the star of the show, but he's not the best thing in it.
That's really good.
Eli Wallach was fucking really good at it.
I have always loved Clint Eastwood as an actor, but there's no comparison to him as a director. As a director, he is arguably the greatest director of all time for a variety of reasons. One, business. He always turns his films in on time, if not early, and are under budget. Two, all actors want to work with him because of the way that he directs and the films just themselves. If he doesn't get the Best Director award, his films have gotten Best Picture awards, and he gets the best out of his actors. I think he's the greatest director of all time.
Well, I would disagree with that wholeheartedly, but I do think that listening to interviews with people that have worked with him, it's fascinating how some directors they want to take like 1,000 cuts and something, all the different angles, you know, improvising and stuff. Apparently, Eastwood, he's all about let's get the shot and let's get it fucking done. And oftentimes it'll just be one fucking take. Maybe if there's something if the cameraman fucks up, they'll take a second take. But if he has if they have a bad take, it's in the fucking film. It's very interesting. He's not a perfectionist. He's all about let's just fucking
was talking about he was in one of his movies, and he just walks up and he goes, "All right, now, come on, let's do it." And he's like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, come on, let's get it, let's go." And he just fucking tells him like that. He's like, and then he's like, "All right, let's do that one more time." And I think it's Shia LaBeouf or something.
Actually, he never ever says action. Never.
Yeah, he said he was talking about that one of the westerns that he did, and was directed by one of those loud and obnoxious Italian directors or whatever. He used to be like, yeah, he'd be like, ready on set, action, you know. And he said, and every time they would scream action and stuff, he said the horses would all get fucking startled, try to take off. And
that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, Shia LaBeouf on that, and also the other guy that played the Punisher. I'm so fucking bad with actors' names. The Punisher guy, yeah. He was talking about that. He was describing how he fucking worked, and he said it was phenomenal.
You guys ever seen Play Misty?
Absolutely.
What's it called?
Play Misty.
Play Misty. Let me look at it.
Roger, you know how he got the job directing that film?
Tell me.
What he was scheduled to star in it, and he wanted to direct, but they didn't want to, pay him or whatever, and he volunteered to direct the movie for free. He got paid his actor's wage, but he volunteered to direct the movie for free. That's how they say, and that's what he said many times. He got to direct the movie.
A lot of people like Fatal Attraction, and for me, Play Misty, for me, it's the same concept of a
absolutely, no question about it.
But the subtlety of it is so much better. Like Fatal Attraction, they have to go over the top because they just don't have the subtlety of it. Play Misty for me, a super underrated movie.
So do you think?
What was the movie he did just Beguiled? I saw that for the first time last year. I had never even heard of it. That is the great Clint Eastwood movie. It takes place during the Civil War. He plays a medic, and he gets hurt, shrapnel or whatever, and so he's taken in by these woman's house. And I don't want to ruin it for anybody, but if you ever get a chance, and you see it on cable, The Beguiled, it's amazing.
I don't want to see the ending either, but that was an amazing.
Yeah,
that came out. Oh my god.
Oh, Dirty Harry. Dirty Harry was awesome.
I missed you for me.
You know, it's one movie that I was forced to watch, and it was actually a really good movie, was the Last of the Mohicans. Actually, I watched Brokeback Mountain because one of my fucking exes like wanted to watch it. So I sat down and I was like, I can't believe we're fucking watching Brokeback Mountain. And we sat down and I was like, it wasn't that bad of a movie. Like, I mean, past all the gay shit and stuff.
It's not a bad movie. The weird part is that there's plenty of movies where people are cheating on their wives while they're at work, but because the stars of the show are gay, everyone's like, oh, it's such a romantic fucking love story. If they were guys cheating on their wives with other women, they would just be in any other movie and nobody would give a shit. Like, the fact that people call it romantic, it was just weird. And the response to that movie was weird. The acting was great, actually.
Oh yeah, I was really surprised as I got to the very end, and I was like, well, actually, it's not that. I'm like, I didn't like all the gay shit, you know. I'm like into that, but other than that, it was a good movie. And I always say another movie that she got me into, which I fucking railed against, and actually really liked, was Twilight, the whole Twilight series. I got to the end of the movie and I was like, when the fuck's the second one of this come out? She's like, there's books. And I was like, well, where's those books you got?
There's books, but I will say,
no, come on.
No, they suck. But Kristen Stewart, I think she's underappreciated. I do think that there's something really cool about her, and those films don't capture her. Have you seen it? Yeah, my ex-girlfriend made me fucking watch it. It was fucking awful. It was punishment. We'd have to do it like midnight when it's fucking getting released.
Well, I think what made it really good, Roger, was like all the little things that you could like do with your girlfriend and shit like that. You could just look at her like, we look at her like turned on and be like, fire. You know, like it was all that kind of shit and stuff that like made it a good.
John, did you ever read the book that Blade Runner is based on?
No.
And you should check it out. Android's Dream of Electric Sheep. It's very interesting.
So was Harrison Ford an android in that film, or was he?
No, I don't think so. I think that's revisionist history. Like people like wanting to see something that's not there.
I mean, isn't the signal that unicorn? He's having that dream of the unicorn, so that's like an implant.
Yeah, I don't think they were. I don't think they're that fucking creative. I mean, come on, like it's fucking Ridley Scott for fuck's sake. Like Ridley Scott's no fucking Stanley Kubrick.
Did you see his HBO special or two seasons of Raised by Wolves? It was really good.
Yeah, did anybody ever watch, or not the movie, but anybody did the audiobook or the paperback version of Ready Player One? At least like you can if you like 80s shit.
This is like a video game,
right? It's what do you call it? Like the metaverse type shit, but like more advanced, and it's set in like a parallel universe where the state made like a perfect metaverse, and like everybody lives in it, and then whoever like finishes and completes the quest ends up winning the entire company. But it just goes, it's got so much fucking like fandom, like I don't know what's the word, like nostalgia into it, like where they just name off all the different fucking, you know, they go through all the different like original arcade systems and video games and TV shows and series, and you're just like, oh fuck, I can't believe I forgot about that show from the 80s and shit. It's really good.
I like John.
It's narrated by, what's his name from Star Trek? Wesley, what's Wesley, you know, the Next Generation, the kid,
Will Wheaton.
Yeah, Will Wheaton's the one that narrates it.
In hindsight, do you think there's just too much media?
Oh, dude, we were talking about this the other day, John. We were saying if you were to sit down and like figure out how many movies and TV shows and shit that you've watched multiple times, and like just added up all the fucking hours of like movies and TV shows that we've wasted on our life. But I mean, Roger's gonna say it's entertainment, it's part of, you know, artistic, blah blah. And I agree, but it is kind of wild if we were to sit down and like be like, holy shit, we've spent like thousands of fucking hours just watching movies and TV shows, and how many movies and TV shows we've watched over and over and over again.
Hours that we spent doing this dumb shit.
No, I agree. That's why John says this is a hypnosis.
I was just having dinner with people in entertainment talking about producing or publicizing films rather, and we came kind of to this consensus that you know, the news media is so outrageous with such sensationalized stories, some true, some not actually, that it's hard to compete. It's hard to compete with like a feel-good story. It's hard to put out a feel-good story when there's so much else captivating, catching people's attention. And it's kind of an interesting problem.
Why is it a problem?
Well, I mean, they see it as a problem. I'm not the one trying to promote their films, but they see it as a problem because they can't get traction to promote some of the stuff they're doing. And I've said it's hard to compete in this news media culture because there's far more interesting things going on in real life than on film, in my opinion.
What about the movie The Holy Mountain, La Montana Sagrada? Have you ever seen that crazy film?
Holy Mountain? Well, when did it come out?
Maybe the 60s or 70s, but it's one of the most shocking and most visually shocking and topic shocking. It's one of the craziest movies I've ever seen, but that the director has other crazy films. They're like cult classics. I could Google it for you, but they are incredibly shocking films.
You guys have all seen Zardoz, the fucking weird ass movie with Sean Connery before he was doing the stuff. You guys seen it? Where he's wearing the fucking little sling onesie thing? I'll take that as a no.
Yeah, I'm posting the link in the chat. Look at this film if you've never seen it. You may puke on yourself, or you may be absolutely mesmerized. Here's another one which is even more disgusting, but this one is.
Oh, I've seen El Topo.
What movie would you say you watch over and over?
I will watch Roadhouse every time it's on, not because I think it's amazing, but it's just easy to watch.
What time of the year?
It doesn't matter. Turner used to play it all the time. It was like it was either Roadhouse or Wall Street, and like it would just be on. And so I make dinner or whatever, and it's just on in the background. I probably will. But intentionally watching something, probably like Reservoir Dogs or Goodfellas, something like that. It's probably the two films that watch the most.
Well, what I was gonna ask Abby was what time of year, because if it's Christmas time, then it's like Uncle Buck, or it's it's a Christmas story. And Wolverine's like Red Rider 2. Yeah, the Red Rider BB gun where he likes
That was, I love that movie. That's a Bob Clark movie who directed the release. Until Turner started playing it 24 hours. Once they gave you 24 hours of Christmas Story, fucking ruined it. Absolutely.
Uncle Buck's one of my favorite movies.
Godfather.
So, I rewatch Harry Met Sally a lot.
To Steve saying The Godfather. So I like The Godfather too. I like it, but it's one of those films that's so good that you can watch it and see different shit. Like I know that movie so fucking well that that now I only want to watch it 10 minutes at a time because I just kind of absorb new information in the same scenes.
Oranges.
I love the scene with Brasi. The actor is so fucking nervous that he was just saying he was just rehearsing his lines, and they recorded him doing that and then threw that in the movie as if he was rehearsing because he was nervous to see the Brandon character. So that was so good, so well done.
Yeah, he apparently was a real gangster, no acting experience, and he was nervous and rehearsing his lines, and they put it in there.
That whole opening scene of the wedding and him going to Godfather, all of that shit is such perfection. That if that was a short film and the wedding ended and it was over, it would be the greatest short film ever made.
Brokeback Mountain was mentioned a few minutes ago, and they prepared a little something. It's less than 60 seconds. It has to do with Heath Ledger changing his voice. Roger, can I do just a little something? It'll be 25 seconds.
Sure.
This is from The Knight's Tale. This is actually his real voice.
9 of 1 half. I wonder if you remember a man. Their men died before you were born. It was a knight. His name was John Thatcher.
Okay, now we're going to go to the next one, which is Brokeback Mountain. Listen to the voice change.
You made him actually go direct to waste.
Not here, but they got Mexico. Boy, like
And then, last but not least, of course, from Batman.
Let's wind the clocks back a year. These cops and lawyers wouldn't dare cross into North Eden. What happened? Two balls drop off?
I don't know any other actor that has changed his voice for the roles as creatively and successfully as he did. Just wanted to say that.
Can I say something that's going to get people to go upstage? I enjoy Goodfellas better than I do The Godfather.
I mean, look, Goodfellas, Godfather 1, Godfather 2. I think that's the top 3. There's nothing even close. I don't want to hear about Once Upon a Time in America. I don't want to hear about Godfather 3. Certainly don't want to hear about Casino. I want to hear about none of it. Those are the 3, and you can rank them in whatever order you want. If you want Goodfellas at the top, that's fine. If you want Godfather 2 at the top, that's fine. I would order them slightly different, but if anybody puts a gangster film in their top 3 that's not one of those top 3, I just don't even want to talk to them about them.
See, I watched the extra thing where the main character, when they Goodfellas, he was talking about Pacino, and he said he's such a good looking, bad actor. He's going up off upstairs. He said that his character, would scare the shit out of him. He said, especially when I stick the scene in, where it's what? No, I'm looking for a fucking clown. Am I not thinking for half, motherfucker? When he start crashing out and shit, he said it, scared me a little.
That scene that with
Pesci, he was telling that story to Scorsese, and he laughed so much that they put that scene in the film, and they didn't tell Ray Liotta that was coming. They just started recording, and then he was told to just react. So he didn't have the script. So that reaction that you're getting from Ray Liotta is he doesn't know how to react. So go back and watch that, knowing that Ray Liotta has no idea the lines that Pesci's going to say.
Pesci, one of the things that Pesci got from field sarcasm, but Joe Pesci, and he was saying that they wanted to use like blanks or they wanted to use like these like stage rock notes and shit. And he's like, fuck that. He's like, I want to real fucking cover blanks. And I guess another scene was like Ray Liotta didn't realize that Pesci was shooting the gun and shit. He didn't realize that they were using like actual blanks. And he was using like live blanks and shit in the scene because he said he liked the way that the sound of like the product made it sound. So they just used like actual blanks.
So here's an interesting story about Christopher Walken. So Christopher Walken is like paranoid about guns, and when he's on the set of movies, he's like always looking at it. He's asking the armor that's on the set to like make sure it's safe and whatnot. And when they were filming At Close Range, if you guys haven't seen At Close Range, you should watch that. And a young Sean Penn, there's a scene where Christopher Walken's his dad, and Sean Penn goes, he points a gun at Christopher Walken, but in the fucking scene, there's two guns on the set, and they were about to cut, and Sean Penn told the director what he was going to do, and he grabs, the gun's safe, but he grabs the gun that Christopher Walken hadn't inspected. So he was like legit nervous. And if you watch this scene where Sean Penn's pointing the gun at him, and he's like, like the fear, like that's like real, like legitimately, like, hey, don't point this thing at me. And they captured that fear. And then when he went and did Biloxi Blues, there's a scene where Walken has to pull a gun on Matthew Broderick. And he remembered what Sean Penn did, and he did the same thing just so he can get that similar reaction out of Matthew Broderick. The things that people do on set to try to capture something to make it look good on film is pretty interesting.
I see him at dinner, Vegas, I'm gonna say probably every 2 months. The restaurant that was in the movie Casino is an Italian restaurant, a very famous old restaurant in Vegas, very iconic, and he goes there, and he eats in the same like booth where they filmed it, and I mean, if we have a mob, they eat at that restaurant. You know, it's a restaurant full of all kinds of characters, but he's there, I mean, you definitely see him there every few months. And he's gotten old. But he's very friendly, you take pictures with him and everything.
Have you ever bought any of his albums?
No, his albums?
He sings crazy.
Who? Yeah, I really like him as that Nicky Santoro. There's something about, he looks like a hawk or something in his suits, and when they murder his brother and they hold his face and he's screaming. I mean, there's nobody that does Joe Pesci like Joe Pesci.
So, do you know that whole film in Casino is all true? Like, it's all real deep, real characters, real stories. And, I mean, it's some, for people that played themselves in that movie, the lawyer representing him, went on to become the mayor of the city, but he was the mob's lawyer and he played himself in it.
I just think it's a letdown after watching Goodfellas. Like, it's just, to me, it just doesn't hold up. It's like colorful suits, and it feels like the pacing of it, like they didn't pack enough violence. And maybe you got the eyeballs popping out of the fucking vice and that sort of thing, but like in the end of the movie, the last 30 minutes, they're just like, hey, maybe we should put some more violence in this, and then they ramp it up. I think it's one of Scorsese's worst films. I know you guys probably hate me for that.
It's a very rich film, you know, with Sharon Stone, the casinos and the glitz, and I don't know. To me that movie is one of those films that you can watch over and over again.
I've only seen it probably a couple times, but I've definitely seen Goodfellas probably 50 times.
I hate looking at Ray Liotta all stressed out and like drugged out. He just looks so disgusting.
When they get to the 80s and he's getting all fucking like coked up, I'll turn the movie off. I don't even want to watch it at that point.
What was that Matt Damon film where he's playing the poker hustler?
Fucking hate it. Rounders.
Rounders. So there is a moment in that film where I absolutely turn it off, and it's when that hot chick wants to sleep with him and he denies her. That's when I'm like, you know what? Fuck this stupid movie, and I turn it off every time.
Sam Jansen.
Come on, how can you hate on Rounders?
Rounders is terrible, and fucking John Malkovich is easily his worst performance in his entire career.
I'm John Malkovich. And he was crazy then. Edward Norton.
Here's the thing, I play poker, and anybody that fucking shoves their chips into a fucking pot, I want to just reach across the table and see. Like that would never happen. It would never happen. And you're gonna make a poker. This is like if a military guy's watching like a military movie and they're like, hey, the guy's got the fucking eye cap on his fucking sniper fucking scope. Like there's just certain things that if you're watching it with a certain critical eye, you just can't watch it. I can't watch a poker film, and that's the worst. The only believable character in the entire movie is Chuck Turturro.
Oh, yeah. Can you think of a single good poker movie though?
No,
right now. Like my inverse standards.
No, and that's why until they do it well, I don't want to see it.
Well, I wouldn't call it a poker movie, but one of the greatest poker sequences of all time is The Sting.
Yeah, I would actually say the most enjoyable poker movie for me is Maverick.
I was thinking that. I was thinking, come on, are you really gonna go with Maverick with Mel Gibson's eyelid and the ace of spades throwing like the stack of cash? That was insane. Like, you can't appreciate that as like a poker movie.
But that's probably why I enjoyed it more than the other ones, because it's so silly. Like the only thing worse than Rounders is the fucking poker scene in the Bond movie. Like I'm sitting in the theater and I'm calling everybody's hand, and the fucking people next to me are just like, what the fuck? Like it was the most predictable poker scene ever.
I know, it was so bad, and he like, what was it? He like acted basically like it was a crazy hand, and he had an unbeatable hand, like the way the play of his optics. Good, like gambling wins in a game of poker happen in the head. I'm skeptical that you can make it cinematic.
I think the way that you would have to do it would be, because I've thought about this, because I
feel like Rounders is the closest, man.
No, I don't think it's not good at all. What I would do is because I think you're right, it's a lot of thought. I think what I would do is set a good poker scene to some music, and then, but I'm not a fan of music playing just randomly. I think it has to be part of the scene, and so the music has to be the headphones that a poker player and then when he goes
headphones back on, you kick the music back in. I think that's the way that you would be able to do it. You would want to make somebody feeling the stress of making a tough call. That's the way that you film a good fucking poker scene.
You're saying control it with the sound control. It's just maybe like you can't get a big movie because it won't translate, right? The level of understanding of the stress of a bad poker, it's all dependent upon your understanding of the game. That's why they're always hitting the rules to everyone every damn time they show it.
So we have.
The other thing that makes it tough is that you don't know the circumstances, like, that would cause somebody, like, how was their day going? And it would, like, what is their relationship to money? And if they win or lose, like, is that a make it or break it? What would be really nice is if a real craftsman put together a poker movie where you do like a fractured timeline where you go back and maybe you pick 3 or 4 for people that are in a big game and you go and you get their backstory and then you kind of like just zoom in and out of their backstory to the game itself and maybe just have maybe you can call the movie Final Table, right? And it's like a tournament, super high stakes, and then you can have
I don't think like poker can really be like captured cinematically, but gambling can be done very well. And my favorite is one that goes totally off the wall bonkers and like cartoonish in how much it's just leaving in is Let It Ride. Have you ever seen that with Richard Dreyfuss?
Yes. Well, you know what my favorite gambling scenes of all time on any movie is actually in Vegas Vacation. I think Chevy Chase,
like Rusty.
No, with Chevy Chase when he's losing and he keeps rebuying. Like that is the realest shit. Like nothing is going right, and then you're looking at the fucking asshole dealer. Like that's the as comical as it is, that's the most realistic gambling scenes I've ever seen.
Right. And Chevy Chase is perfect in that too, because he is unflappably confident in the face of absolute disaster.
You know, I asked Big Zed many years ago what his favorite film is, and he told me Dinner with Andre. And I hate to bring this up, but this is full circle Clubhouse experience now. So I got Dinner with Andre, and I was very disappointed.
Yeah, because you have no like sense of calm and peace in your mind. Dinner with Andre is an excellent movie, and you should rewatch it. You specifically.
No, I wouldn't waste 3 hours of my life ever watching that fucking film again.
It's not 3 hours, it just feels like 7.
Alright, hold on. Let's do this. If we were all get together in a little small theater and we can pick our favorite movies to watch, like what movie would you feel like, okay, it can't be something that everybody's seen, it's gotta be something that's personal to you, that you want to show to people, and that in the right setting, you think that people are gonna walk away and go, wow, that was a good movie. What do you find?
It's interesting when you put it that way, because when you said we didn't think about it, I think personally I thought about something big and splashy, because I think it's like the proper cinematic experience. Like, I have this sort of summation of cinema that I think the perfection of cinema is choreographed, justified action, and that's best exemplified in fighting movies and musicals, because it's choreographed into the rhythm, into the music, and it's a full cinematic experience. But that's not like most movie movies. Those are just the biggest practices, because that's the perfection of the form, right? That's like John Wick or Baby Driver, when they match the bullets to the music. That's when cinema is popping, when people just break into song. That is the essence. So yeah, I would think kind of like Mel Brooks. I'd go for a big fucking anthem, Blazing Saddles, you know.
Oh my God, makes sense. That's exactly what I was about to bring up. My favorite movie of all time, Blazing fucking Saddles.
Mel Brooks gets it. He's a fun anthem.
The sheriff.
What about you, John?
You get a clown house and a theater together, and you're putting on the movie that you want to walk away feeling a particular way. What film?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it. Give me a few more moments.
Alright, Roger, you said a series, TV series, that I want to see more Sliders. Sliders is one that, yeah, I see a lot of people on the Sliders. Sliders was fucking amazing.
It got off the rails down the line.
Oh my
And
god.
like the evil Sliders and like the twins and his lost brother.
Oh, Professor, that fucking show made it, dude.
Oh yeah, so they got rid of him, didn't he? He like left.
He passed away.
Have you seen Les Miserables, like this King George theater version, like the best of Les Miserables?
Les Mis is good. Les Mis is exhausting to watch because it's singing from start to finish and loud, big singing. It's just an exhausting experience.
Ooh, Five Volt Goes West.
Oh, that's a good one, yeah.
It's about Jews, too.
What is it?
I'm just saying, I never knew it growing up, and then I was like, Five Volt Goes West is about Russian Jews. Like, what?
I love that. Because there are no cats in the ring.
What about The Fly? The Brundle Fly.
Fly's great. Oh, see, that's another one, like, if we can get great puppetry. They had amazing special effects with makeup and puppetry, and like 12 guys holding the listings around like the thing, and that's just sort of gone the way of the dodo with CGI. They have no respect for puppetry anymore.
Yeah, that Dark Crystal film I thought was really good.
Dark Crystal, the film, I appreciate more as I'm older, and as I got even older, it's like the conflict around it. The series afterwards, amazing. The puppetry, like I was always dreaming about.
Exactly. The never-ending story.
Murder Street was good.
Final Stage.
I tried to buy the rights to Neverending Story, like the copyright to the book. It's a German fantasy film, because I wanted to turn it into a Broadway. Like I think that Neverending Story would be a great Broadway.
On Broadway, yeah.
It would kill it, right? That dog coming out of the stage, it would be huge.
Yeah, there's a bunch of good like cinematic sequences to grab, like the Southern Oracle, the giant tomb in the south, and like the death force.
Willow.
Necessary.
Is there a Jewish esoteric, thing in the Neverending Story where she's like, say my name, you just have to say my name? Like, is there like a secret name? The same way that God has a secret name.
Not like Jewish esoteric, and that's just like German. It's very German form. I forget the original name.
Wait, exactly. You remember Willow?
Willow was good. Willow was fun. Willow was like a strange, gritty take on like fantasy that it was grittier than usual with like squires and D&D all fitting into their roles. But Willow was like part one. And also like how often do you see something really developed for the dwarf community?
The 1980s Excalibur, I think, in my opinion, takes the cake for being like the greatest, one of the best movies ever made. I don't know if you've ever seen Excalibur, but I love that film.
Yeah, they got into it for a bit. 80s, they had some like really good fantasy movies.
That Excalibur film is like a real good example of manliness, knights and magic. Like that film to me is a great message for the generation of that time.
But yeah, so like I wouldn't give like a deeply personal movie. Like for example, this past year, Anora won Best Picture, and I tend to like to see what the finalists are. And Anora, in my opinion, was definitely a better movie than like everything else that was there. Everything else there was like Oscar bait, bullshit, highly polished, all through. Anora was like dark and gritty and like very honest in its approach to this very, very specific little slice of life of a crazy little angle, and it was well performed, well written, and it was all just bumbling morons. Like, and that's like such a great movie, but like, do I want to show that to everybody? Like, I don't know. I think everyone should see it. I don't really want to like watch it in a big theater with everybody, but
I think that a theater experience, even though people have seen it 100 times, it's hard to beat Rocky. I think in a theater setting, Rocky, the music, the underdog story, the love story, I mean, people get so caught up in the emotion of it, they forget that he didn't win the first fucking fight.
Right.
But they look at it. It's fucking crazy.
Ooh, Highlander.
What do you think of Tom Robbins' freaks?
Justified choreographed violence.
Exactly. You see Tom Browning's freaks.
Oh no, you mean like the one from
1932.
Yeah, no, I've heard of it. I know the ending line. I've never seen it myself. No.
It's one of my favorite movies, and apparently the actual ending was too shocking that they had to change it up, and supposedly they lost it. That's my top 3 cinema experiences for them to find the original ending that was filmed and re-release that.
That's another great mark for cinema. Cinema, in the end, the pictures, sound next to it, and what people want to see and hear are things that they don't normally see and hear. I like right now, I love music. Movies as like a catalog. Like, oh well, I'm gonna go to Rome. I'm gonna watch Roman holiday. I'm going to Venice. Oh, I'm going to Mr. Ripley. That features Venice. You know.
What I think of the possibilities of film, if you have a director that you trust, and actors that you enjoy watching, they should be able to take the things that make you feel uncomfortable and take you right to the fucking edge without crossing it. Like this is why violent films work really well. This is why fucking like love stories, betrayal, all that kind of stuff works really well. They should take you to the fucking edge of what you're comfortable with, and then right when they get you to the fucking edge, then fucking walk it back. Now, like that's the line that you're supposed to walk.
But the fun of cinema is that you don't have to walk it back. You know, they push the envelope. Like when you fully embrace it, that's when you go to horror. And then you get some of the craziest special effects. Like, did you see that one with again this past year with Demi Moore and Margaret Whaley with the I forget the name of it. Oh gosh, what was the name? It was about an old actress taking the substance. She takes the substance, and it turns her into a younger, beautiful person. And then like obviously, you know, it's confronting self-hatred, women's body issues and their concern of their self-worth and all these things. But this is a horror movie. At the end, they bounce you down to 11.
Yeah, to me, horror's got to be more subtle than that. I think Hereditary, it's so subtle that when the explosions pop, it's impactful. I think Hereditary is probably the best horror movie in this century.
Okay, listen, horror is not like just a genre. Horror is its very own library. Like, there are whole schools about simply horror, there are whole aficionados, whole sciences, and they're the easiest types of movies to make, strangely enough. So, and
they're the cheapest.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why they always sell well, they always have a special place. So, like, I'd never say that horror, because horror is too broad. Like, it needs to, like, what, gritty, cabin in the woods, slasher flick, like, it lists the genres of horror, and I like it because it's so diverse and varied. It has crazy innovation, not just in music, which it was excellent with controlling a lot of those emotional beats through sound, but special effects, because you want the gore and gruesomeness, and you have to do it, you have to skillfully pepper it in. So you see like all these different techniques that people that horror building, and it's just straight gore. Let's see what happens to people that like skillfully do it or hide it till the end.
Well, so what's interesting is like if you think about the slasher film, which we think of like the 80s as the great slashers, but before that in the 70s, Mario Bava was making these great slasher films. Nobody in the U.S. was watching, right? And except for film students that were like, I'll bet you I can make that. And then all of a sudden,
Tarantino brought his Japanese cinema, and everyone was just like forgetting that they invented spaghetti westerns that came from American copying the Japanese Yojimbo, and then the Italians trying to interpret that, creating who knows? And then we all fell out of fashion, and now we're back to superheroes.
What about comedy horrors?
Dead Alive.
That's weird.
House of a Thousand Corpses.
Yeah, that's not comedy. That's not comedy.
It was fucking terrible. No, there was a bunch of funny scenes in it. Like, there was some characters and shit.
You can laugh at it because no reason to humor, but that wasn't it.
The clown was fucking hysterical.
Yeah.
What was intended to be satirical and funny was let's say Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, which Toby Hooper says that he intended that the first Texas Chainsaw Massacre was supposed to be funny, which nobody got because the violence was so over the top. But if you hear him talk about it, he makes it sound like yeah, we love this old decrepit guy that can't hold the hammer up, and he's whack. He thinks that was funny, but because nobody got it, that's when they went super over the top with the sequel. And if you look at the movie poster.
You do understand I plan to use this for my business, right?
The Page Master? Yeah. Yeah, he turns into a cartoon. He's got cartoon books. And like I say, was it Christopher Lloyd the Wizard? I think so. Christopher Lloyd's still acting. I saw his hits Wednesday. Dear God, that man just doesn't quit.
Do you think it's time to remake Crawl?
Crawl? What was that?
Crawl, the fantasy adventure movie with the Cyclops and the fucking guy that's got the little boomerang with blades on it. You have to have seen Crawl.
No, I never remember. No, don't remake it.
So I don't know if it's good. I was just bringing up one of the movies. Apparently they're making a sequel to the Goonies.
Yeah, I mean, like, the late sequel, like, you're like, oh, it's so nice, look at these actors, they can revisit characters, and you're still, like, making these whole pitches, and I'm like, no, dude, alright, stop saying, right,
I'll tell you another one, that he actually plays in the fucking kid from Vietnam, or wherever he's from, Cambodia, Vietnam, whatever, I don't remember where he's from, but, Mr. Jones, that kid.
Yeah, Shorty.
Yeah, Shorty, and he played the Goonies and all that shit and stuff, and then,
he just came back.
He came back and he won like an Oscar like 2
I know.
So fucking, my wife fucking hates that movie. The Between Everything or whatever the fuck it is with the Chinese lady. My fucking wife hates that movie. She's like, this movie is so fucking stupid. I'm like, you don't understand what's going on. Yeah. I fucking love that movie, dude. But you have to like understand what's going on. And then once you understand it, then you're like, oh, okay.
Like all the crazy.
So it's like the comic book series TV show called Legion. The first time I fucking watched it was like when it first came out, like 15 years ago or some shit, stupid shit like that. And I watched it the first time I got through a couple episodes, and I was like, this is fucking stupid. Why the fuck is just a story about a dude that's schizophrenic, and it's like, you'd have to be on acid to fucking understand it. But then I started getting more into comics, and like watching like these guys that like break down comic book characters and how they're all tied together. And he broke down Legion and his powers, how he's schizophrenic, but he has the ability to like bring parallel universes or create universes with his own universe.
course, but because he's schizophrenic and shit, he's, you know, got multiple personality disorder. He can't fucking control it completely. And once you understand that, you're like, oh, when he's sitting in the psych ward and the fucking horse rides by, that's a horse from a parallel fucking universe that's actually walking through a fucking field in a parallel universe. And then you're like, okay, now this fucking makes sense. You know, like, and then you start thinking about, like, wow, how fucking cool would that be to, like, have his powers and abilities?
There's a reason they threw Legion onto the TV and not in a movie. Like, you need a lot of space to develop the weird discomfort and sense of reality.
What did you guys like better, the Watchmen movie or the Watchmen series?
Okay. First of all, Watchmen movie, absolute dog shit garbage, not worth a fucking dime. Absolutely terrible.
Go ahead.
The movie was garbage. The series, pretty good. I mean, like, as a follow-up, I was enjoying that it was yes and, it was no longer trying to, like, rehash. And the reason I'm gonna say the movie is absolute dog shit garbage is that it's, like, just trying to, just, like, adapt however many main points from the story. It doesn't follow through in it, it doesn't understand it or catch any of the tone, whereas the show did. The show did have that weird, uneasy sense of, should we even be trusting these people? And the reason, again, I'm going to bash the movie, because everyone should go back to the comic. That comic was amazing.
The graphic novel is probably the best work of fiction, like, in maybe 50 years. And it's amazing. And Alan Moore agrees with you about the film, but not because he thought the film sucked. It was, he believed that story can only be told in the pages of the graphic novel. He doesn't believe
it's backhanded way of saying the movie sucks.
No, because he said it before he saw the movie. He's right. He was mad. He was like, you can't do it. And then
never liked the adaptations of this work. From Hell was okay. What were the other ones for this stuff?
V for Vendetta.
V for Vendetta was okay. Frankly, I think V for Vendetta was better than the comic book because I didn't really like that comic book that much.
But I do think that is one of the few must reads in terms of comics. It is literally the shit.
Oh my god! One second, Roger. I gotta say, so as a hobby, I like to travel around to different libraries and purchase books that they have for sale. Watchmen is one of my best library purchases. The same day, I got for 50 cents a copy of Sapiens, and for 50 cents a copy of Watchmen on the same day. That was my best haul.
That's crazy. Yeah. I have a copy that I've read multiple times, and then I have another copy that I paid more for that is sealed up and like collector items.
I hear you. To me, it's just like if I find that book for sale for 50 cents, I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna reread it.
There's a place here in Lubbock where I can't remember if it's like Wednesdays or some shit like that. But they do it like every other Wednesday or every other Thursday, this comic book store. And they're like, if you're a real comic person and shit, you just either fucking trash or ass. But I guess they're like their reprints, it's like a lot of 90s and early 2000 comic books. But they're like reprints. Yeah, they're reprints, and I mostly got them for my kids to like get them into comic books and stuff, because I never like fully got into comic books until I was an adult. And
I just go to the library.
Yeah, so we go to this place, and I walk in there, and I was like, I'm just gonna get a couple comic books for my kids, and maybe I'll find a Spider-Man for my son, and maybe like a Harley Quinn for my daughter, because she loves Harley Quinn, even though I'm not a huge fan of her Harley Quinn character.
Occasionally go into the comic book shop, like Midtown Comics.
Well, check this out. They go in there, and you buy one, and you get fucking 4 free for $1. So I'm just picking through, and I'm like, I'm getting 5 comic books for $1, and I'm doing the math in my head, and I'm like, I'm gonna spend like fucking $50 here, and I did it for Christmas, and I got like 250 comic books for like $50, and then I just like wrapped them all up and shit. The kids, I mean, only 2 of them can read and shit, but yeah, the one can read okay, and the other reads good. But yeah, so look at the pictures and learn the characters and stuff like that, and I'll sit down and read to them. And I'll tell them all the time, like, hey, just go grab one out of the closet. And I don't
here's a piece of advice if you want to
into the collecting aspect of comics is go and find any villain that was introduced in a comic book that has not yet been put on film. Just any villain that has not yet been in a film. Doesn't matter if he's a small villain, because eventually they're running out of ideas and they're going to tap into things. And when they do, people are then going to go back and say, oh, I want to see the issue where this person was introduced in the comics. So go buy those now.
On your claim that they're running in those, that's one of the things I love so much about James Gunn and the way he plays the universe is because he knows that there is actually encyclopedias of content that we are just not seeing in the cinema. Like, we get the same 12 characters, and he'll throw in a dozen, he'll kill them all, and be like, I got more, sucker.
Well, you know what they do with the comic books is, I got the guy who's working with a comic book guy who's just chilling out, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get like 250 of them. I'm like, this is like gonna take me a while. And I was like, then I started asking questions. I was like, hey, can you give me like some kid-friendly ones? Like, tell me which ones you think you would recommend that are like kid-friendly for like a 7 and a 5 and a 3-year-old stuff that aren't like too gory and gruesome and stuff like that are like good characters and stuff. I'm listening like what do Marvel and DC. So the guy ended up like helping me. He ended up like 3/4 of them for me and shit. He was just going through and I was like, yeah, I don't want to get any duplicates. So he made sure not to get any duplicates, and we just went through it. I went back and got probably like another 150. So we're like,
If the comic book guy survived what the video store guy did, right? This curating librarian of like.
Oh yeah, they're sort of lost at the end of the game.
Yeah, but the video store's kind of gone. Like, I want the libraries to kind of step up and like create a role for like the I don't know, legacy Tarantino video store guy for each community, because they should have one. Like, there's an art form to curating.
Well, you know what else we have here is we have a figurine or like action figure type store where it's like collectibles and shit. But instead of just being one of those like douchey fucking dudes that's like, oh, everything in here is like $250 and up, you know.
Right.
Oh, those are $12,000 for that limited run piece, you know. Like, he has like a lot of cheap shit, so he'll have like old Ninja Turtles from like the 90s and 80s and stuff. You know, they're not like the best condition. Like, maybe it's because like the arms popped off or something. But he'll have them in there for like a couple bucks in like a little cellophane bag, just hanging up. So like, go in there and get like kids like Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers and all that shit. So it's pretty cool.
You guys familiar with the Rippaverse?
Kelly Ripa?
No, the Rippaverse. Eric July, he's a pseudo-famous rapper / libertarian. Decided to start publishing his own comic books. They're very good, but he was a fan of comic books, and he doesn't like multiverse. He doesn't like that death doesn't have consequences in comic books anymore. And so he's provided a new take on it where where things matter. The storyline matters. There's not going to be a snap of the finger and then oh, just kidding. We're going to bring him back to life. And so it's old school storytelling. I don't know if people would love the artwork as much as some of the other stuff. You know, it's no Jack Kirby, but it's definitely it's got its place, and it's new enough. It's only been out for like maybe 3 years or so you can like go back and like get every fucking issue if you wanted to.
Yeah, I try those. I've seen that. What was it? In literature class, my teacher in high school was pointing out that Don Quixote was a satire. That Cervantes hated the epic. He hated this story style of this gallant hero with these damsels in distress, and he thought it was all formulaic and stupid, and he wanted to throw it on his head by having a touch of reality, right? So Don Quixote is the crazy idiot that acts like a knight errant, and all of reality just smacks him in the face in every episode. Now what's interesting is it actually came out in like 3 different parts, and at some point people started, since Don Quixote became so famous, they started epicizing
Yeah, they did the fan fiction, and one of the cool things was he ended up writing a book where his character runs into the character claiming to be him in the fan fiction. Yeah, it's so fucking good. This is bold storytelling before you even had permission to be a bold storyteller. That shit's so far ahead of its time.
He's criticizing the trend of literature. The trend of literature is too mighty for him to stop, so it reacts, and he engages in conversation with modern literature by writing another story. It's great, I love it. But he was highlighting that Cervantes, he was saying Cervantes was successful. They did destroy the genre, and were no longer epics. And I raised my hand and said, that is a crock of shit. What are you talking about? Your description of epics is identical to comic books. It's literally the same, especially with the fact that the people die and come back over and over again, bigger, bolder stories that all crunch. And part of what I've noticed of being a fan of comics and watching it, there's a cycle. It's a regular cycle of people liking the story, wanting to see different iterations of that story. And then, because they like the alternate iterations of that very same notion, they want to see interactions, just like, again, Don Quixote and the Mirror Knight. So, yeah, I want to see what the Flash looks like if he was in the 1800s, but then I also want to see that Flash with modern-day Batman, because who knows, right? And then, as you do that, you then inadvertently create a multiverse. The multiverse becomes unwieldy because there are too many artists creating too many stories, and they contradict each other, and the fan base gets disillusioned and confused. So what happens? There's a big crunch. It gets reduced down to one or multiple universes that are then controllable until the process starts again because people still want to broaden. And it goes multiverse collapse over and over again.
Yeah, it's like multiply by. What's the one segment of coconuts?
Goes by now. Oh, Holy Grail. I know there is
Oh my god.
actually invested in that one.
The fucking, what is it, the swallows or whatever they're talking about.
Yeah, African swallow.
English swallow that Gary's talking about. It's like maybe you had two of them tied together with a string. It's like, what an African swallow did you mean?
They're like fucking arguing and shit.
You know, Chad, I think there's a lot of influence from Don Quixote in pro wrestling. I think some of the characters and their relationship with reality, and to me, it seems very related. I don't think the average wrestling fan would pull that out, but I would imagine that the story writers absolutely are thinking about this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if any of you know who Eleni Reifenstahl is. She's Adolf Hitler's video woman of the Third Reich or whatever it was, and she innovated things in theatrical production because she has this movie which is considered by the Criterion Collection one of being top whatever films or whatever, but I think it's called Triumph of the Will. I can't remember what it was called, but I did an analysis of it in a film class.
Oh yeah, that was a German propaganda, right?
Yeah. Isn't this called Triumph of the Will? I mean, it's kind of a beautiful film in the sense of she has these Greek, athletes performing at the Olympics and things. It's beautiful. It's beautiful in a way, but it is a propaganda film created on behalf of the Nazis.
Yeah, I mean, cinema is a new technology, and the main innovation of the Nazis was their use of science for propaganda purposes. Right, the microphone alone, the loudspeaker for Hitler to reach that many people as he was speaking live, that itself was technical innovation.
So, did they essentially create spam?
They didn't.
Meaning that propaganda at the state level, you know, in retrospect, like they were the first to fully maximize it. So I'm just saying, like to me, they're like, you know, political spammers.
A bit. You know, early development of cinema, it really is worth its own investigation, and it's very, very young. Like theater is old. Theater goes back to the ancient Greeks. They had science of acting, play performances, different things. But cinema, oh man! Like first of all, the guy that one of the stories of like one of the early inventors was that he might have been murdered and camera stolen from him on a train. Like insane.
I don't know if you know what alpha, like there's this thing called theater brainwave state where your brain goes into a specific brainwave state, you know, when you sit down in the theater. So it puts you into a technical trance state.
Yeah, I mean that would track.
Did you ever see the Benny Hill documentary?
No.
It's got
The Benny Hill too.
Yakety yak, wait, yakety snacks or something. Yakety sacks.
Don't come back.
That little old man he used to slap on the head had to have been 900 years old.
What are your favorite Daniel Day-Lewis films?
I haven't seen his early stuff, like Last Couple Beacons and My Left Foot. Like he really, like, 'cause I think he had like a break from acting when I was like young and coming up watching movies. So I think like the first one that caught my attention was like, Gangs of New York, and then No Country, not No Country, There Will Be Blood.
There Will Be Blood is the best movie made this century.
Listen, I don't love There Will Be Blood because it is a long, dry, boring movie without much happening. But the scenes, the sequences, the cinematography, like, it is an excellent movie. I incredibly respect There Will Be Blood. And that final scene, like, oh man, you can't. They were just killing it, man.
Let me ask you this. Have you seen The General, Buster Keaton?
You mean the dictator? The dictator?
The Buster Keaton, the General. That's the one where you get the that stunt scene where he's on the train. Where it's some of the best early stunt work, right? Just like that's the kind of shit that like I wish they had more people talking about the making of that because we now we have documentary crews and you know on the making of every film, so you can capture a lot of really cool shit. But back in those days, they didn't, and I'd love to understand like. How did they know that was gonna work? And like, how did they, like, I mean, they were taking a lot of fucking chances. I mean, like, doing some really dangerous shit. Like,
Not at all.
yeah, just amazingly big.
You gotta keep in mind that they had already had, like, surprising shows for people there. And circus, and rodeo, and vaudeville, and some of these people were expert craftsmen at the very, very dangerous professions. And they were experts because they were the ones that had to survive. And like in cinema, once you get cinema, of course you gotta get that on film. And you don't have the capitalistic marketplace for rough and tumble anarchy and vaudeville to find those kinds of performances like you did in the past. Too much like safety. You don't want as many people dead as you take one in the past.
Well,
It was child actors.
That movie.
They were like, you know, twins that would go around the country singing in unison or something.
Isn't The Crow with Bruce Lee's son a shitty film?
It's not that bad. I've seen it.
Emo kids love it.
Yeah. The makeup's awesome. Doesn't love that. He's dead, so he's got to be
Well,
up,
have
right?
you seen Christopher Walken in King of New York?
Yeah. That was,
Is that-
he gets like kidnapped, right?
No, Christopher
he's a
Walken.
gangster.
Yeah, he plays the King of New York. He's a kingpin.
He's a gangster, and his like whole gang is a bunch of black dudes. It's amazing.
And it's so ridiculous, but so I was in the army, and this drill sergeant, we're talking movies, he's like, you ever seen The King of New York? I said, no. He said, it's the most gangster-ass movie ever made. He goes to a cop funeral, and he kills the cops at the cop funeral.
It's pretty gangster.
That movie's good because you get to see a lot of like young actors like before they made it. And it's kind of like a who's who of black actors that are like in his little gang.
Who played Morpheus? What's that actor's name?
Lawrence Fishburne.
Yeah, that's when Lawrence Fishburne is very young. He's got a big role in that movie. He's really gross, really nasty.
Remember Wesley Snipes in New Jack City? When he poured champagne on the chicken, told her she was canceled. That was the beginning of cancel culture.
Wesley Snipes kind of like kids.
Remember Wesley Snipes in the ad video for Michael Jackson?
No.
Yes, he played main thug number 1, who was bullying Michael Jackson.
Wesley Snipes was good. He was.
What about the Beat It video with pool tables that don't have pockets?
That just means like maybe they're in hell. How did you get a pool table without pockets? Did they like seal them up?
It's probably not a pool table. It was probably just a table that they did felt on and just said, we'll make this look like pool tables.
Right. Pool tables are pretty heavy.
Oh, and whatever movie you all were talking about with Lawrence Fishburne, I guarantee it was not as bad as his breakout role as Black Rapist number 2 in Death Wish.
Well, he was the second Black Rapist.
Exactly.
What about his accent in Higher Learning? Do you remember that?
Oh, the Hotep accent? I think that's an easy adaptation.
He's got a great voice. Perfect for the Matrix.
He was in Apocalypse Now, right? He was on the Swift boat.
Yeah, I think so. Because he was young then, right?
Oh, those days are long over.
Yeah, he's a big guy now. He extended for a while in Hollywood. But it also, what's his face? Sam Jackson. With that world.
Well, what's interesting was that right after What's Love got to do with it, he was offered the role in Pulp Fiction, and his agent told him to turn it down because it wasn't a leading man role, and so he
Jackson.
Yeah, Samuel Jackson turned that one out, but yeah, that was who originally Tarantino wanted for that role.
That was a competent role. I think also the bartender was at some point slated to play that, but Sam Jackson, he took it and he crushed it. I think even that week, right? I think Tarantino wanted an afro, and they brought in a Jerry curl, and then
he had this fella to him like, no, hey, this actually works in LA. They were wearing this hairstyle, and Tarantino wasn't happy about it until he made it work.
Yeah, and he did. You saw Jackson was like playing with it very like he used it. It was better than Pro, I think.
I didn't realize until
Jackson had auditioned for Reservoir Dogs. You see that movie and you think, like, how did black guy fit into that universe? Yeah, like, I'm not exactly sure what role it was. And Tarantino originally wanted to cast himself as Mr. Pink, and then when Steve Buscemi was auditioning for it, he was like kind of upset about the fact that, like, fuck, I gotta give this to this guy. Like, he just did,
Buscemi was amazing as Pink.
I've seen that movie twice, which is one time too many. I still know. All I know is Michael Madsen cuts my ear off, and that's pretty much all I remember.
You know who was originally going to play Mr. Blonde? Christopher Walken.
Christopher Walken?
And he ended up turning it down to do The Prophecy.
Terrible, but not with no attempt, no hope in him.
Oh man, I cannot think that Christopher Walken would have. You never would have played it in the same way. I don't think I would have liked this much. Because Madsen, he doesn't start looking like a creepy serial killer, and Christopher Walken looks like a creepy serial killer to begin with. He, like, I'd say better than Madsen, I think.
And then Madsen lost the opportunity to be in Pulp Fiction to play in Wyatt Earp movies.
Right. And then we got the Travolta revival, which is probably not good for cinema. Like, if you look at what Travolta did after that, nothing notable of interest, like worthy of art. Like, it really just Tarantino saved it, and then he went to make.
Well, I would argue Get Shorty was a big follow-up, but some of the other stuff that he was doing, like Swordfish and Face Off, like, you know, it's spoon-fed garbage that some people, there's an audience for it.
Face Off is good for Nick Cage. I will watch Nick Cage in Face Off every day. That is a his performance.
Face Off is not one of my favorite movies, but I thought that both of them did an excellent job, like portraying a straight man. It's like, yeah, it's like there's a scene that just stayed with me, and it's the one where he's teaching Juliette Lewis about the knife, and then she has to play that out. Like, I don't remember much about that movie, but I remember in the time being just like, oh.
Yeah, that was like a weird kind of, that, like, they had all these psychosexual horror. That was like a psychosexual action. It was really creepy, right? It's like, the guy takes his face and he's sleeping with his wife, and like, approaching his daughter in the face of his mom. So creepy.
Yeah, another scene I remember where the wife is like, dude, I thought he was you. I mean, dude,
Yeah, he did do it. They're like, yep, that happened.
You know,
Nick Cage had like the easiest scene chewing I'm a villain and I'm gonna copy Nick Cage's early performance. But Nick Cage had the interesting job of being horrified as the cop walking on this happens on Christmas. And you see it, like his face, he's just like broken. And how he has to engage in crime and defy all his principles to get back to his family. Oh man, that's a crazy movie.
if you took Travolta's best performance in his career,
Only Pulp Fiction.
And if you take Pulp Fiction, if you take Saturday Night Fever, there's a handful of these blowout. I mean, there's a handful. You can get 4 or 5 films of Travolta, and you can, and that stuff holds up well. If you were to show that 50 years from now, you'd go, hey, this was one of our great actors. But you imagine if somebody got a copy of like Gotti or like White Man's Burden or some of the like really shitty things, they'd be like, who the fuck is this guy?
Swordfish, Broken Arrow, just like churning out crap. Battlefield Earth Passion Project on behalf of the Scientology career. I mean, I grant you, he was good when he was a kid. He was just like a good fit for like the style. Wanted like this big Italian American kid. Okay, Travolta's
about dancing, choreography.
Can I tell you about the one movie that had me in denial almost until the end? I went into Monsters Ball cold. I didn't know that there was going to be this big sex scene. But who do we have? We've got Halle Berry. We've got the kid, Church of Jesus Christ, Heath Ledger, and we've got Billy Bob Thornton. And all I know is there's going to be a sex scene. So I am like, Heath Ledger and Halle Berry are going to get down. I am ready for this. I am 100% invested. And then Heath Ledger, this is how Heath Ledger shoots himself in the fucking heart in this movie. And I am sitting there going, well, is he gonna come back? No. I'm going, how are they gonna bring him back to life to have sex with Halle Berry? When it finally happened, and I mean, don't even get me started on, can you make me feel good? Okay, I was just like, this fucking movie, I hate everybody. I need to go. I didn't get up. I was thoroughly disappointed, and I refuse to watch anything that Billy Bob Thornton has been in, except for Bad Stand. I did see Bad Stand, but fuck Billy Bob Thornton.
So what do you think?
Where he was an attorney.
Because I still appreciate him. He's good, but like, still kind of pisses me off what he does.
Yeah, but Nick said, what was the TV show about him being an attorney, a lawyer?
Oh, Goliath.
Landman? Yeah, Goliath. No, yeah, Landman's good, and Goliath is good too.
So what do you think about this new Paramount, leadership? Do you think he's gonna have some breakthrough films, or is it all just gonna be woke garbage and he's gonna fail as the heir of Rupert Murdoch? Or is it Rupert or Larry Ellison, David Ellison? I posted the link, but do you think it's gonna be a failure?
But all of this is just like stupid conjecture from fans over like politics. Like I doubt much of this has anything to do with the mergers. It might, but it's just like if it did, I'd expect some like secretary to say like, oh yeah, this is absolutely what happened. It seems more like the show was just genuinely losing money every single year since Colbert got on it. Like, and he even referenced it when he said like that was like, as you're watching this now on your phones and not on live television, which is the reason we're being canceled, right? Like, sometimes you're just losing. It's not always about some nefarious villain and like lucky upstart.
So much better.
Did anybody see the Trump movie that came out with the story of him and Ray Cohen? Like, I've been watching clips on YouTube. Did anybody watch the whole thing?
I watched some of it. I got bored, didn't finish it.
Did you guys watch the COVID episode where Jon Stewart came back to the Colbert Report, and then he was sitting there, and he's talking about the Wuhan laboratory and fucking China.
I mean, it was China. Like, we know that.
Oh, I know, but like him crashing out and Colbert just sitting in the back going, fuck, he's screwing me right now.
Like I said, you hear so much about Jewish conspiracy all the time now. I'm wondering, why don't we hear about Jesuit conspiracy theories?
I don't think there's a tremendous awareness of the Jesuit community in the wider world. But they have straight up conspiracy. Like, I mean, it's not so secret. They've like published the nature of those things. But and also like, I don't know that they're necessarily bad. Like, they're generally, maybe this is like, my Jewish sensibilities, but like, as I understand it, they are trying to be the most intellectual within the church and to lead the church into a more intellectual position, which is a laudable goal, I think, especially for a society that pretty much, one of the main critiques people pose against it is that it stops people from engaging in critical reasoning and forces them to simply accept simple answers and deny any critical conception of an alternative. Whereas, like, you could just be in favor of critical reasoning. You could do that and still hold
pulled by a lot of the teachings.
And also, John, it's not as fun to attack the Jesuits as it is the easy target the Jews, you know?
Yeah. How do you ever pick out a Jesuit in the crowd?
Yeah, they don't wear little fucking hats, do they?
No. Don't even have noses.
Yeah, it is with the Jews, even if they're not wearing a kippah, you know, you can just see them with their bald spot, you know, on the back of their head.
Yeah, they're not because they made the whole thing scientific. You just like take out those eyeball swatches.
You know the movie Good Shepherd when Matt Damon is talking to Joe Pesci and he's like, you know, what are you guys like? We got America. You're just renters, basically.
No, okay, you just like mangle the life. It's like, you know, Italians got our family, the Jews, they got their traditions. What do you got? The United States of America. The rest of you just live here.
Well, was Matt Damon supposed to be just regular white?
Yep, exactly. Yeah. The old white guy that was at Harvard, elites of the elites, and because he's trusted and he keeps his mouth shut, let's put him in charge of the CIA.
Ooh, you know what other movie I like is Wolf of Wall Street. I know I'm going to push back, but that's good.
Oh, that's a great movie. I love Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, we have like all these cinematic, you know, what do they call them? Like the audio files or like music. What's
Cinephile?
Cinephiles, yeah, like you get all these fucking
Cinephile.
Oh, it's not a classic, like deep intellectual movie. No, that's funny.
When Wolf of Wall Street came out, it's directed by Scorsese. It came out it's like right around Christmas time, and the date. The one with Bradley Cooper and whoever else was in it. It just felt way more like a Scorsese film, and that was the issue I had. I saw both of those films like in the same week, and like I thought the David O. Russell film was better.
Oh, was it Silver Linings Playbook?
No, I love that movie. It was the other one. God damn it.
The Hangover?
No.
That was a good movie. Oh my god, I loved it.
Hold on. Oh, the fuck was that goddamn name of that film?
Yeah, you gotta watch it. You see it right.
American Hustle.
American Hustle. Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, that was solid.
Those came out like. Yeah, they both came out around the same time, and that one felt like a Scorsese movie, and I saw it first, and then I saw Wolf of Wall Street, and I don't know, there was something about Wolf of Wall Street that was a little bit of a letdown to me.
I hear that.
My favorite part of that movie was when they were tossing midgets. I had like a conversation beforehand about like the midgets having a union and shit. It was fucking hilarious.
It was funny, the negotiation of what they could and couldn't do.
I never saw Wolf of Wall Street, but I was in investment banking in the 90s, and dwarf tossing was a thing.
What was the name of his
I can't
company?
watch those
Oakmont Stratton. I met him on the beach I lived in Hermosa Beach. I met Jordan Belfort, and I asked him if I could take a selfie with him, and he got up off of his beach chair. Oh my God, there's a big bug in my apartment. He got off the beach chair and he took a selfie with me. And
Oh really? I heard he's like a total douche.
yeah, and across town, I heard he owed some people still millions of dollars in Manhattan Beach.
Speaking of midgets, my 40th birthday, we had midget wrestling. Not quite the same as midget tossing, but we had midget wrestling.
Girls?
No. There's a couple guys from the local promotion came to the party and put on a match.
What's he get?
It was fun.
I own that I come from an asshole background, but if you know, there might have been a time that was a thing.
She's like, I own, and I was like, oh
the update for the app?
I think so because when I'm in the hallway, I hear rooms, and apparently people see me.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm just wondering if you could see the poll up.
Oh, yes, I commented on it as soon as I came in the room. I am a teapot.
You gotta click on one.
Well, I mean, just pick one that random if you like.
Yeah, Roger's gonna keep this room open for the next like 36 hours. He doesn't get 1,000.
No. I want to get 1,000 votes. So I'm gonna keep this room open until I get 1,000 votes.
Yeah, how dare all of you in the audience, especially you all.
Isn't the future of film personal, meaning that now, we can do this personal AI film curation for ourselves? I mean, that we don't need these big studios. It's the major tech platforms that will give us the movies that we desire on demand.
Wait, when it's just taking from behind, that includes face down and stuff, right? I don't know if I need another.
Every time I read from behind, I just think like a dirty whore. I am a teapot.
We were having fun with the from behind. Every time a man would choose that, we would then say, "Oh, you like it from behind, dude." So that's the biggest setup.
I said what I said about the face down ass stuff, and then I immediately looked at the screen, and I was like, please don't let Happy be on stage. Because that was so weird saying like dirty shit in front of Happy. And she's like, I'm fine with it. It doesn't bother me. But I'm just like, it's still weird because like I know her age and stuff like that. And I'm like saying dirty shit for my grandma.
I tell all the time that I would.
You think that out.
That would smash. Don't worry about age.
No, I'm not saying I wouldn't hit, that age either. I'm just saying that it's something weird,
You guys should invite Dismal up. I'd like to get her here.
Is she dismal?
Sean, you haven't responded to the poll either.
Hey, I'm starting a little late in all this. I will respond to the poll, but I don't see the poll because I don't have the update.
You gotta update the app. What do you guys think of Jason? Jason down in the chat. He's in the goo. He's got 0 friends, but he's got the update for the app. Oh, he left. Oh, he's Jason. You got 0 friends. What's going on, buddy? Why would you pay for the premiums thing and you don't even have friends?
Maybe like just join the app and it popped up says like pay attention.
Maybe. Let's bring him up here. Let's school him.
Like,
Let's hip him
is
to
this
the
what I'm
game.
supposed to do? Do I have to pay for this? And he's like, alright.
Let's hip him to the game. Let's get him up.
He left.
Now he's back. Now he's gone.
Jason follows a lot of houses with no friends. That's definitely intentional.
Yeah.
He's a troll.
So I have had people from Patty's politically correct come into my YouTube and leave complaints in the chat and notify me that they're calling the police on me.
Why? For what?
Recording them without their consent.
You know what's fucking terrible about that room is that they really think they're super well informed. They think they're well informed, and like their evidence. Look, I'm gonna play a clip for you. It's like, okay, got it. Like, what's your play something? You ask for they just heard, and they don't even know what the fuck they just heard. They are among this people on this fucking app.
They're like the worst kind of fucking creatures too, in the sense that like anything you say that goes against their fucking echo chamber, they're like, kick this motherfucker, get him out of here, kick this racist piece of shit. And I'm like, I just said that I didn't think that like systemic racism is the real thing. Sorry, like the fuck,
crashed out.
It's like The View, but instead of having like Whoopi and Joy Behar, it's like having like Whoopi and Behar become one person. It's like black Behars. They're just fucking. They're just terrible.
There's gonna be a room.
1980s Whoopi was awesome.
Yeah, before she became a raving lunatic leftist freaking.
Well, you know,
I
Ghost.
liked her best when she was with Ted Danson.
Of course you do.
Which movie was that?
Well,
Oh, when they were
Made in
dating.
America.
Wait, is she a dyke or is she straight or bi or what?
Oh my god.
Oh, sorry.
She
She's
shaved
a
her.
heterosexual woman with like adult children.
She changed her
Yeah, she
name.
likes the penis.
She appropriated a Jewish name. She shaved her eyebrows, and you know the movie Ghost with Patrick Swayze is a good movie, but you know it's to me it's hard to even believe that Patrick Swayze ever even died.
Well, listen, if she was more attractive and less insufferable, I don't think I would have resorted to calling her dyke, but you know, I would probably been like, hey, is she a lesbian or carpentry? You know, but she deserves the word dyke. I'm sorry.
And so that show's also going off the air. Praise God.
I will say, Elizabeth Hasselbeck was cute. I can watch the reruns with her on it.
Was she?
Yeah, she's cute.
Are all these woke shows actually failing supposedly because you know USAID has been eliminated and the public broadcasting funding is eliminated? Are these shows failing because these large networks like Viacom were actually getting government funding to produce some of these shows? I mean, the U.S. Ad Council, I don't know, I could check how much the budget is, but I still see U.S. Ad Council ads for the most erroneous, stupid shit ever being advertised nonstop.
Roger, you should invite Rachel up. Her last 3 polls were on
Rachel knows how to raise her hand. Like, what?
Should America have a third party? Yes, we need a fresh start. Better places to live. Europe. Is America broken? Yes, it's on the downside.
So Dismal Outlook in the chat, if you want to come up and call me out, you know, mano a mano here on the stage, now's your opportunity.
My favorite day was when Dismal was on the stage and you were here on the stage with her and she didn't recognize you and she was referring to you as the troll in the audience. It was pretty funny. She was talking about you and didn't even know you were on stage.
Yeah, but Vincent, it's not a real third party if they can't fucking do anything or ever win an election. It's a pretend third party. These independents are.
I think we should definitely ditch the party system. All it is an apparatus to raise money, and the more that you support the party, the more that they're just going to abuse you. They just do market research. When you register to be a member of the party, if you donate to it, they just collect information and then they tell you more about what they think you want to hear. If you really want to fuck them up and make them come up with good ideas, everyone should abandon the 2 major parties, just be independents, and then let them guess. And eventually they're going to have to say, well, fuck, since we can't do market research, maybe we have to come up with good ideas.
But the only good idea is stop borrowing and stop spending other people's money.
Yeah, it's getting out of control. 37 trillion.
Yeah, that's never gonna happen. Wishful thinking, guys.
That poll earlier was hilarious. How many zeros are in 37 trillion? It was a little sad that not everyone was able to get it. Did you guys notice that
there was many women that came in here, saw this poll, and were eager to talk about it. Like, very eager to talk about it. And then there were some women that wouldn't.
The greatest one was when John asked, what was it, 100 times 1,000? Some guy's like, I'm not good at math. It's like, obviously.
Well, I think we spend so much time on this app that you just because you just naturally forget that you're actually talking to stupid people. And so, if you do a quick diagnostic to reconfirm that you're talking to stupid people, it kind of lessens the blow of why we're here wasting our time.
We need to come up with more of those questions. I think that's a good one, and I like the variant that you give, just in case somebody's throwing the answer in the chat for you. The variant of 500 times 1,000, that one seems to mix people up, even if they got the first one right.
Yeah, or 999 times 1,000. But I think somebody said on here, I was in a room the other day, somebody was like, just ask people if 3x equals 24, what does x equal? And if you go into a lot of these flat earth rooms, most of the people in those flat earth rooms can't actually answer that question.
What do you think's another good litmus test question? I mean, I like the basic math. Is there anything else that we could incorporate into our interrogation of people just to figure out how much time we should waste with them?
I mean, they've done it with just the YouTube videos, like, when was the Declaration of Independence signed? That's fucking amazing. And people are like, it's all these dumbass fucking young kids who can't answer these fucking questions. They don't teach, they don't teach anything in fucking, about history and shit, in fucking school nowadays. And then they go and ask, like, all the 50-year-olds, and all the 50-year-olds are like, I don't know.
Well, if I read the Constitution today, and if you actually read it, it is actually rather complicated. And this is the first time I ever read the Constitution out loud and recorded it. And it made me realize that if I ever get a chance to debate, the incumbent that I'm running against, Darren LaHood, if you were to ask him specific questions about sections of the Constitution, most people they do not have it memorized. They have no real comprehension or knowledge with regards to our primary founding documents. They just don't. And it's written in kind of this old English vernacular, which makes comprehension even more difficult. So if you can become a subject matter expert on the Constitution, you have politically one-upped your opponent in a way which makes them look, childish, amateurish, not intelligent.
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier, Roger and I. Like, most people know the first, second, fourth, and fifth. Most people accept the fourth and fifth and like look backwards most of the time, where they just fucking know what they're talking about. And Roger's like, well, what's the Third Amendment? It's like an easy one, but 99.9% of people don't know what the fuck Third Amendment is.
Yeah, but you gotta reserve that one. You gotta keep in your pocket for when you get in an argument, typically with a Republican, and they'll tell you, well, I'm a constitutionalist. I believe in the Second Amendment. And then you just pause them and you just go, you're a constitutionalist? And they'll go, yes. And then you go, okay, cool. What's the Third Amendment? And then that, especially if you do it face to face, if you do it on this app, they might take some time to like Google it or whatever. But if you do that face to face, they will not answer you. I would bet that even if you went to like, I don't know, like a Republican town hall, I would still guess that less than fucking 2% of the people there would know.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying though. It's like, it's not even the fucking 18-year-olds that can't answer these questions. It's the fucking 40, 50, 60-year-olds. Because they always like to sit there and preach about how, my day, they taught history, math, and you just ask them fucking simple questions, and they just dumbfounded, like, oh, I don't know.
You know, it's a good one too. Is talk to people about the Social Security. Before you tell them that you want to cut Social Security, just talk to them about how the Supreme Court, has ruled on it that it's not a contract,
that Congress can change, reduce, and eliminate benefits. Paying into Social Security does not guarantee a benefit, and they will argue with you. They will argue with you, and then you just have to be ready to talk to them about cases like Fleming versus Nestor, and then you can read to them, the Justice Harlan position that talks about that it's not a guarantee.
Or you just trying to put batteries in little Necro's back. Again, if he's awake right now, he's like just seeing him.
Well, I mean, anyone that thinks that like you're not supposed to talk about Social Security or you couldn't cut it, you should just start asking them like what they believe it is. If you have like a straight talk, this is why, and I hope everybody will do it. John, you have to put this on your calendar. On 4 p.m. Pacific time, I don't know what time is it here. You're in Central, right? So it's 7 Eastern on Tuesday. That guy Allen is doing a room in the Brain Trust about taxation. And if we play within his rules and be very polite and deliberate, don't say things that are over the top, just ask some questions, because he's a man of letters. He understands some of this stuff. I think that it'll be very illuminating. It'll probably be very frustrating for other people in the room, because most people in those rooms are not well educated. Alan actually is. Alan's a very highly educated, knowledgeable dude. And then and this is how you know that he's smart, is that when he needs to get his information together, if you do ask him a question that he doesn't know, rather than the way that most people engage on this app, where they'll just start making shit up, he will say, I'm not prepared to have this conversation. And if you want to grill him and browbeat him over the fact that he doesn't have his facts together, you can do that. But I think he actually does operate in good faith. I think what we need to do is go into there and talk about the points that he's afraid to have brought up. Because the reason he wants to talk about that is he wants to talk about social safety nets. He wants to talk about the social contract, and that's the conversation that he's hoping to have to get lefties to to fold about like capitulating to what like just bowing down to government. He is not ready for the kind of conversation that could come his way. He asked him, this is why I told him you should come, was he asked Jules to come. And he goes, Jules, you work for the IRS, you should come. And I go, hey, I got somebody else who worked for the IRS. And then I mentioned you by name, and he goes, oh no, I've thrown him out of the room. And I go, well, that's not wise. I go, if you're running for Congress, you should definitely let those people have have their say, even if you don't like in fact, I almost feel like it's our civic duty to listen.
He's very delicate, and he's incapable of getting any scorn thrown his way. I mean, he controls it, like a feminist little Nazi, and he was going on and on and on one day in Politically Correct, maybe a week or two ago, about how he wants to get a sign and he's looking for everybody's support, and how we can't let go of Epstein and Trump, and how they're both pedophiles, and we have to keep that as the main issue no matter what. We can't let it go. And it was so crazy. And he wants to go to Mike Lee, and he's got a sign. He's like, I'm willing to do this, and I need your support. It's, in my opinion, you don't know what's on the other end of these cell phones, and how people are living their lives, and what kind of mental health they're actually in. And it's a waste of time. I mean, that guy is a waste of time.
I think it's fun because he takes it
I'm still
so
doing meditation.
fucking serious, and I don't think he's ready for that conversation on Tuesday. I've been in his rooms, and the way that he likes to curate it, he's basically like a more authoritarian version of Gary Baumgarten.
I like the Gary Baumgarten show. Talking about poker in that movie, I don't know if you saw that movie, was it Mississippi Burning? I think it was Mississippi something. I put it in the chat earlier, but it's about Ben Mendelsohn, the actor, not the Clown House Ben Mendelsohn, who I have not seen since recording his rooms and getting him very upset. I don't know if they moved to the Friends only. I would have to, get a non-anonymous and create a new fake burner to maybe get into the Friends of Friends, that maybe that's what they're doing. Or he gave up and is no longer doing his Trump derangement, daily download.
Do we know why Bina left the app?
Well, she features prominently on some of my YouTube videos in debates with you as of late, and I was kind of surprised. I was like, you know what? I didn't realize that I captured you and her having pretty extensive debates, and those videos got quite a bit of few views. I mean, maybe. Are you sure she deleted the app and wasn't, somebody mass reported or she got reported or something?
I was told to she left the app.
Does that seem likely to you, though?
Agent Jesus says healthy debates got awful when we lost Roger and JB took over. Agent, what's come up here? Tell us what's wrong with healthy debates right now. Let me get you up here.
Well, Agent Jesus is saying that he was at LA Fitness, which is the gym that I go to. So yeah, Agent Jesus, come on up and show us what you got.
Well, but you say JB, I think there's things that JB does really well. Like, for example, I'm really bad. Like, if somebody enters the room, I'm unless it's somebody that I really want to argue with, or maybe, I don't know. If somebody walks in, I don't really notice. Like this Hussein guy down at the bottom, JB would be like, "Hey, welcome Hussein. Hey, if you want to come up, cash in the big ticket." He's got the spiel down, and he makes people feel welcome. Until they say something that he disagrees with, and then it's not that way. But I think he does a really good job of getting everyone a chance to speak. I have a slightly different style. I don't necessarily want to hear from everyone. Yeah.
Wait, have you heard his fuck juice crash out or no? When he kicked me out of the room, started all this shit.
No, what? Tell me about that.
Oh, dude. So there was a bunch of fucking piece of shit anti-Semites up on stage crashing out about how they fucking hate the Jews and shit. And then Abby just simply came up and she was like, "Hey, JB, is it okay if we change the subject to about Iran, and stuff, and or the situation that's going on over there, or or she just brought up a different subject." And he's like, just fucking went off on her, screaming and yelling at her, kicked her from the room, and went off on Abby and said, it's bullshit. These fucking motherfuckers come in here and they want to fucking try to run my fucking room, and it's always the fucking Jews up here just fucking complaining, and oh, woe is me, and it's everything's about them. And he's like, I consider myself a Jew, and I love the Jewish people, and I stood up for them, and I was the first motherfucker to be there for them after October 7th, and I consider myself Jewish, and I was like, dude, why are you being such a fucking dickhead? I'm like, she just simply asked if you could change the subject from anti-Semite fucking rant with all these fucking black women up there that were just a bunch of fucking piece of shits. And, and he's like, when I was in fucking prison, I wrote a fucking letter to this fucking rabbi and told him that my, mother was fucking Jewish, because we have the Jewish name, and this, third, and asked him for fucking help, and he told me, oh, well, you're not technically a Jew, and I can't help you. And he said, who the fuck was there for me? It was the fucking blacks. The fucking blacks were there, and they fucking took care of me in fucking prison. I said, yeah, you got passed around like packed fucking Newports. And he's like, fuck you, Rich, shut the fuck up. And he kicked me in the audience, and he's like, you fucking Jews, all you do is fucking come on here and whine and bitch about fucking anti-Semitism, and all you want to do is fucking bitch and gripe. He's like, if you want to fucking act like this, all you fucking Jews, he's like, you can take your shit, you can turn it sideways and shove it up your fucking ass. He's like, I'm washing my fucking hands with the fucking Jews. I'd rather fucking take the side of the fucking blacks because they were there for me in prison and blah, blah. It just went off the whole fucking rant. Yeah, and then I just went and told Abby, and I was like, the fuck is his deal? And she's like, I don't know. And I was like, yeah, he kicked you? And she's like, yeah, he fucking kicked me. You know, it's like, yeah, so he's a fucking fake two-bit
he's
piece of shit and all this.
He's not here to defend himself. We don't need to go too deep.
No, I know. I'm just telling you.
What I will tell you, what's funny though, is like I got a message. Like the person's not here right now, but so I won't. I don't know if he wants me to mention, but he sends me a back channel message and he goes, hey Roger, are white people allowed in healthy debates anymore? Like, and he's being dead ass serious. And like, you guys know who this is, but like, I'm not gonna, like, I don't know if he wants me to repeat this, but he's like, no, it's not. And I'm not gonna tell. But no, I'm not gonna tell. But it was funny. It was funny because then I was like, what do you mean? And then like I go into the room and dude, it was like an NAACP meeting. It was fucking hilarious.
There was a terminology that somebody used. They were calling him out. Crypto blacks or something? What the fuck is a crypto black? I think that's what they fucking said it was. They're like, yeah, you got all these fucking crypto blacks or something like that. And he's like, you know, I don't know. Some terminology used like that. I might be using the wrong word. But they were saying like these fucking token black women that are just a bunch of racist piece of shits. And it is. I mean, he like invites them up. He's like, oh, I love this woman. You know, she's my black queen, and I love her to death, and blah blah. I'm gonna bring her up and make her a mod. And then she just starts fucking kicking everybody and just one of these fucking racist rants about how bad white people are and Jews and just fucking. There's like 7 of them on stage.
Hold on. I want to talk to Dismal for a second. Dismal's asking. She said Kitman. I think she means Kitover. What do you believe your chances are in the election season? Look, here's the thing that I think Dismal doesn't fucking get. If Kitover gets nothing in terms of votes, but makes a big enough splash to cause the other side to spend money, if he can get a Republican or a Democrat to raise money from their dumb supporters to fucking fund campaigns, whether it's for fucking signs or fucking whatever they need to do, all he needs to do is cause them to spend money, and that is a fucking win. In fact, I think low budget campaigning against fucking candidates that they're going to go essentially, transfer money from poor people. Because let's be honest, people with big money, they're worried about the big campaigns. It's all these little small donors, and I think robbing those donation dollars at every fucking chance you get, that's how you fucking win. It's death by 1,000 cuts. And if he can cause a cut in his race of what people are spending and how they're donating, who fucking cares? The person that wins that election is going to be a fucking asshole. But if he can if he can get on a debate stage, make one fucking good point that makes people think, it's a fucking win. It's death by 1,000 cuts. And I think that's the thing that people don't understand about third-party politics. Like, it's not just winning the election that's important. Sure would be fucking nice, but that's not the only way that you can win. You can diminish somebody by simply just taking a swat at him. And if he was to get on the debate stage, now that he's doing research on the Constitution, I can imagine him being able to ask a question, especially if he says, "Can I ask you a question?" and then asks him something fucking super serious, and then when the person doesn't fucking know the answer, then can recite verbatim what the Constitution says. I don't give a fuck who you are. That shit goes over well because people want to know that you understand the fucking rules, and a lot of people fucking don't.
It's true. Just reading the Constitution on YouTube today with my American Legion hat on, it made me realize that most Congress people are not even performing the role well. They don't even know their lines. And we are inundated in clown world with the Jasmine Crockett's, the Ilhan Omars, etc., where an average guy like me is 10 times better than these horrible communist, socialist, Marxist, racist, insane people who are already in power and spending and bleeding us to death. So, when I was on this debate stage today, I said the fact that there's not 100 people or 1,000 people trying to get these positions just shows you how unpolitically activated everybody is. Everybody's just passive and not engaged. And I can't, for the life of me, I can't figure out why people don't give a fuck about $37 trillion in debt that doesn't seem to stop. It's going to 50 trillion. This runaway debt train is not going to stop unless average people wake up and start voicing their concern.
Does that help, Dismal?
Yeah, Dismal, why don't you come up and use your voice instead of your little grubby fingers in the chat? Oh, and that's my home address. I would love for a hater to actually come and accost me in the real world because you know what? I'm not a violent person. I would just ask any hater, hey, you know what? Let's get a beer. Or tell you what, let me make you a cup of coffee. And you're not going to hate me in the real world. You might hate me here on a social audio chat app because I game it, but in the real world, I'm just like you. Just a guy who's got to take a dump in the morning, go to the gym, take a shower, pay his bills. There's nothing special about me. I like to read books. That's about it. Maybe that makes me special.
Come up, Dismal.
Probably because they're dismal, that's why they can't come.
I know who Dismal is. I don't do the doxing thing, but I know who Dismal is.
Oh, who's Dismal?
So I look clownish and I break the terms and conditions of this app.
I know, I'm trying to get you to slip and be like, oh, it's such and such. And you're like, oh, you doctor. What's that, John?
I just, people throw really silly insults and stupid insults like, this guy is ugly. It's like, oh, okay, I'm ugly, but I'm one man yelling about the debt. Can you not have any, appreciation for any of my ideas or thoughts? Am I that terrible of a man?
Well, we narrowed Dismal down to not being John Kitover. Or is he?
I mean, Necro, I hate to break the bad news to young people, but your government sold you out, beginning, in my opinion, on 9/11, and our massive military response and nation building in Afghanistan. I don't know who these clown people are or where they came from or why they thought any of these things were good ideas, but I can assure you there's a lot of well-educated people that do not agree with what your government has been doing for the past 25 years. It's incomprehensible how much money they have not only borrowed and spent, but how much they have raised in taxes and spent. Does anyone know what 5 trillion times 25 years is?
John, so, 125. What the guy's gonna say, you remember Samir?
No.
The one with the cat and the wizard costume?
Maybe a long time ago.
He's the one that would say Muhammad is a pedophile, Muhammad is a piece of shit. He's the one that started all that. He had like the black and white cat with the wizard costume. Is it 80s?
No, don't remember. I know Shooky singing that song.
Yeah, he got it from Samir. And you're talking about like intelligent people that disagree with Eric because he assumes that like everybody's fucking dumb. The reason Samir and I used to be friends and shit, the reason we had a falling out is like I was like we were talking about difference in intellect in different countries and stuff like that. And he's like, yeah, I have like a 112 IQ, and I was like, oh yeah, cool. And he's like, what's yours? And I was like 141, and he's like, oh, it's cool, man. He's like, hey, it's really high. And then we were sitting there talking, and then we got onto the religion, and I was like, yeah, I'm a Trinitarian Christian. And he's like, oh, what the fuck, man? How can somebody fucking have an IQ like that, but will still fucking believe God? And he just fucking crashed out, and every time I would see him, he would just fucking lose lose his shit, start screaming. I mean, you fucking lost his mind. But, you know, people like him and Necro, they're just fucking arrogant pricks that assume that everybody that supports Donald Trump is a bunch of pumpkins.
Well, I think one of the reasons why atheists struggle in a way is because God is like art. It is such a vast, abstract concept that it's really hard to gain a solid understanding about the infinite because it's so vast and eternal and expansive that it's very difficult to even have a conversation about it. So, you know, if you are a God believer, I mean, you should have compassion and kindness for atheists because they're stupid.
Hey man, long time no see. I just want to say, are you actually running for public office?
Yes.
Yes.
This is amazing.
Yes, and I have to gather about 20 signatures a day on average leading up to March of next year. I don't know when I have to submit the ballots. I can't even find the ballots through the FEC website, or it might be through the state of Illinois Election Commission. But my basic Google searches have not yielded me a PDF ballot.
John, go get fucking local libertarians or fucking, Yal or somebody like that, Young Americans for Liberty. Get somebody that's like on the ground that does this shit for a living. They might fucking like if you went to Yal, what they would do is they would put the people in the street that know how to do it, that would do the work, and then all you need to do is come up with the payment for them. Like you make a donation to Yal, they will pay people to go and do that, and then the donation that you give to them is donations that you get for your campaign. And if you're struggling with those funds, we do a fundraiser on here. You get the fundraising funds, you go to Yal, you get people on the street, you get your signatures without you lifting a fucking finger.
Well, there was that Vietnamese lady on Twitter, on X. Remember, she was offering to help you with a bunch of
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good. Yeah, thanks for coming on there, Rich. You were asking me pretty challenging questions, and sometimes you pull a fast one on me, and I was like, oh fuck, Rich is gonna dunk on me right here. But I mean, I think my responses were good enough.
You guys gotta fucking have a back channel and throw some layups.
No, I was trying to put him a little against the fence. So, he could a little against the fence in the octagon and try to figure his way out of it. He figured it out. I have faith in John.
I'm telling you, a couple softballs. For most people that are listening, they don't. You just need a softball or two.
I just asked him I was like, hey, if you get elected for District 16, what are the 3 things, bullet points that you're going to do for the people in your district? And then I went on to say, hey, and if you guys agree with the things, because everybody was giving the 100 and the thumbs up and the heart emojis and all that. I said, for all you people that are giving the like emojis down in the audience, I said, if any of you people are interested, then contact John, through whichever way of communication, and then get, behind him and start helping him. So, and then he gave some bullet points.
My bullet points was I will vote no to every single act that comes across my desk, that I will not encourage borrowing or spending. And I don't know, people need to hear that type of attitude. I mentioned earlier that at the IRS, I asked an official, a higher up executive, nice guy that I worked with. I said, are we tailoring the deployment of our budget towards where we think we're going to be able to generate more revenue? No, there is no business approach in any of these agencies in terms of priorities and placement of spend. It's all just, status quo, don't upset the ship, just keep spending like we've always spent. And if we don't spend it, we won't get it next year, is that type of an attitude. So they need to deploy. They can't even spend the amount of money that they're allocated fast enough because most federal employees are too slow at their job to actually do the requisition or the acquisition. So the truth is we don't need to keep deploying money wastefully. If we're going to be smart and run it like a business, allocation of money has to go to the greatest growth and revenue opportunities, amongst us. So there's just not that type of attitude. It's not run like a business.
The I was gonna ask this piece of shit, you and the great, which congressional seat he was going after, or which campaign he's helped. It's a little snickering and condescending bullshit. But then he left.
John, you perfectly know where the money's going. Project Stargate, Volunteer, Internet of Things, Smart Cities. You know what the future projects are. Why are you acting surprised? Not really.
No, I agree with you. Palantir has its tentacles deep in the government.
Wait, hold on. Is this somebody from preservation?
He sounds like it. He's a conspiratorial fucking nutcase. He's got like schizophrenia and shit. He's fucking delusional. Wizard.
I am.
Rick, do you hang out in preservation?
No, I used to.
I'm asking Rick.
Troll, and then
Rick.
Yeah, but I'm not I'm not a reptilian type of guy. I'm not that type of person. I'm not an engineer, and I see where money is moving or where money is allocated, and what are the latest technologies. So
I have a quick question for you.
Phenomenal.
Is there any conspiracy theory that you don't believe in?
So conspiracies, there are theories on conspiracies, and some of the theories might be true.
Some of them are
garbage.
Hold on.
Some of them.
Hold on.
Some of them are.
Hold on. This is what happens when people identify as a conspiracy theorist or start sharing them. And I'm glad that Rich shared that you dabble in this stuff. While it's definitely perfectly reasonable to believe that some conspiracy theories turn out to have been true. We do know that. The issue is that, like Michael Malice says, it's okay to take a red pill. You just don't want to take the whole bottle. And far too often, I see that the conspiracy theorists, they do this weird thing where they've completely checked out of reality, and anytime there's a conspiracy theory, they go balls deep into it. So again, give me a specific conspiracy theory that you don't believe in.
So I absolutely agree with you what you said right now, and characterizing people that the flat Earth, of course, is not true. God damn it, obviously.
Oh shit, Kima, are you awake?
ask him about aliens and Illuminati.
Have you ever?
And or dimension. Like a 17-year-old lesbian, black lesbian.
I'm not. It's too late for that. What's funny is that they think that's entertaining. That's like the kid that calls into a radio show and they got on the air and then they freaked out because they heard their own voice. Like, dude, if you just raised your hand, came up with some clever things to say, you could stay on the stage. You wouldn't have to just do this little hit and run thing. It's weird. All right, I'll bring them back up. You guys want to play with them for a little bit?
Yes, please.
All right. Let's see. We'll get the rapper and then the giggling Gertie, and then we got another one. They come in bunches.
Nero, put thumbs down.
Dyke lesbian.
Yo, little head ass. That's me, that ass little boy.
I'm just gonna let him.
I think they're 12 years old.
No, I would say they're between 16 and 18.
Hold on. I'm gonna move your stupid ass to money. Alright. Yeah. Alright, so check this out. You guys had an opportunity with an audience, something that you'll never fucking have in your life for any fucking reason. Maybe you'll have a jury trial at some point because you guys are all headed to prison with your
fucking ignorant fucking asses. But I'm gonna bring you guys back up one more time. But I just want to set some ground rules, some basic ground rules. You cannot speak over each other. You cannot speak over anybody else. I'll call upon you, and then you'll get a chance to speak. You can say whatever you fucking want, whatever's on your fucking mind. You can say whatever you want. You can curse me out. You can say all kinds of raunchy things, make each other laugh, do all those things. You just can't speak over people. And here's the problem. If I fucking move you down another time, you won't be able to come back up. So I'm going to bring you back up. Try to do better this time. Try to do better.
Can we add do they refrain from using ebonics?
Couldn't do that part of it.
Oh.
I'm going to bring them back up. But listen, if they talk over each other, here's what's going to happen. Not only am I going to block you, I will have you removed from the app. I have that kind of sway. I've been on this app for a long time. So I'm going to bring you little knuckleheads up. Try to behave yourself. I will call on you when it's your turn to speak. All right. Let's see.
2 seconds.
Let's see. Hold on. I may have to mod
Let
somebody.
me say something. I don't know why somebody in the comments talks about African Americans. It's not you. Who in the comments talks about African Americans? I get on everybody in this. Ooh, I get on everybody in this ugly ass motherfucking thing. Bitch, I'm ugly as fuck. Bitch, look like
Hello, room. I just wanna. This is my first time in this room, and the thing is, I grew up in Kansas, right? Like I grew up.
And here you were in here the other day.
Yeah.
It's not your first time.
Listen, you didn't listen. God, why can't we bring the fuck? The person could just. Oh, there we go. China. Just slowly explain to us what it is. Who are you and what are you about?
Okay, so first of all, who been? Okay, so my name is China, and I'm from, y'all know where I'm from?
Are you black?
No, I'm light skinned.
Oh, that's cool. My favorite.
Mojo's
Yeah.
black too.
I'm white.
Sounds good.
No, y'all said somebody else said.
China.
No, I said Mojo is black. That's what I said.
China, can I ask you a quick question here, China?
Okay.
What is 100 times 1,000?
What is your sir, what does my math have to do with you?
It's just a simple question.
I know a lot.
I'm asking you a simple math question.
Hold on. I think that she actually had a very good rebuttal. John, what do you have to say? What does her math have to do with you?
Because, China, I believe that the truth of the earth requires excellent math skills.
You don't know nothing about me. Sir, let me stop you right there. You don't know nothing about me. Nobody in this group chat know nothing about me.
We know that you don't know math.
What you said?
I said we know that you don't understand math.
Oh my God.
China, let me ask you a different question. If we were to make you queen of America.
Hey, I don't want you to ask me questions. Everybody just ask me questions.
The stage.
No, I don't want to ask me questions.
Okay, John, ask me the question and I'll ask.
No, you don't ask me nothing either if it's coming from him. So I'm going to get on him too. So he better sit this one out.
I'm kind of liking this one, Mojo.
Rich, I think you're gonna have to stay out of this and let John handle this. John, you and China have a polite dialogue. This will be fun. Dude, China, I just want to let you know. Well, no, listen, he's running for Congress. You better like him.
No, I don't have to if I don't want to.
He has the control to give you reparations.
No, I don't want to talk to him. I'm gonna avoid him. He's a hater. I don't. See, he's too grown to be like that. He's too grown for all that. He sit down somewhere. You too grown. You need to act your age a little bit, because you too grown. I'm sorry to do it. What
about me?
Sorry. I'm sorry to everybody in here. He's just.
China, can I ask you how old are you? Can I ask you how old are you?
I'm 86.
You're what?
I'm old enough to talk, sir.
26.
Yes. Yes, I am.
China, what do you think about Mojo's
Please bring
PTR?
up the other people.
Yeah,
Can you
see,
guys bring up the
they're
other
gonna.
people.
I'm so sorry. They're gonna be respectful. How y'all should be respectful to us.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Princess, can you please introduce yourself?
No, I'm not gonna respect. Oh no, not him. But that's what let's him. He like to be sweet. So let's not talk to him.
Say Congressman.
What's that mean?
Because he's a congressman in Chirac.
Oh, we didn't ask you what he was.
No, don't be.
So therefore,
I was explaining what a congressman.
No, I don't care what you said.
Okay.
My name is Boo Boo. My name is Boo Boo.
That makes sense.
All right, hold on. No, hold on. Listen. This is not going to work. I know you guys spent all this time to get back up on the stage. You got all this attention. Listen, we're going to go one by one. Seven Pocket. It sounds like you're a skilled rapper. Can you spit some bars for us?
I don't rap at all. My name is Boo Boo.
She sounds like.
Funny with the money, oh, you got me mistaken, honey. I don't want to rape you. I just want the papers. The visa, capisha, I'm out like the papers.
You're not about to this man at his age. Why should I ask his age? Oh, father.
Can't do.
Girl, you keep going on mute. Be quiet.
You trying to be so funny. Act like you trying to be racist.
Y'all are
Slap you in your
hilarious.
mouth. You too old for all that.
My name is Boo Boo. My name is Boo Boo. In a city of Montreal.
This is a promising future for our.
Yeah.
Hold on. Everyone mute up. I just want to speak directly to Seven Pocket. Seven Pocket.
He's not here no more.
No, I removed him from the stage. I did that. I just want to say this. You're so stupid that when you had an opportunity to say something entertaining, you came up with the dumbest shit to say. Why don't you get some class like my friend China here? China, go ahead and talk to us. Make some sense.
Right, but I don't like how some of y'all friends. See, I have respect for all of y'all, but some of y'all friends just try to be too funny, and it wasn't. It's not. We're gonna stop that right here.
Speak on it, Queen.
Yep. See, I can't respect, but what y'all not gonna do is disrespect me. And who is that caught up? I don't open your phone up.
You get slapped.
Right.
My fault.
That's what we do down here. Anyway.
Down where?
We'll
down
start
in
over.
Florida.
But don't mute me like I said.
They sound like they're from South Florida.
No, I'm not from South. Going on mute.
What y'all from?
So
New
just
Orleans?
I'm from the 3.
Don't worry about where you're from. Worry about where
I'm
you're
from the 3.
She from the 904.
That joke was not funny. I don't understand.
Hey, speak on it, Queen.
Right. Anyway, so like
Ask them.
Yeah, I have my dog back up here. He's gonna come with respect this time.
No, I'm not gonna do that, and I'm gonna tell you why. He is so stupid that even though we're this fucking bored, we will not entertain that. We will let you dumb bitches talk, but we're not letting that entertain.
They from Newtown, I bet.
We gotta from Newtown. Shut your ass up. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You from Newtown, don't lie.
I'm not from Newtown. Shut your mouth.
Shut the fuck up, pussy.
I'm from the 3, not Newtown.
Hey, that ain't even your real hair.
What?
Bitch, shut the fuck up. Yes, that's not her real face on that profile. Catfish ass nigga.
Hey, that's my middle name is Catfish.
We know that you like one.
I think Princess, you from Hogan's Creek.
Stop talking to me
You from
because
Hogan's
it's not
Creek.
even funny.
Online.
Sir, you can shut your mouth. You trying to be racist. Sir, you not funny. When I have somebody slap you, I'm gonna be dead wrong. I have somebody. What are you?
Wait, is that Hogan's Creek or Newtown talking?
Stop talking about Hogan's Creek or Newtown. I'm from the 3, like I said.
Mm-hmm.
You're from the 3? Hey, hold on. Do either of you know your fathers?
Yeah, my father in my life. I got to fix with my dad.
Yo.
You got to fix with your daddy.
My father is in the room.
guys stand for?
What do you think it stands for?
I'm asking you.
Add 10 pockets full. Why y'all arguing with us? Y'all need to add 10 pockets full.
Just say artificial intelligence, please, man. Please. Wait, hey, Prince, I'm moving you down. You're too stupid.
Yeah, that's what you're down.
No, you're down. Listen.
I know why that's. I like how y'all.
Wait. All right, hold on. This is not gonna work.
That's why I don't move people out. It's so scary.
No, well, yeah, we're very afraid for our future.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Listen,
can you speak to the Democrats in the room?
Okay,
hold on. If you talk over me, I'm gonna move you down.
Talk over you because we.
Okay, well then I'll move you down.
No, okay, then remove.
I'll move your little dumbass down. Now there's only one.
Bitch cracker.
Hold on. Oh, she left. Okay. So the question. Princess is back. Princess, I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. Here's the question.
No, I'm just your question. I don't. No question.
Well, that's fine. If you don't answer the question, I will just move you down. That's fine. I do run the show. This is the thing that you don't understand. This is something you're going to understand when you get a job. Neither of you are going to get good jobs, but you might go to prison, and the warden will also have rules. The prison guards will have rules. You're going to have to follow rules. We live in a rules-based society. You're going to have to learn to follow rules. These rules are something you just talk when I instruct you to speak. I don't know why you can't get this shit, but I'm going to bring China back on, see if she can be polite.
Roger.
I have one question for China. No, don't interrupt me. I want to ask China a question.
Roger, what color are you?
I'm the blackest person on the app. I was just called a fake racist. I think that is a compliment, because real racists are jerks. I'm a fake racist.
You know, can I say something? My father went to a police call one time, and he was asking this young African-American woman whether or not she was raped. And the young woman said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And my dad's partner looked at him and says, "You don't ask her if she got raped. This is how you say it. My dad was asking, did he penetrate your vagina?" And I guess my dad's partner said, "You don't ask her if her vagina got penetrated. Did he fuck you in the pussy?"
Oh, can we bring these people back up one at a time, please? Let's see. Prince of the City, you're not racist at all, but you know how to trigger the... okay, cool. Hey, Seven Pocket, here's a question for you, okay? Okay, so the question is, I want you to answer this for the Democrats that are in this room.
Okay.
Tell the people in the background to shut the fuck up. Tell them to shut their little whore mouths. So, I want to ask you a question. And I want you gotta mute yourself while I'm speaking, because there's an echo. I'm gonna mute you. You can unmute yourself once I'm finished speaking. So I want you to address the Democrats that are in this room, the adults that believe in social safety nets, and they are waiting, they're hoping that they can get their social security checks. Can you give them some assurance that you and your colleagues here are going to have jobs to pay into Social Security so they can collect it? Can you just explain to the room why they should believe that you're going to have a good job in your lifetime? Go ahead, Pocket. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to have a good job in I don't really know what to say.
He's asking how you going to get that bag.
Hey, man, can you shut the fuck up, please? Thank you. I'm not playing with you, dude.
What's up with that echo?
The echo was bad. He's even saying out loud, "I don't know what to say." Get some fucking bars together. Like, why don't you guys go to another room and say, "Okay, we're gonna say this. Let's come up with some new names. We'll come up with a couple of lines. We'll talk some shit. You know, the guy in the white hat and the cigar will say some fucking clever shit to talk shit to him. Just come up with some shit. Why are you guys so corny? You guys are like the stupid kids.
I think it's because Seven Pocket is it sounds like she's probably from College Gardens.
I don't think Seven Pocket was a girl. I thought that was a boy. But
It's a dyke.
I think they're medicated, you know?
Can we bring China? Can we bring China? Let's bring China. I think China.
Not a real answer, okay?
Oh, yeah. Can you tell us the kind of career that you're gonna pursue?
Okay, so actually, I'm getting my money to all of y'all because I'm smart actually. Y'all think I'm dumb. Y'all think people down here dumb. No, I'm actually smart. Let y'all know that. Second of all, I get told right now, so I'm getting told when I grow up. Fuck that shit. Second of all, hey man, let me ask y'all a question. What makes y'all think y'all grown man gonna get somewhere asking me questions like this? Where is that gonna get you? Where's that gonna get you?
Now, this is an illicit recording for YouTube channel.
Oh no, sir, don't talk to me, sir.
China, hold on. Ewan is new here. He's got the party hat. He would like to ask you a question. Would you allow him to ask you one?
Who is that? The congratulations. See, sir, I will ask who?
It says Congressman.
Congratulations.
Ewan, go ahead and ask your question to China.
Sir, I just let me ask.
Okay, China.
Okay.
Do you think you're going to make more than $15,000 a year speaking like this?
Yes, I am. I know when to be respectful and not. I'm not gonna be respectful to y'all because y'all not respectful to me.
China, do you like money? Do you like making money?
I sure do.
Okay. Do you think that you're going to actually make money speaking to people like how you speak to them?
I give you what you know. First of all, y'all came here not being respectful to me, so what makes y'all think I'm gonna be respectful to y'all? Don't be disrespectful to me and think you gonna get what you know. You be disrespectful to me, I'm gonna be disrespectful to you. That's just you be respectful, I'm gonna be respectful.
China, I've been going through your PTR images. What's up with the second photo in your belly button there?
Sir, why are you going through my photos?
Just a question. I'm just asking, because what is that section called on your belly button? What's the cord called that connects to the mother? Oh, the placenta. It's called the placenta. I'm just wondering where you got your placenta cut.
I will let you ask you how has it been disrespectful to you?
Go a little bit further.
One question. Can I just do one quick question?
Hold on, I'm gonna answer what
China, how have we been disrespectful to you, China? Can you articulate on that? Can you say something about it?
Not true, but that man with that congratulations shirt with that big ugly ass, I'm sorry.
Congressman.
With that beard, look at this.
This is my first time talking this way.
No, she's talking about Congressman.
It's not even y'all, it's him out there.
Congratulations.
He works in the government. He's a congressman.
Okay, so he sneaks out. Anyway.
Like congressmen, senators.
China, I have a question. So, your name is China. How do you think that you're going to be prepared to compete with the country China if you don't even know how to speak your own English language?
And she do. And don't worry about her because you be asking all these questions like she is cool. Hold on. Okay, so can I tell y'all? Let me tell y'all something. Me and my crew got this thing jumping. So before we was joined, y'all was in here talking about Nesby.
No, I'm true.
Yeah,
I might have to agree with you there, China.
I know.
China, do you think people actually talk about anything interesting, important, or intellectual on this app?
Well, me and my crew do. I don't know about y'all, but me and my crew do. So I don't know about
What
y'all.
are some of your favorite topics to talk about?
I like to talk about money. I like to talk about my hair. I like to talk about everything.
how do you plan on making lots of money to help feed the economy? What is your plan?
Will you feed the country?
Yeah, I do. I mean, quite a bit. So I want to know what you are going to do to break more than
China, he
50,000
left
years.
America. He moved to England.
Well, I don't know nothing about y'all. So y'all know
Oh,
nothing
the
about y'all.
Ewan guy.
He moved to England because he's a communist piece of shit.
No. I'm moving out of England soon. But with that being said, I still feed the economy by paying taxes to make money. So my question for you though is, don't you want to make lots of money?
I already do.
How much money do you make a year?
Well, hold on, time out. I just want to say this. Hold on, China, hold on. China, hold on. I just want to say that as of right now, I think China is winning this debate. But let's continue. You and China, go ahead.
Okay, so actually, I'm gonna tell y'all something y'all don't know about. Don't know if it's so basically, I work for a bell bottom, so y'all talk about me. I still get money, so I don't know. But y'all think I'm broke or something?
Ewan, why don't you ask her to, rap a little or give some lyrics and you could put it in a song?
Oh, how about you rap a little and you can make some lyrics?
I mean, China. Okay, so I'm like one of the actual few people on this app that successfully produce music. So I'm trying to gauge where you're coming from with this. So, but my question for you though is, do you think that you could actually break the 15 grand bracket a year by talking to people like this?
Sure, I talk to people how they talk to me, so you don't respect, so I'm not gonna do respect. So you do respect, I'm
China, how many hours do you work per week?
I work from 8 to 5.
How many days a week?
Friday, Monday to Friday.
So 5 days a week. Okay.
Yeah.
And how much do you make per hour?
Huh?
How much do you get paid per hour?
I know like 500 to 600.
Per hour?
Is you stupid? I'm sorry. Bell bombers is where you go around getting people out of jail. So you.
How much money do you make per hour?
Like 2.
You make $2 per hour?
Yeah, I don't think I'm losing this. I'm sorry.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. You make $200 per hour? No, how much do you get paid per hour?
$20.
You get paid $200 per hour.
Stop asking stuff.
Well, hold on. Well, that would mean. Hold on. That would be 16.
How much you make an hour? How much you make an hour on this app?
Hold on. Let's do the math real quick. So you said $200 an hour, 40 hours a week. Is this correct?
Sure.
Is this correct? I'm just trying to understand.
I work for a bail bondsman. What makes you think I'm a real bail bondsman? I work for one. That don't mean I am a bail bondsman.
So how much money does the bail bondsman pay you?
If you ask the wrong question, you gonna be what I'm telling you, sir.
You don't make much money, do you?
Sir. How old do you think I am?
I think you're probably. How old?
You say you think I'm 50?
Based on where.
Hold on. No, it's important to qualify. How old are you?
Huh? I'm 30.
No, you're not.
25.
No.
Okay. Based on.
We can't allow children on this fucking app. This is crazy. I think the math part was the funniest for me. So she said she works, Monday through Friday, full-time job, $200 an hour, she said. That'd be a lot of bread for a kid. I don't buy it, but, yeah. Anyways, I'm glad.
My favorite part was when she said 2. She makes 2. That was great.
I'll make 2. At first she was like,
how can you even, how can you even consider to think that you can't consider what you're saying, what was saying?
We're not.
How?
I just wanted to state that I feel really conflicted and sad. The I spend on Clubhouse, the more I believe Margaret Sanger was telling the truth.
That's not even funny.
Hey, it includes the poor whites too. The Pepes of the world.
It's not even funny. Rick, what do you do for a living?
I'm an electronic engineer.
Yeah. How many hours a week do you work?
It depends. Example, today I'm not at work, but usually it is, let's say, 5 days a week. And it's sometimes between 8 to 10 hours a day. And I'm paid around 30 euros per hour.
30 euros per hour? Translate that for dollars, somebody. What does that mean?
$40 an hour.
Or $40, yeah.
That's about $200 an hour.
Rick, what's up with your PTR that claims that this Jewish rabbi believes, that he said that the Messiah will only appear once Europe and Christianity is totally destroyed? Do you actually believe that, Rick?
I can objectively see that somebody believes this. I'm not believing that. And that's a problem.
Wait, hold on. Where is this accent from?
He's like Dutch.
My accent? From you. I'm Italian. Roger, we spoke before. I'm Italian.
This doesn't sound like any kind of Italian that I've ever heard. You don't sound like any of the people from our favorite gangster movies.
You want me to speak like this? I can speak like this if you want. But this Italian accent I don't use.
That doesn't sound Italian either.
Yeah, Rick, are you like an immigrant Italian, like your parents are from another country?
I'm Italian. I've never. Okay, can I respond?
I'm not asking if where you've lived. I'm aware that you're saying you were born and raised in Italy. I'm saying where your parents from. Are they Italian as well?
Italy, yeah.
Oh, so you're not like some Syrian refugee or
David,
something?
I got another follow-up question for you. What do you think about Palantir, the software company? Why is Palantir a Trojan horse?
No, why? No. That's a different. I would ask this question. That's the wrong question to ask. The correct question is, why are the servers of Palantir in Tel Aviv? That's the correct question to ask, I think.
Wait, where do you live now?
Italy.
Oh, you do live in Italy?
North. God damn, I'm Italian. I live in Italy. I've been living in Italy all my life.
It's not fucking that.
Rick, if we were to make you king,
I don't know what you.
Rick, if we were to make you king of the world, what would your priorities be for your people?
My priorities for my people, teach them to be independent regarding energy and supplies, and let's say to be self-sustainable. Let's say technologically wise. That's the only thing that can liberate people. That's the only thing that can set people free. We need to vote. We need to do all this crazy shit today because we don't know what to do regarding sustaining ourselves. We're interdependent. When the moment you cut that interdependency, there's no need for this bullshit politics.
So you don't want to revert anybody to your cause or anything like that?
No, because there's no need for it. Who is mature enough to understand this will follow this path. It's following this path already. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, let's say.
So
I have a question for you, Rick. You asked why Palantir might have servers in Tel Aviv. You realize that they do have an office there, correct?
Of course, but Roger, I would like to ask you a question. Why do you ask me how much I make per hour? Sorry, what I do for a living, and maybe ask me also how much I make per hour. I don't remember. Why does it matter?
I was trying to understand if you were as broke as the last people we were speaking to. But I want to talk about Palantir. So why are you concerned that Palantir has an office in Tel Aviv?
No. I'm absolutely not concerned, and I actually can say.
You said, and I quote, we
we should be asking why Palantir has servers in Tel Aviv. And I'm just trying to understand why you think that that's even interesting.
It's interesting because all the data that is flowing through Palantir regarding all American citizens and European citizens, basically the whole West, is flowing through Israel.
Wait, hold on.
It's not America, and it's not Europe.
Hold on, couple questions. So have you ever been to their Tel Aviv office?
No, I got two friends that were in university with me in Parma, in Italy. They're in Tel Aviv now. Yeah.
So my question is, why are you concerned about servers being there? First of all, you're not doing any type of deep packet inspection, so I don't think you would know what data goes anywhere. So, like, why would you claim these things when you don't know what you're talking about?
I'm sorry, Roger, but I got to say that I perfectly know, unfortunately, what I'm talking about. I'd like to not to know what I'm talking about, but unfortunately, I know. Yes,
Hey, Rick, can I ask you a simple question? What?
But
Wait, it's like the second question.
The previous question.
This is how Rich does it.
I just want to, like,
in our conversations. Go ahead, Rich.
Are you Christian, Catholic?
No, I'm not. Well, I was born a Catholic, but I really don't, let's say, consider myself a Catholic person.
But you believe in?
I don't.
Believe in Jesus' death and resurrection that atones for your sins, or no?
No.
Why are we going down this road?
He's got a bunch of Muslim rooms in his houses, so that's all I'm asking.
What?
Are you a Muslim?
God damn, no. I was in Rogers' rooms. I was in Rogers' rooms multiple times explaining how Muslims are a problem in fucking Europe today.
You just have much bronze and red-centric rims, that's all. Your house is sorry.
Yeah, because you know. No. Yeah, you know why? Because I tried to study the enemy. People. Okay.
I didn't know if you just like oh well yeah.
Rick, I have one question for you. So I was just looking at your profile. Sorry, my baby's like talking in the background. So why on your profile when it says hot takes, which one you answered breast milk?
No, that was a stupid room, God. No, that was a stupid room. I don't remember what we were talking about breast milk or not. They were talking. They were talking about what's best. If it is better cow milk or breast milk, and I was explaining that at least humans today got a type of some sort of filtration systems. Today, they modify animals, they genetically modify animals and inject them with steroids and whatnot, and so. That was the argument, let's say.
Okay, so just letting you know, the very first thing that pops up on your profile is a question that says which one, and then you answer breast milk. That's literally the first thing I see on your profile.
All right, let me go cancel that.
Rick, you said that you would want. You said you want your people to become self-sufficient in technology. So, what technologies do you think people need to be well-versed in to become self-sufficient?
How many hours do I have to answer to this question?
Oh, you got like maybe 10 sentences.
Impossible.
Okay, never mind that. You can't just come up with a 3-sentence response to that question? Like, is it really impossible?
Okay, filtration systems, water recollection, filtration, water filtration, water recollection, electricity through different means, hydrogen and solar particularly, and for the technology that we can have today. And let's say the filtration of vegetable oil through
biodiesel, basically. And that's what I'm doing, by the way, in the spare time that I don't have, but trying to do my best. Yeah.
Okay, got one final diagnostic question for you. What is 575 times 1,000?
575,000.
Wow. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Congratulations, Rick.
What did I win?
You don't know how many people he's asked.
You won some credibility. You won credibility.
Out of the 575,000?
That's what you want.
What? No.
You won a congratulations trophy.
I asked that question to a lot of people on this app, and 9 out of 10 people get that question wrong.
Well, they
I don't
don't
believe
answer. They just don't even answer. They go, oh, I don't know.
That's true. Most people can't even follow the question.
You know, there's one of my best friends. He's bipolar, and he's constantly asking questions like that to everybody, even to the police. He goes inside the police and he asks, how much is it? How much is 7 times 5? You know, stuff like this, and he gets arrested. And he's always drunk too. And that's true. I swear to God, that's true.
And that's your best friend.
John's drunk on Taoism.
One of my best friends, yes.
Well, I've seen a lot of awesome videos lately on Instagram of very disgruntled and angry people in conversation with the police, and I find it amazing how much patience police are now exerting in their interactions with very disgruntled citizens. I think it's most likely because they don't want to do additional paperwork, and I feel like the body cams in a way give them like the justice that they're looking for, because they're filming that these people be absolute monsters.
Hey Rick, I got a question. Roger might like this question. So, Rick, how do you feel about the state of Israel? Do you think the Jews have a right to have a state of Israel?
Everybody has the right to have a state, but the state of Israel is extremely divided between two factions. I'd say Ashkenazi Jews and Sephardi Jews, and that's a problem. That's a big problem, big gigantic problem. That's what I think. But,
You mean to tell me that the Ashkenazi and the Sephardic in Israel are at a logger, like they are in conflict?
duh.
Where's your evidence to suggest that, and what is the breakdown between the demographic?
I don't exactly know, since there are newcomers, new people coming in into
Why is
Ashkenazi
everyone
family every day.
Why is everyone obsessed with Jews and obsessed with Israel?
Yep,
I'm not.
It's projection.
You supposedly know like stats and statistics about Israel that every Jew on this stage and every Jew in this audience is looking at you like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, we're just trying to get like your insight, like what's going on with Ashkenazim and the Sephardi? Can you break that?
Yeah, there are two completely different factions. The Jews and I think the Ashkenazi Jews are not Jews per se. Yeah, they might have some genetic traits that
Wait. I knew you'd love this. Wait. Rick, what are you talking about?
Alex Jones.
No, it's not Alex Jones. It's not.
What's
the Ashkenazi and the Sephardic Jews in Israel are at odds with each other? Because I think they are not. I think that they're pretty on point with each other, which is like literally just letting that country survive.
Yeah, what's the source of contention?
There is no source of contention. Why there is a source of contention? I never said that.
Yeah, you said there's conflict.
You said that, yeah, conflict. You said they're at odds. You're not making any.
Oh, sorry, in between them. No, sorry, in between them. Oh, yeah, for sure. No, okay. It's just they have different life views, let's say. You can find Ashkenazis in many positions of power, let's say, like Zelensky, like Benjamin Netanyahu, like many different ones. Sephardi, usually they're more, they don't behave like that, usually. They've never behaved like that through history, and especially in this period of time.
Behave like what?
And
no, hold on. Slow down, right? I know that English is a good language. Just slow down. Let's try to take one point at a time. When you say they don't act the same, what exactly are you referring to? Use words that human beings might understand.
So, yeah, I agree. English is not my first language. I'm trying to do my best. Let's say they look for position of power constantly, and you can say this. You can say this objectively, watching the position of power that they have today. You almost never see a Sephardi Jew in a position of power like the Ashkenazi Jews. Okay. It's through observation that I say what I say. And I'm not discriminating, I'm not anti-Israel, I'm not anti-Semite, okay?
No, hold on. I'm not going to accuse you of anything other than being stupid. That's the only observation that I can make clearly. Whether you are an anti-Semite, that'll reveal itself at some point if you are. But why are you so obsessed with Jews?
No, I would like to ask you a question. Why are you upset with characterizing people, telling them they're stupid, when actually maybe sometimes you can ask yourself the question, do I really know what is this motherfucker saying? And the motherfucker is me, okay?
Oh,
do you really know what he's saying?
You're the Okay.
Yes, I am.
Hold on. Hold on. There's people listening down below. I just want to.
Or should I call them stupid?
Well, hold on. For the visually impaired, for the duration of this conversation, the guy with the Italian accent, quote unquote, is going to be referred to as motherfucker. He calls himself motherfucker. So if you hear motherfucker, that's who we're talking about. Thank you. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah. Because sarcasm is a trait of intelligent people. Do you know?
There's visually impaired people in here. Don't be ableist.
I know. Yeah. I'm not hating on you. I'm saying what you're saying. I'm commenting on what you're saying. And usually your comments are characterizing people as stupid. Why?
Well, I talk to a lot of people on this app, and I've got a pretty good radar on who's intelligent and who's not. And right now I'm getting vibes that you're a dum-dum.
No, you don't have a radar. You're labeling people because labeling people makes you feel secure.
Yes. I'm so guilty. Okay, so I accept your critique. Let's move on.
Fantastic.
Okay, let's get back to the Jews.
Okay, what do you want to know?
I don't know, you had some point to make about how they were at odds with each other.
Yeah, they are, but you can see this in society. I mean, you can see where they are in the positions that they have, and usually most of these people in Hollywood, in a position of power, like presidents and whatnot, you know.
Wait, hold on. Did you just say that the Jews control Hollywood? Did you just say that the Jews control Hollywood?
I said many of them do influence internal political decisions, because politics is not only for Congress or whatnot, it is also into companies, and Hollywood is a big, gigantic, if you want to consider it a company, and they do influence things. That's for sure. I mean, it's nothing new. Let's make the counter argument. Do you think they do not influence Hollywood?
I think
you'd have to understand the history of Hollywood. There was an industry that, so first of all, because there's anti-Semites around the globe, Jews were limited in what jobs they could get. And so when they gravitated towards the entertainment industry, music and television, this is something that, because they were not allowed to participate in other areas, and so this is the craftiness of and the resilience of a group of people that say they won't be denied. You can tell them that they can't do things, and they will just find a way. They will make a way. And so yes, in the early days in Hollywood, they were very influential. But you wouldn't say that that in modern day that the Jews control the news or the Jews control film. You wouldn't make that argument, would you?
No, I would say they're instrumental at controlling things. Of course, it's not them. It's not. Okay.
So, what do you think of AIPAC?
I don't know the subject fully, so if you want to describe it to me, I'd be glad to listen to you.
Right.
I don't speak about what I don't know. I don't speak about what I don't know.
It's a lobbying group of Jews here in America that are interested in making sure that that Jews are represented in policy. So my guess is I feel where this is headed, and it sounds to me like you have a distrust towards the Jewish community. That's what I'm picking up from.
Well, Ashkenazi Jews, but
no.
Rick, real quick question, Rick. How do you feel about the secret call of Ashkenazi Jews that orchestrate all of those events?
That's a sarcastic question.
Oh no, it's a serious
question. So, that's a confirmation that it's a sarcastic question.
How about Larry Fink, BlackRock Vanguard, State Street?
That's fantastic. Again, people who manage money, money is an instrument to influence actions. Money per se don't have value, but money can move things. So who is really making people move? It's not directly, it's indirectly money and directly people who hold technologies. So I would not consider Larry Fink, the guy who directly influences things. But I would consider him the guy who, let's say, takes orders from people that really hold the power and people that really hold the power.
So Larry Fink holds $25 trillion in holdings between BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, and all their subsidiaries like Blackstone, all these different companies. Vanguard,
I know.
Vanguard, all the other different Vanguards.
Sure, it's a shitload of money, but money is nothing if you don't have a backup, a technological backup. Those are just numbers.
Yeah, but they have the Aladdin. They have the Aladdin system, which is one of the greatest artificial intelligence systems that helps them structure their company and tell them what to buy, when to sell, and what to do with their companies. So they do have the technology.
Yeah. I mean, I'm talking about. I agree with you, but I'm talking about resources and managing the resources. The ultimate control grid is made by people that do control resources. And even though AI is a great resource, it has nothing material nothing tangible to manage.
Who are the people?
No, you don't see them on television, that's for sure.
Yeah, but like what ethnic group would you say that?
Nah, I'm not considering any ethnic group. I think all the people that you see on television, it's not the people that really hold the strings.
Well, no,
that's an assumption. The ones who do hold the strings, I don't consider them. I don't consider their ethnic group. I consider people that are very advanced, but I don't think. If you're asking me, are these Zionists the people that really hold the strings? I would not say that.
I'd say they are instrumental too to the people that really hold the strings. I'm thinking about people like in Lockheed Martin and Martin Raytheon and Boeing, all these places, all these companies. I'm thinking more about them. Managing money is cool and all, but when you really have a technology to blackmail people through violence, directly or indirectly, that's real power, It's not because you have 23 gazillion dollars. So you can do some stuff with that too.
But talk about Lockheed Martin. Do you know who the largest institutional investors are? What companies?
Companies that do invest in Lockheed Martin?
Yeah, the companies. So the largest institutional investors. Do you know which companies they are?
Well, for sure, it's BlackRock, Vanguard, all of that. For sure, but
State Street, yeah.
Who? State Street. Okay. Who holds the technology? Who knows? Who is in the let's say room where there are all the switches? It's not the people with money. It's people who know the technology and invent and produce technology. It's not BlackRock that holds the patents to CRISPR-Cas9 technology, hybridizing man with the machine, merging the man with the machine, all that Internet of Things, Internet of Bodies. It's not BlackRock. It's people, it's scientists, it's engineers, and electronic engineers and genetic engineers that know the shit. They really have the power. Not also people with money.
So real quick question, Rick. Do you think that the Jews in Israel, the Ashkenazi Jews that control the country, Netanyahu and all that, but do you believe that justified in their actions and what they're doing in Gaza?
No action like that is justified. I mean, it's justified. Depends on the goal. If I have the goal to completely exterminate the place and take over, and of course it's justified for me, but not for them.
Quick question. So you think the goal is to exterminate people?
The goal is to take over, and if the extermination is needed, I would do it if I want to take over the place.
So
militarily.
So if you believe that over and clearly the military might do so, why haven't they done that?
Because Roger, in war and when you have to test certain things, certain technologies,
really?
And you have
war. It's not a genocide. It's a war. Really?
No. I'm not talking about Gaza. I'm not talking about Gaza. I'm talking about in general. Even in Vietnam War example, but in Gaza particularly right now, we're talking about Gaza.
No, let's stay focused. Hold on. Let's stay focused. So you think they want to take over? So they have the military might to do it. Why didn't they do it I don't know, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Why did they wait till now? What's your theory on that?
I'm sorry, Roger. I received a call. Can you?
I'll be happy to repeat it. If clearly we would agree that Israel has the military might to take Gaza at any time if they wanted to. My question is, if you think that that's their goal, why did they wait till now? Why not 5 years ago? Why not 10 years ago? Why would they wait till now to take Gaza if that was their goal?
That is the greatest question that somebody could ask me. And I'll tell you why. Because when you have a certain amount of technology that you have to test, you need. I don't know why the guy's laughing. Okay. When you have a certain amount of technology that you need to test, you have to wait the correct time to test it. And so they are doing it now because all sorts of weapons, facial recognition weapons, genetic recognition weapons, and all those things are ready now. Not before, they're ready now. So as I said before, it's not just a question.
People are laughing. That's okay. It's not just a
No,
question
no, no.
of.
Don't let them distract you. Don't let them distract you. This is a one-on-one conversation. It's just you and I. Let's go.
It's okay. It's okay. I was saying because I think the technology is ready now to be tested, and so the moment is now to do the thing that they're doing. What should I say? Facial recognition technology, genetic recognition technology.
So you don't think what's happening with Israel battling Hamas in Gaza, you don't think it has anything to do with October the 7th?
Of course it has everything to do with October the 7th, but that's just the the catalyst of when things are ready, you use a catalyst, and the catalyst will spark all the consequential actions that will further escalate the situation to allow you to do certain tests on the population. Obviously, it has everything to do with 7th of October. But it's not the main reason. Really? Roger, are we having a proper intellectual conversation here, or are we speculating on which phrase in the mainstream news is correct or not? Really? I don't think we're doing this. No.
What it sounds like to me is, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like to me you're trying to blame Israel for the conflict that they're having with a terrorist group called Hamas.
I'm not blaming nobody. I'm saying if I have to listen now, Roger. Let's say I've collected genetic material about you, and I want to try to test a genetic weapon that targets you and only you through facial recognition and genetic characterization of the enemy. I don't have it ready yet, but I know where you reside. I know where the coordinates of your house are and everything, but it's not ready. So I need somebody in the streets to spark, let's say, a little bit of, a fight between you and the group that I control, yeah? So I send somebody to the street and slap you in the face so you can answer back and you shoot this somebody. And now I have the excuse to enter into your house and test what I want to test. See?
So it sounds like you're suggesting that Israel wanted October 7th to happen.
Oh, come on. Do you really believe in those conspiracies, really? Don't you know what counterterrorism, who controls counterterrorism and what counterterrorism is?
What do you think happened on October 7th? What do you think happened on October 7th?
I think you allow certain things to happen so you have an excuse to act upon your enemy. I mean, quote unquote enemy, they're not really the enemy, they're just the people to experiment on. But that's what I think. Call me crazy. It's okay.
You seem to think that these Zionists are scientists conducting research and testing. Rick, I mean, do you believe, you stated earlier that you think Israel has the right to have its own security. I'm just so confused as to, your position or maybe your interior feelings and emotions towards Israel or Jews. You think there's this conflict between the Sephardic and the Ashkenazi. Rick, do you think you know everything?
No, I absolutely don't know everything, and that's exactly why I try to not to react to things emotionally, because I know emotions are deceiving. I try to look at things objectively and objectively see what's the state of the art regarding technology and what they're using right now and what are the possible excuses to be able to operate what they have. You see people that directly go to emotion. The people that test technology, they do act on emotions.
Wait,
really?
Rick, I assume you've been to Israel, yeah. Right?
No, French.
Oh, you've never been there.
But I've never been there. Yep.
Got it. Never been there. Do you think if you've gone there, if you've been on the ground in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, etc., do you think maybe your perspective of Israel and the Jews might change?
My personal experience can be characterized in a certain way, that's for sure. But what I read and white papers regarding the state of the art that Tel Aviv has,
and America puts money in, it doesn't change. I mean, my personal experience would not change what I read. You know.
So your hypothetical lived
say.
you think your hypothetical lived experience wouldn't change your opinion of, you know, Israel and the Jews and the Zionists?
But you see, I'm sorry. You see, that's the thing that I don't understand about people. Why do you think I have an idea about Zionists? I don't have an idea about Zionists. I just objectively see where they are, in which positions of power they hold, and I just can take that as an information. There's no emotional characterization in what I say.
Well,
why should I?
Let me ask you a follow-up question here. So, what do you think the end goal is of Israel?
The end goal is the same goal that everybody have. It's testing certain technologies and see where they can apply those.
You keep saying about testing, but what's the end goal? What's the end goal? What do they want to accomplish?
The end goal is the utilization of those technologies on major population centers, starting from Gaza.
For what? Hold on. Let me tell you what an end goal is, because it sounds like you don't know what an end goal is. Okay, so you have the current state, and then you have this desired future state, and then you have all the stuff that you do in between the current state and the desired future state. Walk me through what you think the desired future state of Israel is. What is it that you think that they want to accomplish?
They want to accomplish, as always, like every state will do this, would like to have this. They want to accomplish technological superiority over other states and be able to collect data from all the other states and have the full control of the information coming from all the other states, all the other quote-unquote allies. And
hold on. Are you under the impression that it would be difficult to be technologically more advanced than the people in Gaza? I mean, I feel like that wouldn't be very difficult. I mean, no question, Israel is technologically massively advanced. That already exists. They already have that superiority. And the reason they have that superiority is because they believe in markets, and they believe in technology, and they believe in innovation, and they believe on building up their skills and building a civilization where the people that they're fighting against don't believe in any of those things.
I think you're making the greatest, you're making a big mistake. Because the war is not, the conflict, let's call it like this. The people characterize it as genocide, whatever, okay. The conflict is not with people in Gaza. The ultimate goal is not about the people in Gaza. The ultimate goal is to test those things so they can be used later on. Hold on, let me finish. They can be used later on other populations, okay, on other states. So through that, they can rule even those nations. Of course, they will never say.
Okay, got it. Hold on.
Okay.
No, listen. You're not very good at conversation. Let me just say that first and foremost.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm asking you what their end goal is, and you keep saying, "Oh, the technology, its superiority." Okay,
no, Roger, you don't understand what I'm saying.
Your
you don't
fucking
understand.
Italian mouth. Listen, if we're gonna have a conversation, I need you to quit using vague language. You say that they want to dominate other people later on down the road. Who? Who do they want to dominate?
Okay, let me rephrase that. Roger, I'm sorry you don't understand what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying, but you're afraid to say the quiet part out loud. This is, let me
not.
No, hold on. No, you are. This is what you're saying. You're saying that you don't like or trust Zionists. You're saying that you think that they've got ulterior motives to dominate the people in Gaza, and they have plans to go beyond that because they're just testing the this technology because they want to subjugate other nations as well. And my question is, who's this list of nations that they want to subjugate? Because
I can tell you.
Since 1948, we're talking about the most peaceful fucking country on planet fucking Earth, because the only time they get in a battle is when somebody picks a fight with them, and then they end up losing. But it sounds to me like in your head, you somehow think that the Zionists are the bad guys.
Okay, can I respond?
You can, but if you're going to use vague language, I'll just be honest with you, I'll be done with this conversation. If you can't commit to your own thoughts, like I could say what's on my mind. I could say, this guy sounds like an uneducated fool. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I'm asking him simple questions. I'm asking him what the end goal is. He doesn't understand what end goal means. And so at this point, I'm just going to ask, can you have an honest conversation without saying stupid things?
I reject the characterization about that I said stupid things. If you give me the time to be able to respond to you in details, I will do. Okay? And I'm sorry, you constantly have to characterize people with the word stupid, even though you don't know, maybe because it's not your job.
Okay, I'll clarify it. You're a faggot retard.
Can I clarify something?
Is this the level? Is this the level?
Rick,
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
Rick,
yeah, listen.
I'm not surprised he's not understanding. I'm not surprised.
It's not your turn. Listen, I just want to say this, and then I'm done with you, Rick. If Samir wants to come up, I'd love for Samir to come up. Samir sounds like somebody that doesn't know what's going on in the world either. But we'll invite Samir up. Let's see.
Okay, I'd like to respond. Can I respond, Roger? Can I respond?
Well, that's fine. I've invited your friend. Let's see. Hold on. Hold on. Shut your fucking mouth. Samir said Mojo seems more desperately loud than a black divorced crackhead. Well, there we go. The racism always rears its ugly head, doesn't it?
Okay, I'd like
to. Rick, I just want to quickly say, you are saying things that we have all heard probably about 1 million times at this point, but you're like not alluding to what it actually is. We're all aware of what you're saying. You're not that smart, and you're not coming across as that intelligent. I'm just saying this, Rick. Before you
it's
on to Mojo, that's all I'm saying.
It's okay. I'm not here to sound intelligent or nothing. We're just having supposedly an honest intellectual conversation.
That's not your goal, because you would have failed miserably.
Okay, thank you. Until somebody comes in and characterizes me as a stupid faggot, which is not very intellectual.
No, that's not what I said. I called you a faggot retard. Get it right.
Okay, it's the same. So, what I wanted to say is
it's not the same. When they stupid faggot and faggot retard are not the same thing. I reject your friend.
It's okay. So, it characterizes you, not me, talking like that. But anyway, what I wanted to say is this: if we're talking about which countries are going to be affected by what Israel can do, it's all the Western countries, obviously. Since the counterpart on the other side seems, because I'm not sure, but seems to be China. Yeah. So, Mojo, if you're asking me which countries specifically, exactly, are going to be influenced by all of this technological advancements that Israel is striving for, I'd say the U.S. for sure, the whole U.S., and the whole fucking continent of Europe. Yeah. So, that's why, actually, the Palantir servers are in Tel Aviv. Yeah? Because, and that's a confirmation of what I was saying before, because all the data, all of the things that do matter to really control dynamics in other countries has to go through there. Yeah? So it's not that difficult to understand that if you hold geographically in your country the processing and the managing of data close to you in your country, it's easier, yeah, to manage the whole situation. Because the future supposedly is digitalized, and everything's going to be tokenized under the consumption of CO2. You know, you might, maybe you're not familiar with this
No
concept
tall
yet,
building had ever
because,
collapsed.
Roger,
According to a
maybe you
We really have a new kind of progressive collapse at this
my
point.
job is to
correct you. Hold on. Listen.
Okay, so stupid excited.
No.
To the five-induced progressive collapse.
In fact, you got it wrong. Let me say it slowly. Faggot retard.
Faggot retard, yeah. Maybe that's your job. My job is to study white papers, and actually, I'm good at my job, honestly. And that's why I'm paid what I said to you before that I'm paid, and it's a pretty good, decent pay, at least in Italy, not for America, but in Italy it's good. Because I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm not here to sound smart. I don't give a fuck about all of you guys. But honestly, this morning I'm doing the dishes and doing things at home, so I thought maybe I will spend some time with them. Yeah, but as you can see, there is no possibility in this world to unite and actually characterize who the enemy is, because the people are so divided. If there is a motherfucker here which is me, who's been studying those fucking stupid topics, because I think it's stupid to control people through digital means. This is not what digital technology was born for. But I'm trying to do my best, and people come at me saying I'm a stupid fucking retard or whatever. They say it slowly, Roger. And they think there is no hope for humanity. Because you're missing the point of who's the enemy. It's not me. I can say to you, stupid motherfucker, because it's not me. It's not me.
I think the point of this is that
fucking idiot. Yeah.
Rick, who hurt you?
Nobody. Tell me, Roger. I'm glad to hear from you.
Who hurt you? Was it a woman?
Now you're going down that path? So first you talk to me like I'm I don't know what, and now you say to me, if somebody hurt me?
Or you said hurt, you said wounded. Who hurt you?
No, that's her name. The passive aggressiveness.
What's
the
her
passive
name?
aggressiveness that you have. Bro, it characterizes you, not me.
We're here for you.
Was her name Aisha?
It's so bad. Come on, please go on. Let's stay on the conversation. Let's stay on the topic. Are you saying that you don't have any argument? Oh, no, maybe yes.
I'm concerned for your mental health. Are you okay?
Maybe it's the Jews. Rick, maybe the Jews are using technology to gather data on you, Rick. Have you thought that maybe you're a target of Palantir and other Jewish organizations trying to gather data to do experiments to control you?
Everybody is, my boy.
My boy?
Rick, let me ask you this. Sometimes people drag, their trauma along with them for a long time. This could be an opportunity for a breakthrough. Do you want to share with us who hurt you?
Was it the Ashkenazi or the Sephardic?
I think Clubhouse is such a wrong place to have an intellectual conversation, Unfortunately, I don't know, Roger, maybe you do this as a job, maybe it's your job to, I don't know, because I see you're constantly on Clubhouse, maybe you're wealthy enough to see.
I will say this, it doesn't pay well.
Also, let's stick to the previous conversation maybe, or you want to revert to trauma, narcissism, cluster B personality disorder. Do you want to talk about that? We can talk about that too if you want.
We absolutely can. Rick, do you want to share with the room, just let us know, was it early childhood trauma, or was this something that happened later, maybe like a high school sweetheart? What went wrong?
Let's make some hypothesis here.
How was your relationship with your father and your mother?
Was it circumcision, Rick? Is that it?
Rich, how's your relation with Clubhouse? And Roger too. How's your relation with Clubhouse?
Did you know that
Clubhouse as a
Rick, did you know that Clubhouse servers are based in Israel?
within your couple, is that
how you use Clubhouse. Maybe you can't talk to your woman, so you come on Clubhouse and you talk people and you say people that they're just stupid faggots. Because this is how she makes you feel.
Alright, hold on. We all have trauma of different levels. I'll retract my insult about you being a faggot retard. I'll pull that back. I'll walk that back. I'll do that. I'll do that for you. I'll take a step here in the right direction. You will meet me in the middle and tell me like where your trauma comes from.
That was big of you, Mojo.
I will always meet you in the middle. There's no problem for me in discussing whatever you want to discuss, as long as you're respectful. All right.
Perfect.
You know,
Okay.
that's my rule.
Yeah, no, maybe I was a little cranky, you know, perhaps this whole thing is my fault. So now that we've moved past the disagreement, can you share with us, like, where you think, you know, the trauma really impacted you and made you blue?
Can you guys hear me? Because I'm receiving fucking calls from work. I'm not gonna go to work today. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, Rick.
Is there a reason why you're not going to work?
Yeah, because my boss said I'm on vacation, but he's constantly calling me. What the fuck? Anyway, so
are you depressed?
No. Why should I be depressed? I'm perfectly fine. I'm calling
off work if you're not physically ill. I'm just wondering if you're mentally well. This is just a wellness check.
So I'm not calling off work. He said to me from tomorrow till the end of August. He said to me, but he's calling me from work. Okay. So anyway, I don't have any particular traumatic event to recall in my childhood. Oh, what about you, Roger? I'm glad you asked me. Thanks.
No, thanks. I think now we're having a real connection here. I appreciate you, Rick.
Rick, I just want to quote something back to you that you said that this was, where did I put it in the chat? That this was all in the works and that October 7th was just the catalyst. What do you mean this was all in the works?
Because all this technologies and all the patents are dated before the 7th of October. And so I think no, it's not that I think. I see that all the technologies that they're testing today, they've been working on these since 2012, 2010, I think it was. Don't remember exactly. So if you're working on something, and you want to test it, you got to find the correct proper situation to then be able to test this shit. You know, because you can't test it. You can't find people who will say, yeah, please test this shit on me.
So you think October 7th was manufactured by Netanyahu and the Zionists?
All wars are manufactured. All wars.
Got it. So Hamas has no personal responsibility, no leadership, no command and control. This was all done by the Zionists, and it was manufactured by the people who suffered the horrific terrorist event. Understood. Thank you very little, Rick. It is now my hard time to leave. I have to go to sleep. I can no longer continue being on here for 24 hours a day. Thank you all, and Mojo, God bless, and everyone in here, God bless, and have a great night.
Good night, Congressman.
Oh, Rick, one final question, Rick. Does your manager at work share the same ideas as you?
Yeah, I have multiple bosses. Two of them share the same ideas that I have. The other guy, I don't know what he thinks about certain things. I'm not going to ask him. I don't care.
Well, thank you very little.
All right. We got Jonas up here with the pink ticket and the sunglasses. What's going on, Jonas?
How are you? I'm
in my car, so I might know that.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, I was actually thinking why we go to add Omina. I think that's kind of the best way to go.
Yeah, I already walked it back. I already walked it back. I'm not gonna apologize again. I think I've done enough here.
No, but I also think that I have a hard problem with people choosing sides and go 100% on one side because it's never black and white. And that's kind of.
Well, you do realize it's not the Palestinian people or the people in Gaza who are necessarily the terrorists. It's their leadership that committed the terrorist act. Those are the dastardly bastards.
Yeah. It's a fake. Gaza is a fake experiment. It's totally messed up. I agree. But also the settlers in the West Bank is also problematic. They shouldn't do that.
So what is your proposed? Rick, I got this. Jonas, what's your proposed solution here? What do you think Israel should do after October 7th?
I think they should have taken Gaza before themselves because they were shot at for 20 years. If I was Israeli and my people were shot at for 20 years, I would be very disappointed in my defense if we didn't do anything. And they didn't do anything for 20 years. 18 years or something. Like I live in Sweden. Just picture if Norway was shooting rocket at us for 20 years. I would propose we invade Norway and take away those rockets. Of course we would. But I think Israel has been really, really, I don't know why, they've been really not doing much for such a long time.
Maybe they don't want to kill civilians.
Isn't Sweden more dangerous than Baghdad now?
No, it's not really.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's what is it? Almost the rape capital of Europe and the terrorist capital of Europe.
It's only dangerous if you're a 13 or 14-year-old white Swedish girl.
Maybe, but it was a matter of reporting. Every rapist is reported, and pretty much in many other countries that are not reported.
You don't have Pakistani rape gangs in your country?
No, that's reserved for. Yeah, I live here. I know all about it.
Yeah, Sweden definitely does. They have Pakistani and Bengali rape gangs.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
We don't have many Pakistanis yet, but yeah, we have that.
But my question though is, you guys are the bombing capital, terrorist bombing capital of Europe.
That's for sure. The gang violence is out of control. That's for sure.
Like how they call it gang violence, but it's terrorist.
It's like literally terrorism. Yeah.
But it's mostly drug related. They are fighting over drug market.
What is the racial background or ethnicity of the said gang members?
It's Kurd,